现场所有的长官、所有贵宾，大家好，大家早安！再次欢迎一同参与国家生技研究园区招商暨人才与技术媒合会第2天的活动。今天我们将延续昨天满满的能量，和大家一起来分享最新的产业趋势。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Biotechnology Research Park Investment Promotion, Talent and Technology Matchmaking Conference. On this second day, we'll continue the momentum from yesterday and sharing the latest industry trends. Today's first session is Keynote Speech 3. We are honored to have Professor Andrew W from MIT Sloan School of Management and Academician of Academia Sinica as our keynote speaker. And the introduction will be given by Adjunct Professor Liu Yiru from the Department of Finance, National Taiwan University. 今天的第一个议程就是我们的专题演讲3。那我们会邀请到麻省理工学院史隆管理学院，同时也是中央研究院的院士，我们的 Andrew W 罗文全教授担任主讲人。同时呢，也会邀请到台湾大学财务金融学系刘义如兼任教授当做我们的引言人。那首先呢，请先帮我热烈掌声欢迎刘教授。Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Liu.
Okay, hi. I'll use this one then. Actually, this is one, right? Good morning, everyone. It's my, let me hold on for this. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure today to extend the warmest welcome to Professor Lo to Taiwan. Some of you may not know, while Professor Lo was born in Hong Kong, he actually grew up here in Taiwan until the age of 5. And so you could say this is a homecoming of sorts. I'm really honored to have the opportunity to introduce Professor Lo to all of you. Professor Lo is a world-renowned scholar of economics and finance, and the pioneer in the somewhat newer field of biomedical financing. His decades of research and teaching have had an enormous impact on industry and academia alike, combining the best principles of biology, psychology, artificial intelligence, and neuroscience to bring forth a whole new perspective on asset management. Over the years, Professor Lo has cross-leveraged the power of Wall Street with the research and development of the ever-evolving healthcare field, leading to breakthrough for patients across the globe suffering from cancer, Alzheimer, rare diseases, and numerous other illnesses. Having gotten an early start, earning a PhD in economics from Harvard at only 24 years old, Professor Lo then went on to make tenure at MIT at the extraordinary young age of 30. In 2004, he was elected Academician of the Academia Sinica in Taiwan, the youngest ever. And in 2012, was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people in the world. While teaching at MIT, in his bountiful spare time, he has also co-founded several asset management and biotech companies, sits on the boards of several multinational corporations, and earned the Global Association of Risk Professionals Risk Manager of the Year. With respect to Professor Lo's extensive research background, I'd like to take particular note of one of his major accomplishments in the field of finance. That is, his empirical findings from 1988, demonstrating that stock market prices do not follow random walks. The random walk hypothesis was originally introduced by Professor Eugene Fama from the University of Chicago, who went on to win the Nobel Prize in economics, in part for this hypothesis, which is used as a key means of evaluating the existence of true market efficiency. Yet, Professor Low's research statistically rejected the random walk hypothesis, as it illustrated that a strong serial correlation exists for shorter horizon returns, and that, in fact, the market may not be quite so efficient after all. Incidentally, Professor Fama was one of my professors while I was studying at the University of Chicago. And so I was especially interested in Professor Low's research rejecting the random walk hypothesis. Indeed, as a professor in the United States back then, I utilized Professor Low's variance ratio test to conduct empirical study on exchange rate trends. My research results showed consistency with Professor Low's findings, demonstrating that exchange rates, like stock market prices, likewise do not follow random walks. At the time, my paper on this topic was published in the lauded Journal of Finance, and so even until today, I remain grateful to Professor Low. Lastly, and most importantly, I would like to commend Professor Low on one of his most revolutionary ideas. In 2017, Professor Low published his acclaimed book, Adaptive Markets, Financial Evolution at the Speed of Thought, which made the list of the Wall Street Journal, What Business Leaders Read. In 2020, the book was published in Chinese with abbreviated title, Adapting, gaining immediate recognition in Taiwan as well. In his book, Professor Low introduced a wholly new framework, when rather than draw the more typical comparison between economics and physics, he instead likened finance and economics to biology, and particularly evolutionary biology. For example, when we witness a stock price in free fall, we will inevitably panic, and our minds will immediately go to the question of how we should handle this risk. This reactive mindset is fundamentally no different than the most basic human instinct of survival. Similarly, during the COVID-19 global pandemic, we exhibited many behaviors that were out of the ordinary, but such behaviors did not indicate we were irrational. Rather, they simply reflected the extraordinary actions undertaken in an effort to survive. The lesson then is that during those times when we think the market or the financial markets are doing something crazy, but actually they may not be crazy at all. That these behaviors could find no explanation in the traditional financial management principles is because we are human and not simply particles subject to the inevitable forces of nature, and are thus emotional and reactive. These groundbreaking observations by Professor Low clearly echoed his early day rejection of the random walk hypothesis and brought forth a revolutionary explanation for market inefficiency. As everyone well knows, healthcare research and development not only requires enormous capital investment, but also requires many years, often decades, of time to come to fruition. Take these very sizable money and time requirements, and then pile on a huge amount of risk. And it's no wonder that healthcare financing is fraught with challenges, despite its invaluable potential benefits. By using principle of financial engineering to solve this problem, however, Professor Low has both increased the ROI on investment in biomedicine, while simultaneously also reducing the risk profile of these capital investments, thus opening up whole new avenues for medical development. Taiwan has long been on the forefront of healthcare and biomedicine, and certainly on par with the highest international standards. Yet, financial for financing these sectors remains a challenge. And it's only through innovative funding models that we will really be able to bring to market some of the extraordinary scientific discoveries of our time. It is through the expertise of thought leaders such as Professor Lo that we sincerely hope to be able to through those obstacles. Welcome, Professor Lo. Thank you.
So I'd like to start by thanking Professor Liu for that extraordinarily generous introduction. You know, I've been introduced on many occasions, but this is a singular honor to be introduced by a former University of Chicago Professor Chifu Huang, who hired me at MIT, and I asked him if he could give me some restaurant recommendations in Taipei. And he said, well, let me contact one of my high school classmates, Christina Liu, and I'll introduce you to her, and she will give you all sorts of suggestions. So, I did that. Okay, yeah. And Christina said, why don't you come by NTU and give a talk? And I figured this is between Christmas and New Year's when I visited. Nobody's going to show up, probably 500 or 600 colleagues. And I said, of course, I'd be happy to do that. And I show up, and of course, there are 200 people in this conference that she organized. And one of those attendees was Dr. Wu from Academia Sinica Biotech. And come to the talk the next day at Academia Sinica. And well, one thing led to another, and here I am, and deeply honored to be speaking at BioTrek and being part of Demo Day. As Christina mentioned, I am not a biomedical expert by any means. I'm an economist, and much of my career has been spent focusing on applying mathematical and statistical models to various kinds of investment problems, portfolio theory, risk management, and so on. But I got interested in healthcare about 15 years ago because of friends and family dealing with various kinds of cancer. And through that process, understood that finance actually plays a really big role in drug development. And I'm hoping to describe some of those ideas to you today and ways of financing biomedicine to accelerate progress in this field. So the title, How to Accelerate the Growth of Biotechnology, should begin, of course, with something about growth. And so here's a chart that I'd like you to take a look at. Anybody know what this is? Somebody said this is the US national debt. That's not a bad guess. Somebody else guessed this is a TSMC, right? And that would also be a pretty good guess. But no, this is the population of Homo sapiens on this planet from 10,000 BC to the next few years. And what we have accomplished is amazing. In 1900, we were at 1.6 billion people on this planet. This is a little over 100 years ago. And now the estimate is 8 billion people. How have we been able to do this? This is really extraordinary. How is this possible? And the answer becomes clear when you use a semi-logarithmic chart. If we convert to semi-log, what we see is that the slope of the lines give you the growth rates. And by looking at human evolution, you can see that there are 4 distinct periods of our existence on this planet. The first is what I call the Stone Age. Basically, not a lot is happening. And then we have the Bronze Age, where you now see human population growing higher rate. But then you've got the industrial age, where growth rate has gone up again. However, the steepest part of growth is the current age. And what is that called? Well, I would call that the digital age. The bottom line is that the way we got here is through technology, all kinds of technology. Production technology, transportation technology, agricultural technology, health technology. But in my opinion, the technology that has been the most relevant across all of these different fields is financial technology. And it's because, as I tell my first-year MBA students, finance is the most important subject that you'll ever take in business school. And, you know, I acknowledge that my colleagues in accounting, in marketing, in other departments of a management school, they feel the same way about their fields. But the difference is that in my case, I happen to be right. And the reason is no matter what you do, no matter what field you're in, no matter what your endeavors are, if you are trying to do something really big, really significant, if you're trying to affect the future course of society, at some point or another, you're going to need this. And when you need money, you will then have to speak my language, which is the language of finance. And so that's what I want to focus on today. I'm not a biomedical expert, but I do understand the role that finance plays in biomedicine, and that's what I'd like to talk about in terms of accelerating growth. So I'm going to do this in 3 steps. I'm going to talk about the 3 C's of innovation. You know, I'm in a management school, so I have to come up with snappy slogans for everything that I do. So the 3 C's are cash, convention, and culture. Professor Hung yesterday in the panel discussion talked about culture, and I was really glad that he raised it. I'm going to be speaking about culture directly as well. But before we get to that, let me talk about cash. That's something obvious. As I said, you need money, but how you get it is a bit more complicated. So I want to give you an investment pop quiz. Some of you have already seen it in my talk last December, but not all of you were there, so forgive me for repeating it because it's an important framework that we're going to be using over and over again. I give my first-year MBA students this example of 4 financial investments. I don't tell them what they are or over what time period they span. I just simply show them what happens if you put $1 in each of these 4 investments and you leave it there for this unspecified period. The green line turns $1 into $2. Not very rewarding, but not very risky. The red line turns $1 into $5, way more rewarding, but lots more ups and downs. The blue line is the most rewarding of all, but it is also the most risky, and the black line somewhere in the middle. So the question I ask my MBA students is, if you can have only one of these 4 investments for your retirement portfolio, your kids' college fund, your grandparents' life savings, if you could only have one of these 4, which one would you pick? How many would pick the green line? Raise your hands. Wow, nobody. Okay, all right, good. I thought we might have a few compliance officers here, all right. The red line, how many people would pick the red line? Raise your hands. A few more, not too many. When I tell you what they are, some of you are going to have to call your brokers to rebalance your portfolio. The blue line, anybody want the blue line? All right, these are the entrepreneurs, right? The folks that are starting hedge funds. And finally, how about the black line? How many people want the black line? Yeah, that seems to be the most popular choice, and it's true among my MBA students as well, mainly because that seems to have the best balance between risk and reward. It's not the most rewarding, but it's got a pretty low risk. Well, let me tell you what you all picked. First of all, the time period goes from 1990 to 2008. The green line is US Treasury bills, the safest asset in the world, at least for the next few weeks. We'll see how the budget discussions go. Assuming that we agree to pay our bills, it'll be low risk. But if you put your money in that in 2008, you would have earned next to nothing, and actually less than nothing in real terms. The red line that very few of you picked, that's the US stock market, the S&P 500. I suspect many of you have that in your portfolio, and if you do, congratulations. As of 2008, you would have done spectacularly well. The blue line that a few more of you picked, that's the single pharma company, Pfizer, way more risky, But if you put your money in that, double congratulations, you would have done really well. And finally, what about the black line that most of you did pick? Well, the black line is the feeder fund called Fairfield Century, the feeder fund to the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme, which is why I had to stop it in 2008. That's when the Ponzi scheme blew up. And I show this to my students because I want them to understand that from an investment point of view, we are all looking for high-yielding, low-risk investments. Like a moth to a flame, we'll be drawn to those. And in finance, we have a way to describe these investments. We use this term called the Sharpe ratio after Bill Sharpe, the Stanford economist who won the Nobel Prize for this idea. The Sharpe ratio is the expected return above and beyond T-bills divided by the risk as measured by the return volatility. And it turns out that we are all looking for high Sharpe ratio investments. In fact, on paper, if you looked at the Sharpe ratio of Pfizer and the S&P 500, it's about 0.34, and the Madoff Ponzi scheme, before it blew up, had a Sharpe ratio that was a factor of 10 larger, 2.98. So why am I showing this to you? Well, it's because biomedicine has had a Sharpe ratio that's been declining over the last 10 or 20 years. Not in spite of all of the breakthroughs that a number of you are pioneering on our behalf, but actually because of those breakthroughs. You see, as we make more and more breakthroughs in biomedicine, we make obsolete the previous generation of drugs, and that means the investments become less valuable. And it's that combined dynamic of innovation and obsolescence that creates this problem of lower Sharpe ratio. And so money is leaving the space, particularly at the early stages of drug development, the so-called valley of death. So let me give you a second example that I give my investment class. Suppose I have an investment that requires $200 million up front, and you have to wait 10 years before I'll give you any kind of a return. And the chances that I give you any positive return at the end of that process is 5%. 95% of the time, this project will fail after a decade. How many of you would be willing to give me money for this? Raise your hand. Wow, no one. Oh, one person, thank you. I appreciate that. Most people would not want this because it just seems too risky. Occasionally, I'll get an MBA student who will say, Professor Lowe, you didn't tell us. In the unlikely event that there is a positive return, what is it? You see, most people, like yourselves, don't even bother asking because this just looks too crazy risky. It turns out that these are the back of the envelope numbers for what it takes to develop a single anti-cancer drug. It takes about 10 years to run the clinical trials. It takes about $200 million in out-of-pocket costs to pay for those trials. And historically, in oncology, the success rate is actually a little less than 5%. Historically, it's 3.4%. But let's just use 5% for round numbers. And so for most people, that's just not interesting. But in the unlikely event that you do get an approval, an anti-cancer drug is worth about $2 billion a year in earnings from years 11 to 20. Why 11 to 20? Well, because the patent life of a drug is 20 years. If the first 10 years are taken up running clinical trials, then the first time you get to start generating revenues is in year 11. And if it's 2 billion, 2 billion, 2 billion, all the way to year 20, that is equivalent to a payday of $12.3 billion in year 10. So let me ask you again, how many people would invest in this if it costs $200 million up front, wait 10 years, 95% of the time I give you nothing back, and 5% of the time I'll give you a check for $12.3 billion. How many of you would invest? Raise your hand. I'm getting a few more hands, but not many. For most people, this is too risky. Yeah. What do we do about this? Well, we've got to figure out a better way, because the Sharpe ratio, when you do the calculation, this is an expected return of 12% per year during the first 10 years, and a standard deviation of 423.5%. That's a Sharpe ratio of basically nothing. Too risky. So we need to increase the Sharpe ratio. Now, since I'm from MIT, every PowerPoint presentation that I make has to have at least a slide with one equation. And so I've actually got 2 slides today with equations. This is the first one. And I want you to pay attention because this is going to be a very subtle mathematical concept that you'll need to think carefully about. How do we increase the Sharpe ratio? There are 2 ways to do it. You ready? We can increase it by increasing the denominator or increase the numerator or decreasing the denominator. That's it. That's the deep idea. How do we do that? Well, it turns out that there are many ways of doing it. And actually, here in Taiwan, you are all doing that. Things like government, philanthropy, public-private partnerships, better science, better engineering, better organizational methods. These are the traditional ways of improving the Sharpe ratio of a variety of investments. But there are 2 ways that are not being used as often in biomedicine, and that's what I want to talk about today. The 2 ways are using financial engineering now to reduce the risks, and then using AI to forecast clinical trial outcomes that will also increase the chances of success. So I won't have time to talk about both, but I'm going to spend my time talking about financial engineering, and I'd like to give you a few examples of that. Financial engineering can help. And so how do we do that? Well, instead of pursuing one at a time, what if we did, I don't know, 150 projects all at the same time? If we did that, obviously we would need to have 150 times 200 million or $30 billion of capital. Where are we going to get 30 billion? Well, a very simple answer from economists' point of view, assume we have $30 billion. That's it. That's the answer. I'll come back to where we get it in a minute. But if we had the 30 billion, look at what happens. What happens is now you've got 150 projects, each with an expected return of 12%, but now the risk is 423.5% standard deviation divided by the square root of the number of projects, assuming that the projects are statistically independent. And I'm going to come back to that assumption later. If that's true, then the standard deviation goes down to 35%. Now my Sharpe ratio is 0.34. It used to be 0.03. Now I've increased it by a factor of 10. This is the same Sharpe ratio as the S&P. How many people would invest in this? Raise your hand, please. Thank you. I've got a lot more hands. That's where I'm going to get the 30 billion. I don't have it. You do. I'm going to get it from you. If I can make the risk-reward ratio more attractive, I can get more investors to put money to work in helping to deal with cancer and other terrible diseases. Can we really raise the $30 billion? And the answer is, it depends. It depends on the risk-reward profile and particularly the correlation. I assume that these 150 projects are statistically independent. In fact, they're not. Those of you who are developing drugs in cancer, you know that if you're developing 2 small molecule therapeutics that are targeting the exact same mechanism of action and one of them fails, it's probably not a good thing for the other one. They're correlated generally. So I'm going to come back to that. Now, I'm going to give you an example of how this idea can be used in practice. And the example that I'm going to refer to is rare diseases. And specifically, I'm going to talk about a particular rare disease known as Canavan disease. How many people have heard of Canavan? Yeah, I didn't think so. It's a very rare condition. And let me tell you what it does. It's a single gene mutation that prevents your brain from producing a very important enzyme, and without it, the myelin sheath that coats your neurons begin to degrade after you are born. You all know that neurons are the electrical conduits by which we control muscle action and other senses in our body. And because there are electrical signals, you have to insulate them. Just like in your house, when you have wires, the wires aren't bare. They're covered by plastic or vinyl, some other kind of non-conductive material. And that's how you conduct these signals. What do you think would happen if in your brain these neurons begin to lose their insulation, their myelin sheaths? Well, what happens is that the signals start to get crossed. You get short circuits, and you begin to lose motor control. So infants that are born with this monogenic disorder, they're born normally, but as they are, once they leave the mother's womb and separate and are on their own, the fact that they can't produce this enzyme causes some severe problems. This is a photo on the right of a Canavan patient that's about 10 years old. Their head grows large. They don't have any muscle control. In fact, the symptoms are they cannot crawl, they cannot walk, sit, or talk. Sometimes they go blind, they suffer from seizures, and their life expectancy is around 10 years old. It is a horrible, horrible existence, and there's no treatment for it that is yet approved. And if you are diagnosed, if your infant is diagnosed with Canavan's disease, the doctor will tell you, go home and love your child. And that's it. That's all you can do. It turns out that scientists have actually figured out a way to deal with this disease using a treatment called gene therapy. This is really a bit of incredible magic that many of you in this audience are familiar with, and some of you have pioneered. The idea is to take the correct version of this genetic typo, insert the correct gene into a virus, inject the virus into the brain of a patient, and the virus swaps out the defective gene for the correct version, and from that point forward, the brain can start producing this enzyme and slow down, and in some cases, reverse this deterioration. So I'm going to show you a video clip of patient number 3, who was in a clinical trial for this gene therapy. What you're going to see is a baseline of this child, and then you'll see what happens to the child over the course of the few months afterwards. So here we are, the baseline, before dosing of the gene therapy. The sound is not on.
Hi, you eating your
There
blueberries?
we go. So look at her. She's about a year old, and you can tell that her motions are kind of jerky. She's having a very hard time grabbing a blueberry and putting it in her mouth. A 1-year-old should not have this type of problem, but because the myelin sheaths are degrading, the signals are getting crossed, and it's taking an extremely difficult time. Now, 6 months later, after dosing of a clinical trial, same girl. She's walking with a walker.
Trucking along. Come on,
So she
kiddo.
can't walk totally unaided, and you can still see that there's some jerky movements. But
lady.
it's actually remarkable, the progress.
Recovery.
And now we're going to see, after this, 7 months after the dosing. Now here, she's about to stand, and this requires core muscle development, which was not happening before the dosing. But now she is able to do this, struggling. This is the first time that she will have been able to stand without any help. So here we go. It's a really extraordinary milestone. And of course, she's interacting with her dad. She's, able to make noises. There she is. And now, unaided, this is about 8 months after the dosing of this gene therapy. The progress is happening non-linearly. It's really extraordinary what's going on. She's moving without the walker. Still, you can tell motion is not totally smooth, but she's able to ride a bicycle at 9 months after dosing. And
Riding the bike?
she's communicating with her dad. And now here she is about 2 months ago. She is now able to walk without any walker whatsoever, just simply on her own. This is all from a one-time injection of a virus into her brain. Really quite extraordinary compared to the right-hand side patients that basically will be the rest of his life until he dies.
Can you
And
believe it?
here she is. Yeah.
Thank you, honey.
She's smiling, she's reading, she's counting. This is the first known example of a Canavan patient that's been able to do any of this. The blind shall see, the lame shall walk. You know, that's a phrase that's usually reserved for religious experiences, but it's happening now thanks to some of the people in this audience as well as those around the world in this profession. So, turns out that rare diseases, although many of you have heard of them, ALS, Gaucher syndrome, hemophilia, cystic fibrosis, although they are relatively rare by definition and they affect a small patient population, it turns out that there are over 12,000 identified rare diseases that in the US, 30 million Americans suffer from them. That's more than the number of cancer patients. In fact, here in Taiwan, we know that there are 19,000 families affected and over 200 diseases have been identified, but there are many more that have yet to have names, and it's really a problem. So because of the smaller population, the lower cost of running a clinical trial, the urgent need, and so on and so forth, it turns out that you can actually increase your chances of success developing rare diseases. But one of the most important properties, one that I hit upon from a purely financial angle when I first started studying this, is this: the fact that you can have a number of rare disease drug development programs that are statistically uncorrelated with each other in terms of success and failure. And to understand how special a property this is from a financial perspective, I often challenge my MBA students and ask them, can you name 5 financial investments that are pairwise uncorrelated with each other? You can name anything you want: stocks, bonds, currencies, commodities, infrastructure, real estate, private equity. You can name hedge fund strategies, relative value, mean reversion, risk arbitrage. Whatever you come up with, can you name 5 of them that are uncorrelated with each other? The answer is no, you can't. Maybe you can name 2, but nowadays it's even harder to come up with 2, never mind 5. But I can give you 20 rare disease therapeutic programs that are pairwise uncorrelated, and if any one of them gets approved, you will make more than enough money to pay for all of the other clinical trials. That's the key property that makes rare diseases something that we can invest in and generate a rate of return for investors. You don't need $30 billion to make progress in rare diseases. 400 to 500 million is plenty. You don't need 150 projects. 10 or 20 is enough to get a really good rate of return. Now, you might want to ask the question, why should we care about rare diseases? And I have a whole set of answers for that. But the short version is, first of all, we should care because we can save lives now. And therefore, we have an ethical responsibility. As Harvey reminded us yesterday, we have an ethical responsibility to think about applying our knowledge to save those lives. But let me give you another argument. The other argument is that things that start out rare may not be that rare eventually, and it'll give us ideas for how to treat more common diseases. And one of the best examples happens to be a condition known as homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia. How many people have heard of that? Yeah, a few MDs in the audience, okay. Most of you have never heard of it, right? This is a single gene mutation that affects a relatively small number of people. When it was first diagnosed and studied, the estimate was that it affected about 300 people in the United States. 300 people in the entire population of 330 million Americans. And you know what this disease does? It causes plaque buildup because of extreme cholesterol in the human body. And so you get 20-year-olds that are dying of heart attacks because their arteries look like they are 70-year-old arteries. There's something about their mechanism of processing cholesterol that causes this extreme buildup. In fact, these 20-year-olds, when you measure their cholesterol, you know, if you have a cholesterol of 250 or 300, you know, your doctor prescribes something for you. Well, these young individuals had cholesterol levels of 600 at 18 years old. So scientists figured out a way to deal with it, and they're called statins. You may have heard of it because I suspect that many of you are taking statins right now. it turns out that after they figured out how to treat these homozygous patients, they realized that heterozygous patients, those that have one gene from their mother or father, they have also elevated cholesterol, so they gave them the same treatment, and it worked for them. That's 650 patients. And then they said, well, if it works for them, maybe it works for people that don't have this disease altogether, this mutation, and they tried it to general population, and sure enough, it helped people reduce their cholesterol. And so this is an example where we start off with something ultra rare, and then it becomes one of the best-selling drugs in the world. Just to give you an example, the single statin Lipitor, since it's been introduced, all the way through 2022, has generated $172 billion of sales. $172 billion. That should impress even those of you who invested in TSMC at the beginning. This is real money here. And so this is another important reason why we should think about this. So I wrote a paper about rare diseases in 2015 and showed that with a portfolio of about $500 million, you can actually get a rate of return of about 22% on just rare diseases. And I just assumed that if I'd written the paper, it would automatically be implemented. Shows you how naive I was. It wasn't. But I did get a former student who contacted me and said, Professor Low, I read your paper about this portfolio approach to rare diseases. Can you rerun your analysis, not with your assumptions, but with mine? And so I said, sure, I'd be happy to do that. And so I reran some numbers, and the results looked better. And I suggested a few changes and sent the results back to him, and he agreed that they looked better still. And over the course of 6 months, we ran probably 35 different business models. And one day he came to my office and said, I just want to let you know, I quit my job yesterday. I'm going to do this. I'm going to build this company. And I got to tell you, that scared the hell out of me. I had never had that effect on a student. And so I said to Neil, wait, you have a young kid at home. You sure you don't want me to run a few more simulations? And he says, no, I'm very excited about it. And I feel guilty enough that I put some money to work in the friends and family round to get the company going. And I have to tell you, I wish I'd put a lot more, because that's one of the best investments that I'd ever made. The company called BridgeBio Pharma ultimately came out of stealth mode in 2017. We started the company in 2015. It took us 2 years to raise the first round of capital, which was about $40 million. We got KKR and Perceptive to invest. A year later, we raised another 135. A year later, we raised another 300. And by the time we ran the IPO, basically we had raised about $500 million. That was the amount of money that we thought was necessary in those simulations. And one of the largest IPOs of the year, $750 million raised after that. And as of a few days ago, BridgeBio was worth about $5.2 billion. All of the investors at the very start have done extremely well. But what this company is most proud of is not the money. It's the fact that the company has now a pipeline of over 20 rare disease therapeutics. 2 of them have been approved by the FDA, one for molybdenum cofactor deficiency, another one for a rare form of bile duct cancer, a third that is likely to be approved this year for a particular form of heart disease, and that gene therapy for Canavan disease, that was a BridgeBio drug that got some very positive results last year with about 10 patients. It's likely to be approved next year. And one of the greatest professional honors that I've ever experienced was this. I met patient number 3. Her dad wanted to meet me after hearing the story about BridgeBio, and I got to meet little Noah Greenwood. And in fact, when I met with them at this little bakery shop, the first sighting of her that I did was walking up the stairs with her dad. And I got to tell you, that was a very emotional moment for me. So let me now turn to the second, which is convention. And the idea behind convention is that sometimes you have to break it in order to accelerate progress in biotechnology. You have to be the unconventional operator of sorts. And to understand it, I'm going to give you my interpretation of what's going on in biotech, and it'll be very different perhaps from the experts that are in the room, and I acknowledge that this is an outsider's view, so take it with a grain of salt. But the version of what's going on in the industry, from my point of view, is what I call divide and conquer. It's a new paradigm. So let me first start with the way drug development used to happen prior to the 1990s. The way it used to happen is you take a chemical compound, typically small molecule drug, and you try it on a bunch of patients in a clinical trial. And it helps a bunch of patients, but it has some bad side effects for a smaller number of patients. And you submit it to the FDA, and they look at it and they say, fine, you're helping some people. The side effects aren't too bad. You get it approved. You may not know why it's working, but nonetheless, you tried out a bunch of things, and this thing worked. That's the old way of developing drugs. The new way of developing drugs is to now target patient populations based on their genetic profile. And so you figure out what works for people that have specific gene profile, and then you apply for the FDA to get that approved, and then you go for other genetic components, and you get that approved, and eventually you start understanding much more deeply the nature of these diseases, and pretty soon you're now in a new age of genomic medicines. That's where we are today. And this is the unconventional approach. So if we're focusing on rare diseases, which oftentimes are due to genetics, can we really make money as a business? Is it sustainable? And I have a couple of ways of illustrating that. One is this. This is the list of the 20 best-selling drugs across all pharma companies around the world, and for the year of 2023. So you can see at the very top is Keytruda. That's a large molecule cancer drug by Merck, $25 billion in 2023. That's what they made in 1 year. On that list is, of course, Ozempic, $13.8 billion from Novo Nordisk, and on and on. Out of these top 20 drugs, what would you guess is the number of rare disease drugs? Any guesses? What would you think of this list? 2, 3 rare disease drugs? In red are the rare disease drugs. 10 out of the top 20. Now, wait a minute. I put a red on Keytruda. Cancer is not a rare disease. What's the story there? The story is the age of genomic medicines. It turns out that if you can target a patient population using genetic profiling that will allow your drug to work just for that patient population, and it's less than 200,000 patients, that's the threshold in the United States for what a rare disease drug is. And it turns out that Keytruda has a number of rare disease indications because of the approach of divide and conquer. To be more explicit about this new age of biomedicine, let me show you this chart. This is my domain of revenues. In the year 2000, if you listed the top 30 best-selling drugs in the world, this is the list that you would get. And what I've highlighted in blue are those drugs that have come out of biotech or academic medicine. The vast majority, 26 out of the top 30, were developed by big pharma. Academia and biotech played a relatively small role. I'm going to show you the exact same chart in the year 2018. The top 30 best-selling drugs around the world. Highlighted in blue are the drugs that came out of academia or biotech. 24 out of the top 30, 9 out of the top 10. That's one of the reasons why biotech has become so important and influential, and why academia, Sinica, can play a critical role in this ecosystem. Smaller patient population, less costly, higher efficiency, on and on. There are a number of reasons why rare disease therapeutics can be so advantageous. But what about ultra-rare diseases? So this is what I want to describe to you as my second slide full of equations. I have a business model that I'm presenting here, which can actually allow us to develop therapeutics for ultra-rare conditions. And it has to do with something called a PRV. How many people know what a PRV is? Have you heard of a PRV? Okay, for those of you who don't know, PRV stands for Priority Review Voucher. In the United States, we have a program that allows drug manufacturers to get a bonus if they develop a drug for a rare condition, particularly rare pediatric conditions. If you are able to get an FDA-approved drug for a rare pediatric disease, you will get a piece of paper that is called a Priority Review Voucher. This piece of paper allows the holder to go to the FDA and get another drug reviewed for approval within 6 months. It's basically a card that gets you to the front of the line for getting an FDA review. It never expires, and it's transferable. You can sell it to somebody else. Now, getting an FDA drug approved in 6 months, is that a big deal? Well, in fact, it is, because the typical time that it takes to get a drug approved is about 9 to 12 months. So you're saving 3 to 6 months. How valuable can that be? Well, I just showed you that Ozempic made $13 billion this year in 2023. If you were able to extend the patent life by 3 to 6 months by getting a faster FDA review, you're getting an extra several $billion of revenues. So these PRVs, they actually sell today for about $100 million. $100 million. So here's an idea. Suppose we were to develop a portfolio of ultra-rare disease drugs that will never make any money. You'll never sell any of them, let's say. You're going to just treat patients with it, and who cares about charging for it? But before you can treat patients with it, you have to get the FDA to approve it. And if the FDA approves it, you're going to get a PRV. So what I'm going to propose is let's construct a portfolio designed to generate PRVs. That's all it will do, is to generate PRVs. What are the economics of that? Well, let me tell you, it's pretty interesting. If we have N of these therapeutics, and it costs C dollars to run the clinical trials, the cost is N times C. What's the revenues? Well, the revenues is N times PRV, which is 100 million, but you don't know that you're going to get N successes. The probability of success is only P. And so it's P times N times PRV, right? That's the expected revenue. So what's the expected profit? It's the expected revenue minus the cost, right? And if I want to calculate a rate of return, because in finance we like to look at rates of return, we divide by the initial investment, which is N times C. And when you divide by that, you get this equation here. And now, because it's over multiple years, you need to annualize it. And so if it takes Y years to do the development, you can calculate the expected annual return that way. Now, I want you to look at this equation right here and look at this particular first term. This, in my opinion, is one of the most beautiful equations in healthcare finance. And if you've never heard of an equation being referred to as beautiful, you need to hang out with more nerds like me. It turns out that this equation is the difference between making money and losing money. That first term, if that's greater than 1, you're making money, and if it's less than 1, you're losing money. And so whether or not this particular business is going to be able to generate profits depends on only one thing. Is probability of success greater than C over PRV? That's it. In this one equation, we have the medicine, the science, and the finance all rolled into one. The medicine, well, that's C, the cost of running a clinical trial. The science, that's P. What's the likelihood you're going to succeed? And the financing is, in this case, the cost of the PRV, $100 million, the value of it. So if you do the math, and here is the math. Oops, sorry. This is what it looks like. These are the numbers. The numbers tell you that if it costs $10 million to do the trial, and you have a 20% probability of success, now your rate of return is 8.4. But if you have a 40% probability of success, now it's 32% rate of return. Annual rate of return, 32%. So whether or not you can make money and get investors to give you money is really a function of P and C. And that's something that you scientists and clinicians and engineers have control over. I know nothing about that, but you do. And now you understand what you need to do in order to make this happen. It turns out that in the United States, C can be very high. But here in Taiwan, C is much lower, which means that you can do things that we can't do in the United States. Like Dr. Paul Hu, who developed the gene therapy for AADC deficiency, which will likely be approved later this year in the US. This is what happens over 10 years, and the bottom line is lots of numbers that you can look at your pleasure. All right, let me wrap up by talking about, finally, culture. I've already talked about cash and consensus and convention. What I want to close with is what kind of perspective can be useful for those of you who are thinking about drug development, and that is a change in culture, as Professor Hung stated. So how do biotech companies fail? Well, it turns out these are the 4 ways that they can fail. I'm ruling out fraud or incompetence. It turns out that you can fail because the science or medicine doesn't work. You can fail because you run out of money. You can fail because your area becomes less popular, or you can fail because the economy's in a recession. 3 out of 4 ways you can fail are related to finance. You need money, as I said at the very beginning. And so that means that you need to spend a lot of time raising money. Fundraising is a key component, and that's where culture, I think, needs to be adjusted. So I want to talk a bit about how to raise money for Asians, particularly for Southeast Asians, because it is not in our culture, I have to tell you. When I was growing up, my mother was a traditional Chinese mom. You've heard of tiger moms. She was a dragon mom. She was really tough. And she instilled in me 3 concepts that I still carry with me to this day. One of these is this concept called 孝顺. Respect your parents. Filial piety is the actual translation, but it means respect your parents, and more broadly, respect your elders, respect authority. It's respect. Now, being the youngest of 3 kids, I didn't really want to respect my elders. And when I asked my mother, well, why should I respect, people that haven't earned my respect? She said, well, that's a very disrespectful question. You shouldn't be asking. That's the first concept. The second concept is 丢脸. That means disgrace. It literally means losing face, but it really means shame or disgrace. If you do something bad, you disgrace not only yourself, but the entire family. And so you have to be very careful not to do that. If you run a company and it fails, that's a disgrace. And finally, the third concept that I grew up with is 厚脸皮. That means thick skin. Actually, it means thick facial skin, to be very specific. Basically, it means somebody who doesn't have any qualms about being disgraced. And in the Chinese culture, this is a big negative. But it turns out that for fundraising, it's a feature, not a bug. And so these 3 things, we have to get over it, especially Asians. We have to get over it in order to be able to raise money. And the question is how? And so in my second to last slide, let me tell you how to do that. First, I'm not suggesting you change your culture. I'm not suggesting you don't engage in filial piety. But what I'm suggesting is focus on the science and medicine. If you believe in your science and medicine, let that enthusiasm shine through. Second, if you feel awkward about asking for money, and in Chinese culture, begging for money is really considered a disgrace, to have to ask people for money. And so instead of thinking about that, think about the patients, because they can't ask. Third, do it to honor the lives that have been lost. Not for you, but for all the people that we have lost. Fourth, don't apologize for success. Instead, use success in order to affect and benefit others. You can help a lot more patients if you are successful than if you fail. And failure is not shameful. It means you care and you tried, and it's a really hard problem, and you better try again. And if you take these perspectives, I think that more than anything else I've said today, you will accelerate the biotech industry in Taiwan, because we are not normally wired to do these things, but we can be if we focus on the right thing. So let me wrap up by saying that when I first heard of Harvey's story and his grandson Andrew, I decided right then and there, I want to be Harvey Lodish. And I'm sure you do too, because of what happened with Andrew. It's an extraordinary story. Finance doesn't always have to be a zero-sum game if we don't let it. With the right kind of financing, the right business model, at the right time, at the right scale, we can do the thing that we all say we want to do, but that very few of us have the honor to do, which is we can actually do well by doing good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lo, thank you so much. And now we are going to do the next session, which is pitch competition. 好，我们接下来即将要进行这个新创的 pitch 擂台，所以呢，我们请工作人员帮我们准备一下道具，稍微做个换场。那我们在这个时间呢，也提醒一下，等一下要上台简报的这一些代表。稍后呢，因为我们在时间上有一些限制哦，所以我们也给大家一点小小的建议，像是大家等一下简报的时候，因为我们有个规定时间，所以大家可以携带您的计时器，像是你的手机之类的，让您可以比较方便的来掌握时间哦。因为到时候呢，我们有比较严格的时间上的规范，这个也稍作提醒。So next we'll have pitch competition where companies and teams will present their cutting-edge technology, development advantages, and strategic plans. 那我们等一下呢，新创 pitch 擂台会用 pitch competition 的形式，让公司跟团队可以上台为各位展示尖端的技术、发展优势，还有未来的规划。那我们也非常荣幸有邀请到业界专家担任评审。同时呢，我们也希望接下来的活动呢，也可以提升未来在寻求合作伙伴，还有增加募资的机会。We're also honored to have industry experts as our judges. We hope this event will enhance opportunities for finding future partners and increasing fundraising efforts. 好，那我们请待会呢要做简报的代表稍作准备。那同时也提醒大家，因为后面呢我们还会有那个 Q&A 的时间，所以到时候 Q&A 的时间也还会需要团队中的一位代表。所以呢，请大家可以稍微推派一下团队当中要负责 Q&A 的代表会是谁，大家可以运用这个时间稍作准备。So we can use this time to prepare for pitch competition, and because in the end of the pitch competition, we'll ask each team send one representative to come to the front and discuss with our judges. So please use this time to make decision who will be the one who's going to answer questions from our judges. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the pitch competition in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 好，我们即将在5分钟之后开始进行 pitch competition， 请大家稍作准备，谢谢。 All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our event. 好，欢迎大家回到现场。那接下来是新创 pitch 擂台。那这边呢，我们先邀请到的是中央研究院生医转移研究中心创福育成专题中心的施修明执行长。Please welcome Dr. 施修明, Research Fellow and CEO of the Innovation Incubation Center, Biomedical Translation Research Center, Academia Sinica. 请帮我们热烈掌声欢迎施执行长 ，Welcome。
Welcome you all to this pitch competition. I think this is really exciting for the demo day event. So initially we have the 25 team try to join this competition, and felt but through this processing selection and today we have the 13 team for competition, and they will divide two groups. One group is a new drug discovery, and the other is the precision health. So this is really exciting, and because we have a really great review panel that including Harvey, Lodish, and Andrew W, and Roland Foster, and Novalia Pishesha, and from overseas. And also we have the local reviewer, including the Alice Zhang, Judy, I think is also from this, you know, because Judy Joe is support both sides, right? So, and also we have the James Shi, is the president of the this Zhonghua Kaifa Foundation, and so we have the Fang Pei Chen, the VP of Medical International AZ. And we also have this so-called Secretary General of Taiwan Bioindustrial Organization, Lin Zhihua, and also with this DCB, the director of the DCB, that NBIC, Chen Wenfang. And the last four, it will be the JC Zhang, also from AZ, and it's Zhou Wei, Chen Zhaowei from the Taipei Medical Biomed Accelerator, and also from the is a VP Diamond Biopharm, Huang Yanzhen, and also the last is from the PwC Taiwan, it's Yan Yufang. I think this really a great panel for review this pitch competition. So welcome you all, and follow up. We will have the regulation, you know, how this going for this process of the pitch competition. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. 施，谢谢施执行长。那如同他所说的，我这边要来跟大家介绍一下 pitch competition 的规则。等一下呢，每一组报告时间是6分钟，好，6分钟。我们在倒数1分钟的时候会进行举牌的提示，时间到会直接中断投影片哦。所以呢，请大家最好可以带个手机之类的哦，计时让自己清楚确切的知道时间。那请大家一定要善用这个6分钟。那我们会分成2组来竞赛，新药开发组的8队会先来简报，然后再来才是精准健康组的5队。然后呢，我们在新药组结束之后，我们就会先进行一次统问统答，由评审跟我们到时候会派1位代表到台前来，那你们就是派其中1名队员就可以了。然后到时候如果有需要纸跟笔的话，请大家自己事先准备，要统问统答的时候就把你们的纸笔带到前面来。So each team will have 6 minutes for their presentation, and a signal will be given when there's 1 minute left. And the presentation will be cut off once the time is up, and the presenters should then return to your seats. Please make sure to manage your time efficiently, and the competition will be divided into 2 groups, the new drug development group and there will be 8 teams totally. And then followed by the precision health group, there are totally 5 teams. After all teams in each group have presented, then please send 1 representative to the front and then discuss with the judges. If you need papers and pens, please prepare it yourselves and bring it to the front. OK， 那我们这边呢也跟大家讲一下评分的标准。我们评分会有5个不同的项目，包含了整体规划、技术创新、市场潜力、经营团队跟临场表现。So there are totally 5 criteria for evaluation: overall planning, technical innovation, market potential, and management team on-site performance. 好，那首先呢，我们就先来进行的就是新药开发组的简报。再次提醒哦，每组6分钟，然后1分钟倒数的时候会举牌提示，然后时间到会切断投影片。第一组我们要邀请到的是Academician Biomedical 延伸生医，好，请帮我们代表到台上来，有请掌声欢迎他。
Good morning. Thank NBRP for the great demo day, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Academician Biomedical. This is my disclosure. And Academic spin-off from Academic Sinica in 2020, and now we are a clinical phase biotech company. One of our products, AM92A, is a monoclonal therapeutic antibody in cancer therapy. Phase 1 clinical trial is ongoing. So we develop monoclonal antibodies and mRNA. So we seek for out licensing or co-development. And we provide a comprehensive antibody development platform, include lead antibody selection and the mRNA technique. We also have novel ionizable cationic lipids for mRNP, LNP development. So our core technology are hybridoma and also phage display, human scFv library, and affinity maturation of antibody. And we have human single B-cell antibody, and also we generate human antibody transgene in mice. So I'm gonna talk about AM92A is an anti-epithelial cell adhesion molecule, EpCAM therapeutic antibody. EpCAM is overexpressed in various cancers, especially colorectal cancer. According to WHO, there are almost 2 million cases in 2022, and the market size was 12 billion in 2023, and could be reached 18 billion by 2032. So the market is huge and is increasing. So our AM92A is a humanized IgG1 monoclonal antibody. When this antibody binds to EpCAM, which could block the cleavage by adenine 17 and gamma secretase. So also inhibit the EGFR, PD-L1, HGFR signaling pathway. So cancer cell have a chance to calm down, then trigger apoptosis. So our mechanism of action of AM92A, there are oncogenic signal inhibition, reduce cancer stemness, induce cancer cell apoptosis, and ADCC. So here are our publications. So the global competitor of anti-EpCAM antibody drug, even Amgen and our AM92A, has unique and different MOA from other antibody drug, and it could be a first-in-class anti-EpCAM antibody. So the global patent map of AM92A, here you can see it covers 13 countries, and we use this EpCAM antibody in cancer therapy, especially the KRAS mutation in colorectal cancer is an unmet medical need. So target product profile of AM928 for the indications they are colorectal cancer and also EpCAM overexpressed cancers. And this is an antibody, so the dosing is IV infusion once weekly for 4 weeks as a treatment cycle. So our phase 1 clinical trial is to investigate the safety, tolerability, pharmacokinetics, and the preliminary efficacy of AM928. And so we already completed the DLT evaluation at 3 mg per kilogram. And 2 patients had stable disease. So in conclusion, AM928 is a therapeutic antibody with oncogenic signaling inhibition. Phase 1 clinical trial is ongoing. So now I'm gonna switch to another topic, is development of a safe and effective mRNA LNP dengue vaccine. As you may know, due to the global warming, and there are about 400 million new dengue cases every year. And 96 million people need to be hospitalized. So it's due to severe disease, and there are only 2 life-attenuated vaccines in the market. But however, not everyone can take the vaccine. So in order to overcome the ADE issue, we developed mRNA dengue vaccine to overcome the current vaccine issue. So this is our management team and our SAB. And so break new ground for healthy life. We are Academician Biomedical. Thank you.
Thank our presenter from Academician Biomedical. Thank you so much. 好，接下来邀请到的是裕民生技的代表到台上来。Please welcome the presenter from Ref Immune Biotechnology. 好，帮我们掌声欢迎他。A round of applause.
Hi, we are Ref Immune, a pioneer biotech make a novel engineering cell therapy called RES to treat solid tumor. Engineering therapy is promising in cancer treatment, with CAR-T success in liquid tumor. However, 94% cancer patients belong to solid tumor. And in solid tumor, the CAR-T remission rate is just 9%. It doesn't work very well. So our company's goal is to make a brand new cell engineering therapy to treat solid tumor. Our founder Ming and the co-founder Fan both came from Novartis immuno-oncology department with the potential to make the first CAR-T product and the first allogenic CAR-T patent. They are not only the expert in cell and gene therapy, they are also entrepreneurs to help to build 3 companies. I'm Guo Xiangliao, the CEO of Ref Immune. I will use my extensive connection and the 20 years project management experience to help company go smoothly. Here is how our science works. We create a novel engine called RES to replace CAR. RES has 2 unique features compared to CAR. At the cell surface, we stable express BiTE, specific T-cell engager that can help to form proper immune synapse, which can decrease side effect. And the BiTE can also help T-cell to treat solid tumor better. Inside the cell, in the which driving cell function is our novel photosynthesis domain, which can enhance by the function. We evolve to use any signal pathway, so we can free the cell from limitation. So RES is a single construct that can solve CAR's problem. So if a car is like using a gasoline engine to make a vehicle, then REST is like using an electronic motor to make a vehicle that can easily run faster. So our initial project, we picked ovarian cancer as an initial project because this is the most lethal cancer among female malignancy, with nearly 20,000 new cases in 2023, and with 56% patients diagnosed at the late stage, with only 20% 5-year survival rate. So let the data speak for itself. We treat the ovarian cancer in mice with a single IV injection by our cell therapy. REST shows a tumor occurrence ability at a very low dose, but not for competitor. REST mice also show 100% survival rate and the least amount of human cytokine secretion, which means pure safety. And the REST mice also show no indication of CRS, but not for competitor. Our tumor target not only expressed on ovarian cancer, but also in triple-negative breast cancer and the non-small cell lung cancer. So we treat breast cancer in mice with a single IV injection. So we found REST has the ability to fight immune-resistant breast cancer in a very low dose, but not for competitor. From these two exciting and promising results, we believe that REST have potential to help patients safely and efficiently. So our closest competitor is Triumvion TACT, which also utilize bite-like structure on their surface. But they still rely on conventional T-cell signaling pathway. So from during the repeating killing stress test, REST can outperform TACT easily. So for other companies who use novel tech to improve CAR-T, we see them as a cooperator instead of a competitor, because REST is a blank canvas without any modification. It's already better than CAR. So modify the REST will only even better. Our REST was generated from our proprietary regeneration biology platform, which we use AI-compatible algorithm that can generate more than 500,000 novel protein for 13 different types of immune cells. Today, we show you how to use T paired with REST to treat solid tumor. In the future, we would like to use immune cell paired with novel protein to treat autoimmune disease or anti-aging. REST as an engine, the outside feature can change through cooperation. For example, VHH make it perfect for out-licensing. And we would like to fund REST for $7 million for get sufficient data to convince potential partner. And thanks for the cost-effective and thriving CDMO environment in Taiwan, we have a chance to conduct, to obtain in-human data in about 3 years. So our company was founded in 2023, and our promising data already bring us visibility to US and admittedly into mass challenge accelerated program. Meanwhile, we also have a conversation with MD Anderson. They tell us we have a chance to phase 1 trial covered entirely if we can cooperate with them. So if you have experience with loved one affected by cancer, then you must understand why we dedicate and sacrifice to run REST-immune in such challenging fundraising environment, because it's the right thing to do, and the REST will work, and REST really can help patients. So thanks for your attention. Thank you.
All right, thank our presenter from Immune Biotechnology. 好，谢谢我们裕民生技的代表。Coming up next, please welcome the presenter from Honey Bear Biosciences. 欢迎家政生技的代表上台简报，来帮我们掌声欢迎他。
Hello everyone. We are Honey Bear Biosciences, expert in conjugation. Precision medicine has become the hottest topic in cancer treatment. Antibody-drug conjugate, ADC, is one of the most important categories in precision medicine. ADC can specifically target and kill cancer cells and leaving normal cells unaffected. ADC are often used in late-stage patients and patients with highly unmet medical needs. Their exceptional potency and high response rate bring hopes to patients which have no effective alternatives. Therefore, since 2019, the global ADC market has grown rapidly. From 2019 to 2026, compound annual growth rate reached nearly 40%, and the global ADC market in 2026 is estimated to reach nearly $25 billion. Although ADC drugs show tremendous clinical benefit for cancer patients, resistance and recurrence still be a big problem for long-time treatment. Therefore, developing next-generation ADCs become more and more important. These next-generation ADCs, including bispecific ADCs, dual payload ADCs, ADC with immune-stimulating agents, and radionuclide ADCs. Honeywell Biosciences is focusing on developing novel platforms and novel products for next-generation ADCs. ADC consists of antibody linker cytotoxic agents associated with different conjugation methods. According to recent knowledge, there is no perfect linkers, cytotoxic agents, and conjugation method for all antibody. Therefore, developing novel and unique platform technology for each component is valuable and can be easily to collaborate with or license to biotech company or big pharma in very early stage before clinical trials. Honeywell Biosciences is focusing on conjugation method. We exclusively license from Development Center for Biotechnology, which I used to work for more than 15 years. Our precision linking can increase ADC's efficacy, decrease its toxicity, and increase the stability. Honeywell's proprietary technology belongs to the next generation site-specific glycan conjugation. We conjugate the linker and payload to the antibody through the glycan site. The advantage include we can completely control the conjugation site selection and conjugation ratio. No antibody sequence mutation is needed, and we can conjugate two different payloads to one single antibody, thus can widen the application and decrease the possibility of the resistance and the recurrence. Therefore, our technique is perfect match for the next generation ADC development. Our site-specific conjugation has been protected in many countries and granted by including United States, Japan, Canada, Australia, Taiwan, and Korea. And other countries are still under office actions. And the patents for our ADC product are also under worldwide protections. We have a very diversified and international team. Our team include experts, not only R&D, but also business development, management, and deals, and as well as CMC and manufacturing for both antibody and small molecule linker and payloads. Our business model is based on non-exclusive license of our platform and early exclusive licensing for our ADC products. As the example shows, site-specific conjugation platform for Synaffix and LegoChem Biosciences both result in multi-billion US dollar licensing package. And the early exclusive license for the ADC product also yield many upfronts and milestones. Therefore, we are seeking funds to push our ADC products to the clinical stage. Our first product, HB001, is collaborated with UCSF and is radioisotope ADCs. And we expect to file IND within 2 years. Therefore, we need to raise funds of $8 million for 2 years to support our preclinical development, including GMP manufacturing, non-human primate GLP toxicity studies, and IND applications. The successful entry of our ADC product can help to assist us for the platform and the product for worldwide licensing. And the most important of all, we believe after our product and platform into the clinical trial, we can help cancer patients in need, and we can give them better hope and a better life. Thank you for your attention. We are Honey Bear Biosciences, expert in conjugation. Thank you.
Thank our presenter from Honey Bear Biosciences. 谢谢我们家政生技的代表。接下来邀请到的是长虹生技的代表。Please welcome the presenter from Everfront Biotech。请帮我们热烈掌声欢迎他。Round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Liu. Today is my great pleasure to share with you our transformative journey for new drug development. Our target is glioblastoma, which is the most lethal brain cancer among the world. Since the year 1990, there has been only one FDA-approved drug for the treatment of glioblastoma. And this does not mean that the treatment approach is good enough and no need to improve. On the contrary, there is definitely an unmet medical need in this field. So, due to the limitation of the treatment, 90% of the patient will experience recurrence eventually. And once their cancer recurred, their survival is only 6 to 9 months. And we are very happy to tell you that Everfront Biotech is making a progress. Our leading program, Silbracca wafer for the treatment of recurrent glioblastoma, revealed 26 months of a median overall survival, which is 3 to 4-fold improvement in compared to the presently available treatments. And we have found our active compound from the medicational plants using the cell cycle arrest, apoptosis, and expression of caspase-9. And the active compound we found is named, called EFAPI-111, and we have confirmed the therapeutic effect toward glioblastoma in the cell and animal model. So the mechanism of action of EFAPI-111 is multifaceted. It targets the receptor tyrosine kinase, AXL receptor, and EGF receptor, and its downstream MPK and mTOR signal cascade. To make the long story short, EFAPI-111 prohibits the cancer stem cell growth and reduces the chemoresistance by the inhibition of NGNT DNA repair enzyme and activates the immune system by the inhibition of PD-L1. And we are also thinking of how can we deliver this drug to the tumor site. So our solution will be comprehensive, combining the local sustained release and systemic administration. For the local sustained release part, it takes the form of wafer, which is composed of biodegradable polymer and the API. And it can be a best surgical combination therapy and characterized by its 30-day sustained release and 5-centimeter penetration depth in the brain. After 30 days of the implantation, the EF031 softgel capsule can be taken orally to maintain the therapeutic effect of Silbracca wafer. So in our animal study, we have shown that implantation of Silbracca wafer can improve the animal survival for 1.35 times, and if we combine with EF031, a further 1.5 times improvement, survival improvement can be achieved. And here shows our product pipeline. A leading program, Silbracca wafer, has completed a phase 1 stage 2A clinical trial, and due to the orphan drug designations granted by the US FDA, our next trial will be pivotal study and started this year. For the EF031, we are now conducting a phase 1 clinical trial on healthy subjects. Once we acquire this maximum tolerant dose, we will shift the indication to glioblastoma and pancreatic cancer. And now I want to share with you more about our clinical trial. So we have recruited recurrent glioblastoma patients, and the doctor will perform a surgery to resect the tumor. After surgical resection of the tumor, Silbracca wafer can be implanted into the surgical site. The wafer will slowly release the drug to treat the residual tumor cells efficiently. And because of one of our key mechanisms is that we can reduce the MGMT expression so that the oral chemotherapy, temozolomide, was also administered. Combine all these procedures together, we can make a surgical resection to be more complete and success. And here shows our clinical result that 2/3 of the patients showed no disease progression after 6 months, and the median overall survival is 26 months. And we have published these results in a clinical paper called Cancers. And this is a representative case that's showing that the progression-free survival is more than 4 years. So the recurrent tumor is here, and the doctor performed the surgery and implanted the wafer in this black shape. And we can see here, over the 48 months of observation, there is no sign of recurrence. And this is a global patent protection of our product that we have combined the indication, prohibit cancer stem cell, chemotherapy synergy, immune activation, and the implantable formulation. And we are targeting a global glioblastoma market for $1.85 billion per year, and with the CAGR of 9 to 11%. And I would like to tell you that our team members are from the clinical experts and the people have previous experience in big pharma such as Merck and BMS. And we are now looking for a global partner, so if you are interested in our project, please make a contact with me. And here is my presentation today, and we would like to hear the feedback from the audience. Thank you.
Please thank Everfront Biotech presenter with a round of applause, and then please welcome the next presenter from Dr. Yunru Chen's lab, Academia Sinica. 请让我们欢迎下一位讲者是中研院陈韵如实验室的代表，帮我们掌声欢迎他。打开要等3秒。
这不是 first slide. I need the first slide. Okay. Okay, good morning. This is Ruby Chen, professor of Genomic Research Center, Academia Sinica. And also, I'm a founder of Trust True Bioscience. So today I would like to bring your attention to a therapeutic antibody for a very devastating disease, ALS. ALS, currently there's no effective treatment. It is a rare disease, a rare motor neuron degenerative disease. The patient died 3 to 5 years after disease onset. They experience progressive paralysis and finally respiratory failure. The onset often occurs in the mid-age, and over 90% are without gene mutations. They are sporadic. So one very famous ALS patient is Lou Gehrig, who is the best first baseman in MLB, but was diagnosed as ALS and died 2 years later at the age of 37. The global ALS treatment market is increasing, and the global ALS case is actually increasing projected to reach 500,000 people, with a very striking increase of 69%. So the pain point, of course, is no effective treatment, and the medicine we are carrying now have several advantages like safety and small clinical trials, policy incentives. So Trust True brings you a fundamental cure of the disease by having a specific conformational antibody targeting misfolded and pathogenic protein, TDP-43. So TDP-43 has been found misfolded and aggregated in the cytoplasm of ALS patients, and also it will spread to the extracellular space. So Trust True's antibody recognized the misfolded form of these aggregates for over 1,300-fold compared to the native functional TDP-43 that avoid the interference of the important biological function of TDP-43. So the other companies or the marketed drugs, they targeted downstream effects, but yet to see any real beneficial effect.
The competitors that have the same target, they either cannot differentiate the conformation of TDP-43, leading them to have an ability to interfere the important biological function of TDP-43, or they are using viral expression, which may have some safety concerns. And all of them are still in laboratory discovery phase or preclinical phase. All of them lack of behavior validation data. So TrustTrue's antibody, after weekly IV injection, we're able to see target engagement, decrease of misfolded TDP-43 oligomers, reduction of inflammation, increase of motor neuron survival. And most excitingly, we can restore the neuromuscular junction, as you can see here, and induce reinnervation. So it leads to the improvement of motor behavior in ALS model, as you can see in this video. We actually have gone through intensive research since I established my lab in 2007. We have published in prestigious journal by identifying toxic oligomers and then generating the antibodies, validate in ALS mouse model. So last year we completed the humanization of this antibody. So now we hope to fundraise to complete this development stage in 2 to 3 years by having antibody production and formal tox study and also global patent filing. And we aim to license to global pharma before or after phase 1. So TrustTrue's pipeline can not only use in ALS, 95% of ALS patients, but also can be applied to dementia patients in 50% of frontotemporal dementia and also 1/3 to 57% of Alzheimer's disease patients. The antibody can also be used maybe for the detection or diagnosis. So our team composed of scientists, and our technology won several major awards in Taiwan, including a BI Innovative Award. We also have business advisor and collaborators from major medical hospitals, and also a very good CDMO and CRO companies. So with that, I think altogether we need to rescue ALS, and all of you can help. Thank you very much.
Thank the presenter from Dr. Yunru Chan's lab, Academia Sinica. And next, please welcome from Dr. Ivy Hsu's lab, CYCU's presenter. 好，请让我们欢迎中原许义之实验室的代表到台上来，掌声欢迎他。
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for, this is my honor to present our technology NanoX to you. I'm Ivy Hsu from CYCU and Kayat Biomedical. 5 years ago, my dog, Micah, got a lymphoma, and the tumor all over the body for like a ping pong ball that size. So the doctor say, there's no cure, so you can just do the nursing killing if you want. But I really want to save Micah, so I tried the NanoX at the beginning. That was the first trial. After 48 hours, all the tumor disappeared. So that was the beginning of my journey here. So chemotherapy nowadays still a mainstream of the 80% of all the therapy. So the combination therapy are so important to have the chemo together. But the problem is the side effects so strong. So make the doctor cannot give more dose to the patient to handicap the therapeutic effect. And also the drug resistant problem accumulate, handicap the therapeutic results. So, okay, So we decide to solve the problem, the big problem. So we decide to use, to tackle on the cisplatin. Cisplatin is the #1 chemo drugs, has the most market of all solid tumor as a first-line treatment, and with the most severe toxicity, but actually it's the most difficult drug to encapsulate it because it's not oil soluble and very low water solubility. So it's make very difficult to do this job actually. So we decided to break in the walls of unbearable chemotherapy, revolutionize the medicine elegantly for tomorrow. So here's our result. You can see the tumor can arrive to the animal in 60 minutes, and the tumor can really have no cell, dead cell, which is cytoplasma after we dissect. And the cell die eventually to 20 minutes. And you can see from the animal are really happy, giving the same dose compared to the current one, can eat, can move freely like a normal one. So in the past 20 years, they are company doing the same work as we do, but they are all failed because of the poor efficacy. Because they are all about 8% of the drug loading. We reached up to 40%. So we believe we can really solve this problem, do a big change for the world. Here's the pattern on with FTO and also the trade secret together. So the breakthrough technologies with 1 part GMP with the stability only 8 hours can produce like a 40 days mass production and really robust and the high yield and high drug loading, and also can minimize the drug resistant problem nowadays. So the market size is after we check compared to the nanomedicine in the past, we can look up to US 1,000 million in US market as a blockbuster drugs. So here's our product pipeline. And the first indication we use is the biliary tract cancer, which is orphan drug for rare disease. And but why do that? Because the platform can do the gene therapy, and also we are working on a trial for animal drug as well. Why BTC? Because it's fast growing, even it's a rare disease, but it's still going high. And there's a lot of needs, especially in Asia area, the highest growth sectors. And they are 3 transactions in 2022. And up to 1,000 million valuation is in progress. So actually this is a very important area, and cisplatin will be the really good fit in this, this part. Here's our management team. I myself, from before CYCU from E3, I have done a lot of licensing and out and BD, especially for MIT. We have the project together. And our BD Nick is from Big Pharma and CMO from trial side and our financial expert. Thank you.
Thank our presenter from Dr. Ivy Hsu's lab, CYCU. Next, please welcome the presenter from Protect Biotech。请帮我们掌声欢迎宝泰生医的代表到台上来。
Hello, everyone. My name is Shelley.
My name is Cosmo.
We're happy to present our company to all of you. Protect is established in late 2019, and we have now 24 employees and have raised over $20 million since we found. We are dedicated to the research and development of advanced companion animal healthcare products with the goal of becoming a global leader in pet healthcare. Our goal ultimately is to fulfill the unmet medical needs so that the pets can live longer and healthier. We are actively expanding our pipeline through strategic alliance with global companies to bring the cutting-edge therapy for pets. Our company management team is comprised of biotech professionals and experienced leaders. Hao-Ling is our CEO. He has over 20 years in biotech venture capital and M&A experience. Pro, our chief R&D officer, and Sean, our chief project officer, who has over 4 decades of human drugs development and manufacturing experience. Next, our directors, Su Ming, Peggy, and Tony. All of them are specialized in pet drug sales and research and development. So these are all our company advisors with extensive experience in advising our business in different areas, such as technology consulting, marketing strategy, and finance. So the market we are competing for is over $50 billion. This is the global animal health market overview. APA represents a sizable 35% of the global pet spending. And also worth mentioning that APA has the highest CAGR, and the number of the pets is exceeding the number of newborn babies. So within this 50 billion markets, the global companion animal market is up to 28 billion, accounting for 52% of the overall animal health markets. And besides, the market for pet biologics is also up to 16 billion, which represents more than half of the current pet segment.
So the current problem with the market is that even though the willingness to pay is at an all-time high, animal drug development still lags behind 20 years compared to human drug. So when we look at the monoclonal antibody market, for example, the first human monoclonal antibody drug launched in 1986, and it started to really commercialize in 1997. And currently, there are over 130 approved monoclonal antibody in human. On the flip side, in the animal world, there are only 3 approved monoclonal antibody treatment. In 2016, Zoetis launched Cytopoint, and today it generates $400 million of yearly revenue. In fact, 2 out of the 3 approved monoclonal antibody for animals have reached $400 million in yearly revenue as of today. So this represents a very major opportunity for us as early major animal health pharma, because animal drugs are 2 times faster to make and also cost at least 10 times less to develop compared to human drugs. So our first pipeline is PT001. We are essentially bringing the first-line human treatment, the PD-1 and CTLA-4 immunotherapy for pets. We choose cancer because it is the leading cause of death in dogs, and also it has a big addressable market of over $4 billion. But most importantly, the current standard of treatment, the human chemo drug, are often ineffective, costly, and has very high side effects. So what is PT001? This is an overview of how our product works. It is a PD-L1 and CTLA-4 therapeutic vaccine. When we inject the fusion protein into the dog, we induce the dog to create their own anti-PD-L1 and CTLA-4 antibodies to combat the tumor cell. So this gives us 3 major advantages over our competitors. First, since it is a vaccine, we can use very minimal API to get the therapeutic effects, making it affordable for pets. Second, it is a very proven mechanism. As shown in Keytruda and multiple other PD-1 CTLA-4 therapies, it works over 20 types of cancer in human. So as an animal health developer, this means less risk for us. And thirdly, we designed it to be a subcutaneous injection. So instead of having to go through anesthesia with chemotherapy, it is a simple injection with our products. In terms of development, we are currently completing our pilot study in Taiwan of over 50 dogs, and we will soon file for IND and enter field trial in Taiwan as well. So field trial in the animal world is equivalent to the human phase 3. And for out licensing purposes, we are also simultaneously starting our development plan in the US. which will start this year, and we'll start CMC and pilot study first. The only difference here is that there is a conditional approval route with the USDA. So this is also a timing where we expect to be able to out-license our oncology program. Lastly, I would just like to conclude with what sets ProTech apart as an animal health player. First of all, we're situated, as mentioned, in a very high growth market, and we do have the proven leadership to establish efficient strategic alliance throughout the region. Secondly, we're essentially channeling 4 decades of human drug development, R&D, and commercialization experience into a much less stringent and regulated animal health market. Last but not least, we believe the timing is really right for the animal health market. Compared to the human world, the competition is much less crowded, and we already have a clear strategic focus to continue in this battlefield. Thank you.
Thank you, our presenter from Protect Biotech. Next, please welcome the presenter from Excel Biotherapeutics. 请让我们欢迎异细胞生医的代表到台上来。他是我们这个新药开发组的最后一位代表哈。好，帮我们掌声欢迎他 ，a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chun Si. I'm the CEO of Excel. Excel is a pioneer and a leader in xenogenetic cell immunotherapy for cancer. Actually, we call it this term xenogenetic cell immunotherapy. If you Google it, you can see our team on the top. We are committed to develop this transformative cellular medicine to cancer patients, make cancer patients' life better and longer. As you know, currently we are at war with cancer. What's the status? Each year, 10 million people die of cancer. So it's a standoff. But why? Because most of treatments are destructive. Treat the tumor, but also damage the tissue. But cancer still develops resistance and recur. And more tissue damage and the body die, the battle is lost. We need a positive, constructive therapy, like organ cell transplantation and immunotherapy. Combine both, we come out xenogenetic cell immunotherapy. This company is formed by me and two clinicians. And we formed a team we call X-Men and Women, focused on xenogenetic cell immunotherapy. How xenogenetic cell can be a cancer immunotherapy agent? Because tumor cell and xenogenetic cell can recognize by body as foreign because of protein, lipid, and carbohydrate antigen trigger innate and adaptive immunity. But tumor cell develop resistance and immunosuppression. So we transplant xenogenetic cell into the tumor site and turn on and boost the cancer immunity cycle again. Our first product, UroX, xenogenetic uterine cell, isolated from porcine bladder and intravascular into the bladder for bladder cancer. But each year, bladder cancer have 600,000 cases. Most non-muscle invasive breast cancer, but with many treatment, still fail. So it's a multi-billion market. And actually, our idea comes from the intravascular BCG, using BCG to turn antibacterial immunity into anti-tumor immunity. And we use rejection and using xenogenetic uterine cell and turn rejection into anti-tumor immunity, which is much similar to breast cancer cell. In our preclinical data, our product UroX can inhibit the tumor growth and extend survival. The combination with chemotherapy has a better effect. And ensure the immune cell can infiltrate into the tumor. Our second product, MemoX, using xenogenetic memory cell, isolated from porcine gland for breast cancer. With so many treatments on breast cancer, still each year cause more 0.7 million people die. So in our preclinical model, we show the MemoX can decrease tumor and extend survival. Again, combination with chemotherapy has a better effect. And also show the immune cell can infiltrate into the tumor, and the immunosuppressive cell decrease. We also will work on the canine breast cancer, because like human breast cancer is also the most common cancer in older dog and cat too. So currently in our pipeline, we have two major products, UroX and the MemoX. For UroX, non-muscle invasive breast cancer, we already have an interactive meeting with US FDA and start the manufacturing process. And we are going to initiate a pre-IND meeting with US FDA. For MemoX, we first will try canine breast cancer with field study on dog. And this study can be used as a large animal study for human trial, and also an out-licensing opportunity for veterinary oncology drug. And for MemoX, we are going to start our first human clinical trial in 28 with manufacturing process ongoing. So in sum, our therapy complete a comprehensive therapy, not just compete with other current treatment. It's like yin and yang, as Tai Chi, to have a best outcome for the cancer patient. For ensure, if we want to win the war, according to strengths of the war, the body strength and the readiness is the key to deter enemy. Our body treating target zero cell immunotherapy can help patients win the war. Thank you.
All right, thank our presenter from Excel Biotherapeutics. Thank you so much. 好，现在请大家呢派一位代表到台前的座位坐下。好，我们以上8个新药开发组的代表，请帮我到台前。那记得要携带自己的纸跟笔哈。等一下呢，我们会请这个评审跟大家进行 Q&A 的时间。So thank our teams for their presentations. Now we'll have Q&A session for the drug development teams. And remember to bring your pens and papers with you. And our session will be conducted in a panel format. 好，那大家都就坐，我们这边就把时间交给我们裁判。
To give all the judges some tests to do, because all of them work pretty hard. So I guess I will ask you to start think about, to come up with one question, each one of you. And at the same time, that question doesn't need to be applicable to all of them. It can be one specific group or to all of them. So let you take a deep breath to think about that, because I guess they work hard, so we need to do something too. So does anybody want to just start first from the judge side? Because we have only limited time, that's why I want to just, okay.
I would like to ask Yumin Shenwu Keji. I just know that you are the cohort of my challenge 2024. What's your challenge?
During the Switzerland part, and just presenting last week, but US side we don't get it. Nearly close, yeah.
是同问同答吗？
I think we'll probably just go like a moment ago. Just you answer right away. Is that in my opinion?
All right. Well, so it's a follow-up one. So you target on solid tumor. So what is the major things you want to solve for solid tumor from your MOA mechanism of action?
Okay, we are looking for MOA collaborator yet still, And our mission, because we ever have a loved one affected by solid tumor, and you know the process, whole stage was feel suffer and spend a lot of money. But today we want to have not we can say cheap, but effective and safely method to treat solid tumor. So we created this cells, gene and therapy for solid tumor.
We should move to another judge.
So thank you all for the presentations. They're very impressive, and congratulations for getting here. One thing that I didn't see a lot in the presentations, there were comparisons to products already on the market, but there wasn't a lot of comparisons to other companies who are also working in the same field with the same mechanism of action. Can anyone add a little bit of your competitive advantage to those that are working in the same field and trying to develop something similar?
So then we probably go by the order from the beginning. Everybody, you get a chance to answer that question.
Thank you for the question. And actually, we did a search for the global competitor. And also, our AM92A, the mechanism of action is different from other drugs, and even though Amgen, they have anti-EPKM monoclonal antibody, but they didn't meet the endpoint in phase 2 trial. So, and we learn from other monoclonal antibody drug and to improve and modify our antibody to get advanced antibody for our target indication.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's try to keep the, thank you, but keep the answer short because we can do it across, but thank you for that.
Okay. Of course, we always think cell therapy is expensive, but our new method, we can generate very low dose therapy, and since a very low dose, so we can save the cost, the process feed, and with only one injection, we can cure the solid tumor. So compared to other therapy like antibody immunotherapy or chemotherapy, they will take a long time and treat several times, so cost a lot of money. So we believe we can achieve a cost-effective therapeutic method to join this field.
Thank you. But let me I think the question really is asking you to emphasize compared to others, what's your advantage? So please focus on that.
Our platform technology is very similar to the Netherlands Synaffix GlycoConnect. So the similar is we also use glycan conjugation and use in the transfer rates to conjugate the linker payload to the antibody. However, we have 3 different advantages over them. First is our product is much similar to the naked antibody. Therefore, we think we have had better effort stability and immunogenicity. The second, we can conjugate double equivalent of linker and payload to one antibody. And the third, we can conjugate 2 different kinds of linker and payload. Thus, we can have the wider application and can decrease the possibility of resistance and recurrence. Thank you.
For the treatment of recurrent glioblastoma, there has been possibly 5 companies that has been run the phase 3 clinical trial for recurrent glioblastoma. And for their previous results have shown that their survival data is around 10 to 12 months. And our data shows the 26 months of survival, so it's still longer than their studies. Thank you.
Yeah, so our technology is the only IgG form for able to differentiate the misfolded form of this protein. And also, it is the only known having the evidence in the animal models.
Our technology is the only one who has a high drug loading to avoid the low drug loading too. There are 4 competitors on the market, but all of them are failed because of the low drug loading. And And one of the company called LNDDP, that one is not released at all. So after 5 patient tests on clinical trial phase 1, and they stopped the whole trial. And one company called Regulan, and it's a EU company, but they went out, they finished the phase 3, but because the efficacy is not really okay, so they decide not to get the license because the aftermarket cost is huge. So they decide not to maintain that.
Thank you.
So that's the superior part of ours. Thank you.
In fact, our competitor, one of our main competitors, actually Merck, who holds the rights to Keytruda. So they're doing their PD-1 on dogs as well. But as I've briefly mentioned, our key advantage is the API usage. So as a vaccine, a PD-1 vaccine, we're able to only use 55 microgram per dose for treatment. However, when you inject antibodies directly to the animals, it costs usually 10 milligram per kilogram. And the average dog weighs around 2 kilogram to 50 kilogram, which ends up to 100 milligrams. So at least there's a 200 times API usage difference there. So there we have a COGS advantage.
Because we are building a very unique immuno-oncology approach, we use xenogen cell. So you will bring out all immunity and to increase the immune response. So as I say, we want to complement all the therapy. So we want to compete with other companies, we want to cooperate with them. So in order to do that, we have a very unique approach because we use xenogen cell. It's different to other types of immunotherapy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think next question, Alex.
All right, thank you for your presentations. From my observation, most of your company, you have a platform, right, instead of individual product. This question is probably more relevant to Ruby's lab and Excel, because to apply your technology in different therapeutic areas or indications, you pick up your priority. What's your thinking process behind your prioritization? Thank you.
Thank you for pointing out this, this question. So actually the TDP is a TDP-43 proteinopathy. So it occurs in like several neurodegenerative diseases. However, ALS is the only one, over 95 to 97% of patients, after they diagnose as ALS, they must have TDP aggregates in their CNS or the spinal cord. Yeah, so this allows us not to screen the patients, you know, at the beginning. So, and also it's a rare disease, so you can fast forward this to clinical trial, and once it proves safety, you can apply that to the dementia cases. And actually, probably in the future, there's like, because 1/3 to 1/2 of Alzheimer's disease patients have also TDP-43 proteinopathy, and those carrying TDP proteinopathies, they're actually showing worsening in fast progression disease. So this could be the, you know, the third disease that we can, the largest patient population disease to target. Yeah.
Thank you. Andrew, ready? Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for the question. Because we are developing animal cell as a therapeutic agent. So the first one, we will follow the BCG paradigm because it is very familiar with the regulatory body. Since BCG is also a xenogen cell, but it's bacteria. But in the second one, we will use a more accessible tumor, for example, like breast cancer. We can inject much easier. And then the third one, of course, will go to the internal organ, for example, like the liver or pancreas with an image-guided injection method. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a few questions for the different teams, but should I just pick one? Okay, so I guess for Academab, you know, given your particular focus on epithelial cells and the mechanism of action, I looked at your indication list and it didn't seem like you included one of the cancers that I thought would have been natural, which is appendiceal cancer. That's a rare form of cancer that I think because of what, if I understand what you're targeting, that could show immediately how your mechanism and your treatment or your approach differs from others. Have you thought about that?
Thank you for the question. And actually, EPCAN is already displayed in various cancer, and so based on our in vitro data, and we define some cancer specific sensitive to our drug, and but now because now is in clinical trial, and we find out especially for colorectal cancer, it aligns with our in vitro data, and so we have more confidence and for this indication. But we would like to collect more clinical data to prove our scientific studies.
You may want to take a look at the case of appendiceal, because I think you can get results much more quickly because it's a relatively small patient population, and there's all sorts of other, rare disease benefits from that particular group. And if I need to know more about your particular approach and how it differs, but it sounds, based on what you said, that that could be particularly effective for appendiceal.
Thank you. You want to take on the next?
Hi, thanks all. You did wonderfully, so thank you for sharing your stories. I'm intrigued for those groups that are addressing animal health. Really nice to see some interesting thinking there. And for those teams, I'd be interested in knowing how you've thought about pricing and what the market will bear, and also who is intended to pay for that. And we all love our pets, I certainly do, but was wondering how you've looked at that to date.
Please go ahead.
Should I answer first? Okay. The reason to apply chemotherapy in animal cancer, because actually we did a field study. To consult all the vet doctor who's will recommend the treatment to their patient. Their user, and the cost is critical. And also I talked to the Veribac, which is I think the fourth biggest animal company, pharmaceutical company. They really concerned not using any like a biological drug because it's too costly. So the chemo drug will be a good fit as long as it's not expensive. But platinum drug is, platinum is a very expensive metal. So we can get a really high yield and a really fast, costly, less costly process. So the cost is, the margin is about $1,000 US will be the maximum cap per each patient, each dog. That would be the maximum. Usually the patient, the host, the owner want to pay for it. So it's not insurance covered, so only the private sector, the personal household will pay for it. So we can manage the costs like only 0.1% of the cost for the goods, COGS. But the selling price can be pricing accordingly to the market fees. So that's the benefit for that. Thank you for the question.
So maybe quickly, we just have one more answer, then we have to move on because we are down to the last 4 minutes.
So we primarily base our pricing on a Forbes Advisor survey of over 10,000 dog owners. And the willingness to pay we see is really at an all-time high. So for a single treatment, dog owners are willing to pay 4,000 USD for serious illness. And that is because throughout COVID, the human-animal bond has really risen. And we're seeing primarily over 50% of Gen Z owners being more proactive in their treatment, going to visit the veterinary clinics more. So we're basing the pricing off in the $4,000 range, and that is on par with what the pet owners are spending already on chemotherapy. For instance, diagnostic, it takes $300 US. Chemotherapy treatment costs $2,000. And we're seeing more radiation therapy, not in Taiwan yet, but radiation therapy is available in the US for around $2,000 to $3,000 as well.
Novalia? Sorry, because in the interest of time, we'll probably just get on to make sure all the judges have a chance. So.
Yeah, I think I have a lot of it has been covered by other judges, but for Honey Bear, I think maybe I miss it, but it's not very clear what is your indications of interest, and you said that, and also the advantages of your conjugation method in terms of, you said that it's much closer to like the antibody in general, like do you have immunogenicity studies over time after multiple infusions or other stability that you have looked at?
For the indications, because we have platforms and products, and the indication is associated with the antibody and the target we use. And for our first product, HB001, because it's not only an antibody drug conjugate, but labeled with the radioisotope. Therefore, we will find some indications that used to use radioisotope treatment. Therefore, our first indication will be bladder cancers.
Thank you. Harvey?
Yeah, I was glad to see that two of the companies focus on glioblastoma, which is invariably lethal, very short times after diagnosis. And really the question for the two of you, what is unique about your therapies that you're optimistic that patients will actually survive this tumor?
Okay, so I think to answering this question, we have two unique things. The first one is our API, because it's from a small molecule, but it's multifunction. So it will target many critical signaling for the treatment of glioblastoma. And the second thing is that our local implantation delivery route, they can make a local high drug concentration microenvironment. So combine this together, we can make the patient survive.
Okay.
Now, what about the cisplatin? I mean, cisplatin has been used extensively.
Yeah, extensively, and all the solid tumor first-line drugs based on NCCN, yes. So we really study in the past 20 years, we look review all the clinical trial and the previous data where they failed. And we discover the drug loading because the drug nature, cisplatin is zero tolerance to the oil solubility and 0.2% water solubility. So that makes it very difficult to encapsulate it into liposomal drug. And liposomal has a benefit to targeting to the tumor, avoid the side effect to like a hair to other site. So we successfully encapsulated, but delivered to the target site, but with enough high efficacy, which is the high drug loading. So we believe the 40% is really quite significant to let the animal can really show the result. And we also did right now 5 dogs, cancer dogs, in the NTU H, Taida, NTU Vet. I mean, it's a serious clinical trial for license obtaining, and it's working really well. So even after three course of treatment, the doctor actually often call us, say, can you offer more drugs? Because the owner wants to continue. So for instance, the skin cancer shrank from 100% to only 10%. It's drastic in two treatment only. And also the prostate cancer are really almost complete, I mean CR. So that's, I think, very promising in terms of the differences of the technology. We can pack a lot in a nanomedicine, yes, and very robust, not leaking, and stable, even at 25 degrees C, still stable. So we are thinking for the underdevelopment country, they don't have a good cold chain, may be able to receive this treatment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to make sure, James, do you want to have the last question? We are already over time, but just want to give all the judges get a chance to.
I'd like to add, Ruby Chen, your AS treatment biomarker driven, and do you consider combining the diagnostic and the treatment at the same time?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once we because we can develop a detection tool besides a diagnosis. I mean, we can detect the level of TDP in the patient after administered the drug. So that will show the target engagement of the thing in the patient. So definitely, I mean, we already have actually some technology that can detect the CSF and also the plasma level, the TDP-43 misfolded form in the patients. So at the same time, we're also collecting data to correlate these signals to the disease. So it may have a chance to be a diagnosis tool, but also it can be a way for to prove there's target engagement after the drug administration.
Thank you. That kind of wrap up our session. And first of all, really want to thank all of you. It was a great presentation. So we should probably give it a whole round of applause. And for that, we'll move on to the next session.
Okay, thank our judges and our representatives. Thank you so much. Please be seated. 好，那接下来我们请下阶段的5位讲者可以帮我到台前来吗？好，5个代表一次帮我集合到台前来。那接下来要进行的 pitch 组别是精准健康组，一共有5队。然后呢，跟前面一样哈，每一队是6分钟的时间进行简报，在倒数1分钟的时候会举牌提醒。那在各位简报的右前方会看得到那个时间哈。So next up is the Precision Health Group for pitch competition, consisting of totally 5 teams. Each team will have 6 minutes for their presentations, and there will be a signal given on 1 minute. And once the time is up, then we'll cut the slides. All right. 那接下来呢，我们就先欢迎到第一组要上台来简报的是亚大基因的代表。Please welcome the presenter from Genomics. Welcome. 来热烈掌声欢迎他。
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Alan Chen, CEO and founder at Genomics. At Genomics is a leading cloud-native precision medicine software company. Our mission is to empower healthcare providers to accelerate healthcare transformation with multi-omics technology and big data technology, altogether bridging the gap in diagnosis demand throughout very important the patient journey. Okay. Clearly, we see a rise in demand of healthcare transformation, and by 2025, over 60 million patients will have their genome sequenced in clinical context. And it's projected that will be over 40 exabytes, which a lot of data we cannot imagine every year. And this rise in genomics data will advance healthcare transformation, and large-scale genomic study will be typically over 10 and 100 million of the data altogether in order to have significantly have a research and study resource. And by 2030, genome-aware electrical health record or medical record and routine clinical genomics will be a standard practice in clinical context, altogether transforming the healthcare outcome. So, however, for researchers setting up and scaling genomics analytics or omics analytic infrastructure, creating a very large bottleneck for the researchers. Processing the huge amount of heterogeneous data analysis with the scalability required to find a cure is a substantial computing problems. So laboratory needs today, first, ways to managing the multi-data sets and complexity. They need the ability to run and automate diverse heterogeneous data analysis workflows. Of course, faster translation of the computational output to scalable biomarker results. Of course, we are dealing with a lot of data and computational resources. We need to reduce the total cost of ownership. Particularly, it's not a research setting, but also in the clinical operational setting of the cost. And again, we want to bring the routine clinical trials into application, security, regulatory compliance on data, tool, execution environment is also very important. So we introduced a genomic sequence platform. It's a secure and decentralized model that is very easy for the researcher to develop an operation of the precision medicine. It's engineering to support the large-scale, robust cloud infrastructure computing and leveraging data lakehouse and artificial intelligence to analyze efficiently large volume of the data. Of course, we have to use the common standard to interoperability among the clinical application data analysis. Okay. In genomics, we emphasize the scalability. The key characteristics of the scalability is to separation of the workflow specification from its execution. So it empowers researchers to design using the open standard, open window workflow discrete language, and create reproducible workflows for diverse needs of the application, genomics testing. Okay. Without the need to manage it and understanding the underlying complex infrastructure and computational methods. And in genomics, we offer entire life cycle of workflow management. It's fine-grained and optimizing the computational resource over the distributing and parallel computing technology. So they don't need to worry about the underlying infrastructure, capability, as well as the resources they need to manage. For instance, they can support a various of heterogeneous data analysis. So for instance, the whole genome regression analysis of 10 traits for over 100,000 patients, it only takes about significantly reduced to 4.5 hours. That marking remarkable 20-fold increase in throughput performance with up to 90% of the computing cost reduction. Yeah. So once you have quickly gathered computational result, it's not the end. We also further democratize access to high-value data by combining the data lakehouse technology as well as the generative AI intelligence. So all the together technology, we offer a more competitive or cost-effective solution. Now with the built-in cost saving, it's very important to deal with the computational burden, as well as to give the high scalability computational to process large amount of data, the ever-changing large data sets. Of course, our price plan is more flexible and empower the customers, the users to do more. So we are trying to make a market impact, not only the medical impact, but also the social impact, reduce the energy to align with the broader effort toward the sustainability in technology and scientific research. So we are a team of experts, and most importantly, our team structure is organized in the central domain of molecular biology to have very efficient biomedical informatics capability in the field. So genomics has a unique position in precision medicine. We enable a broader partnership in healthcare ecosystem because the medicine at its core, a knowledge information processing discipline. Thank you for your attention. We are genomics.
Thank our presenter from Genomics. And coming up next, please welcome the presenter from BloodScan Biotech. 请让我们欢迎奇迹生命科技的代表，热烈掌声欢迎他们 ！Round of applause！ 好，掌声欢迎。
Hello, everyone. We're BloodScan Biotech. My name is Eric Lin, the co-founder and chief scientific officer of the company. BloodScan is a spin-off company from the University of Michigan. We've been in the realm of circulating tumor cells for over a decade. During all this time, we've been focusing on solving one problem, that is to conquer the challenges in retrieving intact circulating tumor cells, or CTCs. We keep tracking what our potential customers need during the technology development. Dr. Max Wisha, director of Roger Cancer Center, told us that just counting the number of CTCs is not enough. John Stark, former CEO of CellC, shared that how the pharma companies use. We also learned from the end user what to expect about the price and the performance. Joska from Vicap, a Dutch single-cell company, told us that he was skeptical of our technology because it was too good to be true, but he was convinced afterwards. You'll know why in just a minute. CTCs are the cells that shred from the primary tumor and circulate in the blood. By capturing and analyzing CTCs, we'll be able to detect cancer in early stages, to monitor the disease, and to tailor the personalized medicine for each patient. However, capturing CTC is quite challenging, especially to capture those intact cells. There are so many variants of CTCs. They are extremely rare in blood, about 1 in a billion. They are quite similar to other blood cells, and we want to keep them alive during the extraction process. Combining all the factors together and the feedback from our customer interview, here comes our solution. We developed the Labyrinth microfluidic chip. The blood sample is sent in through the inlet, and the CTCs are continuously sorted out at the outlet. The most exciting feature of Labyrinth chip is that it doesn't require the use of any antibodies or reagents, yet it surpasses the performance of all the other technologies using antibodies. We took the high-speed microscopic video at the outlet of the Labyrinth chip to show that all the white blood cells are lined up and going into the first outlet, while all the cancer cells are going into the second. The Labyrinth chip is solely based on fluid dynamics without any antibodies, with a yield of over 90% and an extremely high sample purity and the ability to keep the cells alive during the process. We're developing the Labyrinth chip into an automated system that can enrich the CTCs in just 15 minutes with the press of a button. We tested the technology with over 1,000 clinical samples across breast, lung, and pancreatic cancers. The isolated CTCs are intact and can be used in all sorts of downstream analysis. Our technology outperformed most of the technologies in the market, such as the gold standard cell search or the recently acquired company, CellC. Vicap in the Netherlands tested our technology against cell search, and we were able to capture almost 10 times more CTCs than cell search, and that's the data that convinced Joska. Another comparison, direct comparison with CellC, we were able to capture 8.7 CTCs per ml of blood, while they're only captured 2.6. That's a threefold difference. We've applied Labyrinth chip in multiple studies to explore the applications of CTCs and also to demonstrate that it is compatible with the most advanced downstream analysis. We're able to do molecular characterization and analyze the CTCs at single cell level. These are the keys to identify specific biomarkers for each patient. We're also culturing the cells from the patients into CTC lines and identify the most effective therapies for the patients, and also establish the xenograft models for the biological studies. All in all, we can do much more than just counting the cells. The CTC global market is rapidly growing and is projected to reach $30 billion in 2030. The US accounts for about 50% of the market. Our business model comprises two main components, the product sales and the laboratory services. We'll be selling the CTC processor and the single-use cassettes to third-party laboratories, including research institutes, cancer centers, pharma, and biotech companies. Additionally, we will provide custom assays in our laboratory services tailored to the need of pharma and also biotech companies based on our research. We also have the plan to establish clinical lab to support cancer patient management. Our focus will be in the US market. With a strong team behind us, Professor Sunita Nagrath, a pioneer in the field of CTC and liquid biopsy, leads our advisory board. I am the inventor of labyrinth technology. Mr. Song Yunfei, with over 30 years of experiences in diversified entrepreneurship, is the best person to lead the team. And Mrs. Cai Biru is well known for her contributions in both politics and the healthcare system, will provide us with exceptional guidance in business development. So for a quick summary, we started the project in 2011, developed one of the most advanced CTC technology, licensed out the patent, and formed blood scan biotech in Singapore, Taiwan, and the US. We're now using the seed capital to develop the automated CTC processor and in preparation for the lab services. We're aiming for 2 more rounds of fundraising in the next couple of years for the regulatory application and the operation of clinical lab. We're extremely grateful for the patients who make this research and project possible. Thank you.
Thank you, presenter from Blood Scan Biotech. Thank you so much. And next, please welcome from Dental, our presenter. 让我们欢迎台湾牙医通的代表到台上来简报。
Hello, everyone. This is Doris from DNO. This is not a misspelling of the word dental. We are focusing on the service and provide total solutions for dental professionals around the world. We define ourselves as a dental support organizations. If some of you may heard of this kind of business model, DSO, the industry, and this business model, the concept is actually from the US. We provide non-clinical assistance such as business management, accounting, human resource, IT, marketing, this kind of supporting services for the dental professionals, the clinics, and the medical institutions. Our main focus will be starting from the southern eastern markets. We can see from this chart, this is the Y Combinator, the accelerator giants from the Silicon Valley. In recent years, we can observe that they focusing on this kind of business model, which is the managed service operations, just like us. So this is the global trend in recent years, even though the concept of DSO is not very new. This is the overview of our products and the service that we offer. Starting from the left-hand side, we have developed a practice management system named Dental Heat and a Dental AI, which is the AI tools designated for the dentist. Also, we offer the educational e-commerce and insurance platform. It enables to provide the total solutions for all the dental professionals. This is the milestone of our products and service. We're starting from the dental heat, which is the infrastructures of the dental clinic. And now we are in the process, are able to develop the dental insurance in the near future. We just received the ISO 27001 and 27701 certification last year with our management system. This is what we've done in the past 9 years. With the achievements and a successful experience in Taiwan, we are looking for the next advancement. These advancements including, this is our dental AI model. Purely, you can see from the black and white S-rays, generating the softwares are able to detect the bone loss level, are able to calculate the severity of the periodontal disease. With these visible red and colored lines, are able for the dentist to make the precision diagnosis, are able to provide a solid proof for the documentations. And the next stage will be the market strategy. Our main focus will be on southern eastern markets, and then we're looking for the local partnership for the business collaborations, especially on the dental platforms and insurance connections. All right, this is the product milestone. Just like what I mentioned, we just received the international certification last year. And the next step, we're looking for the insurance company for the next advancement. Our fundraising plan, we're still in the Series A fundraising, and the target is $10 million, which will be focused on the research and development, also for the expansions of our global markets. Right, this is our team, our founders and the CEO as the dentist, and our CTO and engineering vice presidents. They all holding with the degree of PhD science in computer science. Also, we have the CSO, which is experienced accountant. We are Daniel, and we're looking forward for the interactions later on. Thank you so much.
All right, thank our presenter from Dental. And next, please welcome the presenter from Super Genius iTech. 请让我们欢迎结晶灵的代表到台上简报，帮我热烈掌声 ，round of applause.
Hello everyone, my name is Steven, the CEO of SGAI Tech. What is the problem we would like to solve? Currently, when we would like to measure the vital sign, we need use the different device. One vital sign or two vital sign we need to measure to get by only one device. If we need multiple vital signs, we need multiple devices. It takes much time for doctor and the nurse to take care of people. And the second issue we need to do is to understand is if we would like to solve the vital sign we would like to get by the blood test, and the people will feel pain and have high risk of infection when blood is drawn. So we provide an excellent method by the camera. It is a non-invasive and contactless vital sign measurement. It is fast and efficient, and with no risk of infection and with no blood testing. And our solution is a software can be integrated into any device with the camera. So now we can see our solution. They use the camera to capture our face, and according to our face information, we can calculate the different vital signs. For the physical vital sign, we can provide the heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen. And for the chemical vital sign, we can provide the lactate value and the glucose. And some of the vital signs we are under the research and developing. And now for the clinical trial, we cooperate with Taiwan, Japan, and the US for the in the famous hospital. Some of the results we have already published it in the international journal. Until now, our accuracy can be satisfied with the medical level. So our goal is to get the medical license within 1 year. So for our business model, our solution can be used pay per use or profit sharing. Now we have some successful business in Taiwan and in Japan. So in Japan, our solution have already introduced into the telemedicine platform. So people just stay at home, they can reserve a doctor on the web. And by the video conference, doctor can see the vital sign of people by the video conference. And this vital sign can help the doctor to make a better diagnosis and a decision for the patient. And the other successful business and application is for the nursing house. Our solution can be introduced the nursing house for the daily vital sign measurement. And the nurse or care people can use the smart card or robot to measure the patient's vital sign. It's easy to get. And our solution is an API in the server. So according to the server, if anybody can have our solution, use the camera, and it's easy to be used. So now for our goal is want to do the clinical trial to get the medical license in. To get the medical license in Japan for the PMDA, in Taiwan for the TFDA, in America for the FDA. And within 3 years, we will create the 50 million revenue. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank our presenter from Super Genius iTech, and then please welcome the presenter from T2C Associates. 好，这边呢，我们欢迎代表到台上来，掌声欢迎他 ，round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. And I'm Dr. Tang, the project leader of the medical awareness company in Germany. And I want to introduce the fully autonomous nurse assistant robot named FENA. According to American Nurse Association, the nurse's burden primarily stemmed from the concern about patient safety, physical labor, and paperwork, and delayed clinical support. FENA can offer assistance through the full technology to help the nurse. The full technology named non-contact physiology sensor, 2 clinical decision support system, 3 joint lifting system, and 4 telemedicine network. FENA can watch you just in 5 minutes, can get all data and computing the answer and give the FENA an order to help the patient. So it means automatic process to identify the patient condition and assist the patient in time. FENA differs from the traditional medical assistant robot equipped with over 6 technology. He can watch you, chat with you, assess you, assist with you, and call doctor as needed. And all action will be documented in the medical record. As our research, one FENA can complete the daily workload to about that of 5 nurses. It operated for 16 hours a day, and he can work the year limit about 5 years. Our initial business model is focused on B2B, such as direct sales, leasing models, and the subscription-based service to a hospital facility. In the subsequent stages, we plan to introduce the robot as a service model. Here, according to the Marks report, global medical assisted robot market is projected to experience double digital growth, while on my estimate for about 15 to 20% only. Here is the timeline to our project to market. Year 1, we partner with University Hospital Frankfurt, and year 2, we developed 2 prototypes. Year 3, we expand our cooperation beyond Europe, and year 4, we launch marketing. We launched the global marketing campaign, and year 5, we focused on the commoditization and the IPO. Our status financial plan is an annual operating budget is at 2.5 million in the first years, and increasing to the 12 million in the first days, stabilizing at $8 million annually thereafter. I mean the dollars is euros. And we began production in the first years, about 5 units, and increasing to 1.35 times each year. And the unit cost, it will It projects annual revenue where it's $109 million. It's our team. I myself is a former government officer in charge of the deployment of telemedicine work in Taiwan and connected with the United States. And our partner, Ms. Walker. Walker is a former car designer at Audi. He's in charge of systemic engineering. And Mr. Joe, he's a former general manager of the technology transfer company in Germany. He in charge of the mechatronics. And Hildegard, he is a former vice president of a German medical group in charge of finance and operation. And our director, Ms. Lia, in charge of the international business cooperation and development. We are seeking for the 2.5 million to fast track our project. Thank you.
Thank our presenters from T2C Associates. And now each team, please send one representative to come to the front and sit. And remember, if you need any papers or pen, please bring along them with you. 好，我们各队现在派一位代表到台前入座。然后呢，如果大家需要纸跟笔的话，请自己携带哦。接下来是 Q&A 时间 ，It's time for Q&A session. 好，那接下来呢，我们会把时间交给我们的裁判。
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Yan Zhen from Diamond Biopharm. You can call me YC. Firstly, I would like to thank the company for the very fruitful presentation, very wonderful. For the Q&A session, maybe we can do it like one company by one company, yeah, which I will ask the reviewer to raise your questions to the companies, and then the company can answer the questions collectively. So we can do it one by one, okay? It sounds like an idea, right? Okay. So for the first company, at Genomics, any reviewer have a question to the company?
Thanks for your presentation. We are so impressed on your data analysis of all the heterogeneous data. And I have two questions for you. You mentioned about the AI technology you have to adopt to really improve your technology and also can reduce the cost. Can you elaborate more on any AI technology you continue to adopt? And second is about now we have the NGS new policies for the NHIA, so all government Taiwan policy. That is a very good benefits for all the Taiwan public. Do you have any further collaboration to leverage this NGS opportunity to expand your market? Yeah.
Any reviewers?
Another question is whether or not you have access to free use of the data beyond the applications, or whether or not you are forbidden from using it, because that makes a big difference in terms of the value of the IP that you could be generating.
Yeah, I want to add one question is about the funding plan. Can you explain more detail about your funding plan? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my question is actually for all the presenter. So all of you have presented a platformer technology, but I want to ask each of you, what is your #1 indication or target patient population for as your niche? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so remember this for all the companies. Okay, so any questions to add genomics? No. Okay, please. So.
All right. Yeah. Well, thank you, reviewer, for your questions. I think those are very important questions we need to consider going forward. And I think AI, artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI, is still very early beginning of the usage or application in the genomics, particularly precision medicine. So at genomics, we heavily use generative AI to help bring all the data together, including the data Andrew you asked about the open data, right? Because we are dealing a lot of open the data, not only the proprietary data, but also the open data, or any other source of the data we generate in the clinical context. And the problem is, why we are focusing on computational problem is we have to digest somehow this data into a meaningful form for example, like a genetic counselor, physicians, pathologists to understanding deeply and quickly about the data. So that is centered around our strategy using the AI and cloud technology all together, and along with the NVIDIA and Microsoft as well, okay? And of course, we want to partner with a government initiative or some sort of large-scale genomics project initiative to make more impactful collaboration in the market. And I think that is one of the keynote speech mentioned that we need to focus on the science, focus on the medicine. Of course, now we're related to the cash, the money we need. So right now, in the very beginning of this year, we just closed a new round, new financing. Of course, we cannot wait longer if we have enough money to get more. So if you are interested to basically, Genomics is a low asset company, so you can see we reduce the risk, the denominator, the risk to move forward. So if you have any funding that you want to support, like the leading company like Genomics in Taiwan, so please welcome to find me. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to the next company, Blood-Scan Biotech. So any question to the company?
Blood-Scan, right? Blood-Scan, yeah.
Blood-Scan.
So the question I have for you is that I think there are big, you show that the technology developed actually give a lot of improvement in terms of cell number, viability, and so on. But there exists other technology out there. So to what degree actually this improvement can do identify broader cancer state, or whether you can really have a much better granularity, or this improvement is just in terms of numbers? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, a similar question. Tumor cells have an incredible diversity of sizes, surface charges, metabolism. Really, two questions. What is it about your microfluidic system that allows you to separate all kinds of tumor cells from all kinds of blood cells? And what is the evidence that it will work for multiple types of tumors? Because we're really talking about detecting cancers in advance of a clinical diagnosis.
Any questions?
So in the United States, in order to get a device approved, it's not enough to get to safety and efficacy. You also have to demonstrate some kind of reasonableness and usefulness. And the question is, do you see any particular usefulness of this device beyond what's already being done right now? Because, for example, if you can pair your particular platform with a new form of therapeutic, that gives you an advantage across all of your competitors. But I just was wondering if you were thinking about that versus just simply doing a better job of what's already being done out there.
Thank you. Any questions? No, so come. Thank you, Eric.
All right. Thank you very much for all the questions. So about the improvement parts, there are actually 4 factors we try to offer in our product. First, of course, better performance. Second is broader applications. As I mentioned, we did all sorts of downstream analysis. And third is lower price, and because we surveyed so many end users, and we understand that the maximum they could take is $300. So we are lowering it to 1/3 of the price. And the fourth is greater ease of usability or ease of use. Actually, if you take a look at all the other available platforms in the markets, you'll see why I'm saying that the greater ease of usability is important, because that's basically, if you want people to use it every day, it has to be as simple as pushing a button, and that's our design philosophy. So about why we can separate all the cells from all sorts of cancers. We tried over 1,000 clinical samples. And of course, we started with cell lines. That includes breast cancer cell lines, lung cancer cell lines, and prostate, pancreatic, and liver cancer. No worry. We're certain to say that at least in the type of cancer we tested, for example, in non-small cell lung cancer, we're able to detect 95% of the CTCs out of all the patients that came to us. So it's a 95% clinical sensitivity. Of course, we cannot detect all type of cancer. For example, if there's sarcoma, there are smaller cells, so we could not, or melanoma, if there are smaller cells, we cannot detect them. But for these type of cells and these type of cancer patients we've evaluated with, tested with them, we were able to isolate all the cells. And of course, across different type of cancers, we have to fine tune the chip, some of the parameters or the flow parameters to tailor the chip for the certain applications. And between different type of cancer, we have a performance difference. For example, some have lower performance of 85% recovery, some have a higher at 95%. And about the usefulness, I think it's a question, we can benefit certain populations. Of course, the first is patient. In one of our clinical study, we isolated the CTCs culture into cell lines and tested drugs for the patient, whichever the compound is most effective for the patient. And it turned out to be a compound named TPX0005, and it was at that time a clinical study stage drug. Right now it's called reprotracted, I'm sorry, I forgot the name. But during that time, we matched the patient into the hospital that offered this clinical trial. And it turned out the patient received the treatment very well, and it elongated her life for a tremendous amount of time. And the second part is for the pharma companies. A potential use of our technology is to identify which kind of patients will be can use their drug, and it can shorten the length of the clinical trial, and it can better identify which patients are the best for the drug. And also, potentially, if we can isolate the CTCs culture into cell lines and identify new biomarkers, it's a possible way to find new drugs or new actionable targets. And the final question is about which is the go-to market of our platform. I'll say it's non-small cell lung cancer for us because we can isolate out the circulating tumor cells from NSCLC, while most of the technologies couldn't. And in average, we isolated about 400 cells per ml of blood. Compared to cell search, they couldn't find anything. And that's the first reason. And second reason is that there are a lot of actionable targets in non-small cell lung cancer and lots of therapies. That's why we think we can help both the patients and the pharma companies. Yeah, that's my answer. I hope I answer all the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So let's move to the next company. Next one is Super Genius AI Tech. Any questions to the company?
I'm interested in, as you think about the fact that there's sort of many different approaches to vital sign monitoring and assessment, non-invasive assessment, how have you thought about understanding what is most important to the healthcare community? So when you have access to this data, what would the healthcare provider be interested in seeing so that they may be able to take action? Because many of these measurements may be considered fairly non-specific, and how are you thinking about what they would correlate with so that it would be valuable for the healthcare provider to know when to intervene?
Any questions? Okay, just one question.
It's really impressive what you presented. If I can just understand a little bit better on the accuracy of what you have already developed compared to the actual lab test or the different current methods of testing.
Thank you. So, company, please.
Thank you for your question. For the accuracy, we have already finished the clinical trial in the hospital, and we compare with the golden standard measurement equipment. So we analyze the data and setting the environment of our measurement condition, so we can, and this is satisfied with the medical level of for accuracy. Yeah, and because we cooperate with the hospital and go through the true situation, so we know their demand, and to finish some testing for the commercialized POC and the clinical trial, so we know how to do it. Because now our company cooperated with some partner in Taiwan and in Japan, so our solution also introduced into the market, so we know all the environment, how to use our solution, and how to get the accuracy for different situation. Because we use the camera to capture the face, it depends on the light, the environmental light. But you know, in the nursing house or in the hospital, we can control the measurement condition, so we can get high accuracy like the clinical trial in the hospital. So now for our solution, the first thing we use is to the is B2B, not for the commercial, for the customer. Because if we put our solution in our cell phone, everybody to use it, the environment, light condition is different. So now we focus on the telemedicine or nursing house. This area we can control the environment.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next company, Dental. Any question to the company?
So I'm from Southeast Asia, I'm Indonesian in fact, and you put that as one of your market. So I think Dental seems to be doing extremely well in Taiwan. However, in Southeast Asia, as you know, it has a very different, I guess, like income, insurance policy, the way dentist works is very different. Like most of them are actually, like a more private practice and so on. So what kind of work has you done in terms of looking at insurance policy in different countries and the possibility of being accepted in the market?
Excuse me, what's the last questions?
The market acceptability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so as you can see, we did a very successful...
That's the other reviewer to question first.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation, especially you mentioned about your business model and how to go to market in the Southeast Asia. And I also want to follow the questions about the Southeast Asia market is a different archetype compared from Taiwan, South Korea reimbursed market. So I'm quite interested about how do you leverage your e-commerce or any like e-pharmacy or any of the different channel to really expand the market. Thank you.
So in one of your graphs, I thought you listed the FDA as a timeline for getting some kind of approval. I'm just curious if that's actually necessary, because I thought that this software doesn't seem like it would require any kind of approval. So just want to get a little bit more clarity about exactly what you're targeting. And the second related question is, there's a machine learning component to some of the things that you described. At least in the United States, dentists aren't really known for their, computer savvy and interest in that area. Is that a particular challenge, or is that something you found to be very useful in the Taiwanese market? I'd be curious.
Okay, so please, thank you.
All right, starting from the market strategy, that's why we put the targets for focus on the CE market. As we know, the insurance, healthcare insurance in Taiwan, which is unique, it's really, we all benefit from this kind of system, but that's not the situations of the other countries. And the CE market, we observe, which is the surging trend, and the people are have more demanding, and they're looking for the better medical quality, especially when they're capable to afford the higher treatment. They're getting more focus on that. Why we starting from the CE market? Because we can see the opportunities. What is the opportunities? Taking Singapore as an example. Singapore will be the role model in the CE markets. As we all know, it's a there's a financial centers in CE markets. Also, they have the, I wouldn't say the excellence quality, but they're pursuing the excellence quality of especially in dental market. We know the dental market is a specific compared to other medical field. However, in the entire life, we all may need this service. We all may looking for this treatment at the end of the day. And then we can see the first success of a Quanmin, if any one of you know the QMS dental group in Singapore, which is really famous around the world. We are searching for the collaborations to the business and the technical. As you all can see, we have the AI models and we have the software. So we have the strong softwares in technical. We have our own development team. Also, we have the experts in dental. All right, and the second questions will be focusing on the, excuse me, may I mention the questions again is focusing on the targets? Okay, the targets, yes, compared to the other companies here, our targets is that the ultimate goal is to benefit on the patients, but we are at these phases, our target client will be on the chain clinic and medical institution because we sell the software. And we would like our AI models are able to provide them a better diagnosis on clinical, providing the documentation, the solid documentations and benefit for the patients in the insurance claim. But the dental, in Taiwan, the insurance part, we don't have the specific dental insurance. It all covered under the medical one. So I think we're the first company. We're doing the all cloud-based dental management system. So we have the database, we have the experience. We know how to manage all the status. So take an example. If the insurance company they need to calculate it with the new dental insurance, they may need these data. If we see the patients, they regularly see the dentist, they're taking good care of this oral health, then probably I can pay a little less of my premiums, right? So this is what we're doing in the futures. And in the US, that's another situations. We cost a lot in medical treatment. This is why we focus on the insurance. So in Taiwan, our as the AI model I just showed, before black and white X-rays, we just tell the patients, oh, you need to pay like how much which is costly for the treatment. They may have a lot of vague communications. They probably have another gray area of the we call it gap miscommunication. So our AI model are providing the supportive documentations and the communications enhance the qualities to better learn about my treatments and my conditions. Right, so thank you.
Thank you, yeah. So let's move to the last company, T2C.
So yeah, a number of questions and suggestions. One is, as you know, there's a lot of effort developing robotics, both in the United States and Japan, and many other countries. So what in particular about FANAR makes it uniquely suitable for nursing? Because there are many other robots that can presumably do the usual tasks of helping to lift patients and getting drinks and food. I presume that it's got to be specific nursing functions like drawing blood or being able to administer, certain kinds of medical procedures. If that's the case, then wouldn't you need some kind of approval, whether it's FDA approval or the AMA or nursing procedures certification to be able to do that? So that's one question. Second, this is just a comment. In terms of the name, I think you could consider using a more user-friendly name than FANR. I would suggest dropping the first and the last letter, so Autonomous Nursing Assistant or ANA, that might be better. Third point, I think you might want to get together with super genius AI tech, because if there's a way to actually use your technology for diagnostics, that could be a really powerful version of what a robotic can do that other robots out there can't, so that would differentiate your product.
Any questions?
Our robot have 4 unique compared to Japanese. You know, the first medical assisted robot published in Japan in 2017, but it's disappear, you know, because it's just the robot work commanded by a nurse. But our robot is a fully automated process to identify the patient, because here is the very unique. The robot can watch the patient, can get every kind of the much more the vital signs, and the first non-contact, and all the data were catched to compute on the clinical decision support. So the data will not be a trash only, a waste. Here will be computer. The computer is rule-based, not the current GAI or what kind. And after the clinical decision support, the system calculated the data. It will form the order. The order then transmitted to the robot. He can automatically to assist, or he will decide to assist or not assist the patient. It's very important too. The first is the joint. The joint in a Japanese robot, he cannot lift the patient, just push the patient. But the joint very unique in Taiwan. They can elevate the patient around 100 kilograms, not just a cup or paper only. It's very unique, 3. And the 4 is telemedicine network deployment. If the robot can decide where he want to do the patient. If the order beyond the robot, he can alarm through the telemedicine, the backup, the real physical medical team that will support the robot. So the FENA robot can go anywhere, 24 hours, and look at any kind of patient and take any picture. It's very, very important to mitigate the burden of nurse, because nurse takes much time to take vital signs for patient, to record the code. Anything can mitigate the patient, the nurse will be easy. So we have 4 technology. Actually, the technology is distributed all kind of the world, worldwide. But our core technology is systemic engineering design. Because I'm a doctor, I make the medical logic. My partner worker, he is a car designer at Audi. He is my classmate in the Max Planck Institute in Munich. We started the patent. We are good friends. He told me that the robot is kind of the car, systemic design. If you have the best of the car design, you cannot design a robot. So you know the Audi is very strong, the car company, and my friend is a car designer. So we put the idea together, and the second question I don't know, but I can answer you. Not Anna is popular. Fena is like a German lady's name, so he called the name. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's a very wonderful discussion. Because it's already lunchtime, so I guess I need to end this section. I want to thank you everyone here for your participation today. Thank you.
All right, thank our representatives and our judges for joining this Q&A session. So now we'd like to ask our judges to proceed to A215 to deliberate and score the presentations and also to have lunch over there, A215. 好，我们请评审们可以移动至 A215 开会，同时来用餐。那我们也提醒大家，4点半哦，今天4点半的时候会进行颁奖典礼，请大家敬请期待。So our award ceremony will take place this afternoon at 4:30, and next we'll have a lunch break. Please proceed to the registration counter on the 3rd floor dining room to collect your lunch boxes. VIP guests, please head to room C123 for your meal. If you're unsure of the exact location, please ask any staff nearby. 好，我们现在提醒大家是用餐时间，请大家可以移动脚步到3楼的西餐厅领取午餐餐盒。有佩戴贵宾证的朋友，请大家到会议室 C123 用餐。如果有不清楚位置的话，请询问身边的工作人员。那今天除了主会场之外，1楼西侧大厅也有这一次的生医成果海报展，呈现了技术展示、产品优势，还有未来营运规划，希望能够再次创造合作新高峰。下午的议程会在2点钟开始，请各位交流之余不要忘记准时回来到现场2点。In addition to the main venue, the Biomedical poster exhibition is also set up in the west side lobby on the 1st floor. This exhibition showcases technological demonstrations, product advantages, and future business plans, aiming to foster new collaboration. The afternoon session will begin at 2. Please remember to return to the venue at 2. Thank you.
位于台北市南港地区的国家生技研究园区，成立于2018年10月，紧邻中央研究院，周边还有南港软体经贸园区及12家医学中心。南港生医聚落的形成，将扩大群聚效应，更快速地带动产业的发展。
国家生技研究园区的成立，是以推动国家生技医药发展为重大责任，以强大的研发能量为基石，将重要的转译研究成果转化为促进人类健康福祉之重大价值。
开发过程，并将生态保护视为首要任务，在生态保育的工作做了最佳的示范。国家生技研究园区是国内第1座跨产官学研共同进驻之生医研究园区，以中央研究院之研发能力为主轴，并引进与生技产业发展相关之政府机关进驻，期待在产官学研共同努力之下，将重要的研究成果转化具社会价值的产出。首先，中央研究院生医转译研究中心建筑于园区的 A、B、C、D 栋，以转译医学与生技制药为发展主力，并负责推动创新生技平台的发展。经济部财团法人生物技术开发中心建筑于园区的1栋，专精新药临床前开发与转译价值服务。卫生福利部食品药物管理署进驻于园区的 F 栋，主要提供医药产业辅导、法规咨询服务。国家实验研究院国家实验动物中心进驻于园区的G 栋，提供多元化动物资源及试验服务。因应国家生技研究园区的成立，中央研究院特别设立生医转译研究中心， 并于2019年9月进驻于国家生技研究园区。
生医转译研究中心的成立宗旨是要建构一个强大的生医产业生态系，协助生医新创团队将创新的基础化研为用。
生医转译研究中心设置有4个专题中心，共同执行推动台湾生技医药发展的任务。转译医学专题中心的任务在引进优秀团队进驻园区，进行转译医学研究，除提供核心设施与关键技术服务，同时建制完善的生技产业生态系，全力协助新创团队化研为用。转译中心目前所提供之8大核心设施包含：1、药物合成及分析；2、人类治疗性抗体研发平台；3、RNA 技术平台与基因操控；4、mRNA 先导研究核心设施；5、台湾小鼠诊所；6、生医转译核心共宜设施；7、感染性疾病核心设施；8、台湾人体生物资料库。新兴传染病专题中心的任务，在整合中研院具传染病研发专长之各领域专家，建立传染病防治研究之各项技术平台、动物模式，及建制国家级 P2、P3 实验室。智慧医学专题中心任务在建制医疗影像、多体学与 AI 大数据分析基础设施，建立预防或早期治疗以及精准医疗的资讯平台。国家生技研究园区另设置创福育成中心 BioHub Taiwan， 由创福育成专题中心营运。主要任务在打造园区生态系，孕育国内生技医药的新创团队及企业，并链接国际生医加速器计划以及国家生技研究园区学院的人才培育。国家生技研究园区加速建构我国尖端生技产业之基础及动力，除了造福国人的健康与福祉外，并要以生技制药带动台湾新经济的起飞。 位于台北市南港地区的国家生技研究园区，成立于2018年10月，紧邻中央研究院，周边还有南港软体经贸园区及12家医学中心。南港生医聚落的形成，将扩大群聚效应，更快速地带动产业的发展。
国家生技研究园区的成立，是以推动国家生技医药发展为重大责任，以强大的研发能量为基石，将重要的转译研究成果转化为促进人类健康福祉之重大价值。
开发过程，并将生态保护视为首要任务，在生态保育的工作做了最佳的示范。国家生技研究园区是国内第一座跨产官学研共同进驻之生医研究园区，以中央研究院之研发能力为主轴，并引进与生技产业发展相关之政府机关进驻，期待在产官学研共同努力之下，将重要的研究成果转化具社会价值的产出。首先，中央研究院生医转译研究中心建筑于园区的 A、B、C、D 栋，以转译医学与生技制药为发展主力，并负责推动创新生技平台的发展。经济部财团法人生物技术开发中心建筑于园区的1栋，专精新药临床前开发与转译价值服务。卫生福利部食品药物管理署进驻于园区的 F 栋，主要提供医药产业辅导、法规咨询服务。国家实验研究院国家实验动物中心进驻于园区的G 栋，提供多元化动物资源及试验服务。因应国家生技研究园区的成立，中央研究院特别设立生医转译研究中心，并于2019年9月进驻于国家生技研究园区。
生医转译研究中心的成立宗旨是要建构一个强大的生医产业生态系，协助生医新创团队将创新的基础化研为用。
生医转译研究中心设置有4个专题中心，共同执行推动台湾生技医药发展的任务。转译医学专题中心的任务在引进优秀团队进驻园区，进行转译医学研究，除提供核心设施与关键技术服务，同时建制完善的生技产业生态系，全力协助新创团队化研为用。转译中心目前所提供之8大核心设施包含：1、药物合成及分析；2、人类治疗性抗体研发平台；3、RNA 技术平台与基因操控；4、mRNA 先导研究核心设施；5、台湾小鼠诊所；6、生医转译核心供仪设施；7、感染性疾病核心设施；8、台湾人体生物资料库。新兴传染病专题中心的任务，在整合中研院具传染病研发专长之各领域专家，建立传染病防治研究之各项技术平台、动物模式，及建制国家级 P2、P3 实验室。智慧医学专题中心任务在建制医疗影像、多体学与 AI 大数据分析基础设施，建立预防或早期治疗以及精准医疗的资讯平台。国家生技研究园区另设置创福育成中心 BioHub Taiwan， 由创福育成专题中心营运，主要任务在打造园区生态系，孕育国内生技医药的新创团队及企业，并链接国际生医加速器计划以及国家生技研究园区学院的人才培育。 国家生技研究园区，加速建构我国尖端生技产业之基础及动力。除了造福国人的健康与福祉外，并要以生技制药带动台湾新经济的起飞。 位于台北市南港地区的国家生技研究园区，成立于2018年10月，紧邻中央研究院，周边还有南港软体经贸园区及12家医学中心。南港生医聚落的形成，将扩大群聚效应，更快速地带动产业的发展。
国家生技研究园区的成立，是以推动国家生技医药发展为重大责任，以强大的研发能量为基石，将重要的转译研究成果转化为促进人类健康福祉之重大价值。
开发过程，并将生态保护视为首要任务，在生态保育的工作做了最佳的示范。国家生技研究园区是国内第一座跨产官学研共同进驻之生医研究园区，以中央研究院之研发能力为主轴，并引进与生技产业发展相关之政府机关进驻，期待在产官学研共同努力之下，将重要的研究成果转化具社会价值的产出。首先，中央研究院生医转译研究中心进驻于园区的 A、B、C、D 栋，以转译医学与生技制药为发展主力，并负责推动创新生技平台的发展。经济部财团法人生物技术开发中心进驻于园区的1栋，专精新药临床前开发与转译加值服务。卫生福利部食品药物管理署进驻于园区的 F 栋，主要提供医药产业辅导、法规咨询服务。国家实验研究院国家实验动物中心进驻于园区的G 栋，提供多元化动物资源及试验服务。因应国家生技研究园区的成立，中央研究院 特别设立生医转译研究中心，并于2019年9月进驻于国家生技研究园区。
生医转译研究中心的成立宗旨是要建构一个强大的生医产业生态系，协助生医新创团队将创新的基础化研为用。
生医转译研究中心设置有4个专题中心，共同执行推动台湾生技医药发展的任务。转译医学专题中心的任务在引进优秀团队进驻园区，进行转译医学研究，除提供核心设施与关键技术服务，同时建制完善的生技产业生态系，全力协助新创团队化研为用。转译中心目前所提供之8大核心设施包含：1、药物合成及分析；2、人类治疗性抗体研发平台；3、RNA 技术平台与基因操控；4、mRNA 先导研究核心设施；5、台湾小鼠诊所；6、生医转译核心供仪设施；7、感染性疾病核心设施；8、台湾人体生物资料库。新兴传染病专题中心的任务，在整合中研院具传染病研发专长之各领域专家，建立传染病防治研究之各项技术平台、动物模式，及建制国家级 P2、P3 实验室。智慧医学专题中心任务在建制医疗影像、多体学与 AI 大数据分析基础设施，建立预防或早期治疗以及精准医疗的资讯平台。国家生技研究园区另设置创福育成中心 BioHub Taiwan， 由创福育成专题中心营运，主要任务在打造园区生态系，孕育国内生技医药的新创团队及企业，并链接国际生医加速器计划以及国家生技研究园区学院的人才培育。国家生技研究园区加速建构我国尖端生技产业之基础及动力，除了造福国人的健康与福祉外，并要以生技制药带动台湾新经济的起飞。 位于台北市南港地区的国家生技研究园区，成立于2018年10月，紧邻中央研究院，周边还有南港软体经贸园区及12家医学中心。南港生医聚落的形成，将扩大群聚效应，更快速地带动产业的发展。
国家生技研究园区的成立，是以推动国家生技医药发展为重大责任，以强大的研发能量为基石，将重要的转译研究成果转化为促进人类健康福祉之重大价值。
开发过程，并将生态保护视为首要任务，在生态保育的工作做了最佳的示范。国家生技研究园区是国内第一座跨产官学研共同进驻之生医研究园区，以中央研究院之研发能力为主轴，并引进与生技产业发展相关之政府机关进驻，期待在产官学研共同努力之下，将重要的研究成果转化具社会价值的产出。首先，中央研究院生医转译研究中心进驻于园区的 A、B、C、D 栋，以转译医学与生技制药为发展主力，并负责推动创新生技平台的发展。经济部财团法人生物技术开发中心进驻于园区的1栋，专精新药临床前开发与转译价值服务。卫生福利部食品药物管理署进驻于园区的 F 栋，主要提供医药产业辅导、法规咨询服务。国家实验研究院国家实验动物中心进驻于园区的G 栋，提供多元化动物资源及试验服务。因应国家生技研究园区的成立，中央研究院特别设立生医转译研究中心，并于2019年9月进驻于国家生技研究园区。
生医转译研究中心的成立宗旨是要建构一个强大的生医产业生态系，协助生医新创团队将创新的基础化研为用。
生医转译研究中心设置有4个专题中心，共同执行推动台湾生技医药发展的任务。转译医学专题中心的任务在引进优秀团队进驻园区，进行转译医学研究，除提供核心设施与关键技术服务，同时建制完善的生技产业生态系，全力协助新创团队化研为用。转译中心目前所提供之8大核心设施包含：1、药物合成及分析；2、人类治疗性抗体研发平台；3、RNA 技术平台与基因操控；4、mRNA 先导研究核心设施；5、台湾小鼠诊所；6、生医转译核心共宜设施；7、感染性疾病核心设施；8、台湾人体生物资料库。新兴传染病专题中心的任务，在整合中研院具传染病研发专长之各领域专家，建立传染病防治研究之各项技术平台、动物模式，及建制国家级 P2、P3 实验室。智慧医学专题中心任务在建制医疗影像、多体学与 AI 大数据分析基础设施，建立预防或早期治疗以及精准医疗的资讯平台。国家生技研究园区另设置创福育成中心 BioHub Taiwan， 由创福育成专题中心营运，主要任务在打造园区生态系，孕育国内生技医药的新创团队及企业，并链接国际生医加速器计划以及国家生技研究园区学院的人才培育。 国家生技研究园区，加速建构我国尖端生技产业之基础及动力。除了造福国人的健康与福祉外，并要以生技制药带动台湾新经济的起飞。 位于台北市南港地区的国家生技研究园区，成立于2018年10月，紧邻中央研究院，周边还有南港软体经贸园区及12家医学中心。南港生医聚落的形成，将扩大群聚效应，更快速地带动产业的发展。
国家生技研究园区的成立，是以推动国家生技医药发展为重大责任，以强大的研发能量为基石，将重要的转译研究成果转化为促进人类健康福祉之重大价值。
开发过程，并将生态保护视为首要任务，在生态保育的工作做了最佳的示范。国家生技研究园区是国内第一座跨产官学研共同进驻之生医研究园区，以中央研究院之研发能力为主轴，并引进与生技产业发展相关之政府机关进驻，期待在产官学研共同努力之下，将重要的研究成果转化具社会价值的产出。首先，中央研究院生医转译研究中心进驻于园区的 A、B、C、D 栋，以转译医学与生技制药为发展主力，并负责推动创新生技平台的发展。经济部财团法人生物技术开发中心进驻于园区的1栋，专精新药临床前开发与转译价值服务。卫生福利部食品药物管理署进驻于园区的 F 栋，主要提供医药产业辅导、法规咨询服务。国家实验研究院国家实验动物中心进驻于园区的G 栋，提供多元化动物资源及试验服务。因应国家生技研究园区的成立，中央研究院特别设立生医转译研究中心，并于2019年9月进驻于国家生技研究园区。
生医转译研究中心的成立宗旨是要建构一个强大的生医产业生态系，协助生医新创团队将创新的基础化研为用。
生医转译研究中心设置有4个专题中心，共同执行推动台湾生技医药发展的任务。转译医学专题中心的任务在引进优秀团队进驻园区，进行转译医学研究，除提供核心设施与关键技术服务，同时建制完善的生技产业生态系，全力协助新创团队化研为用。转译中心目前所提供之8大核心设施包含：1、药物合成及分析；2、人类治疗性抗体研发平台；3、RNA 技术平台与基因操控；4、mRNA 先导研究核心设施；5、台湾小鼠诊所；6、生医转译核心供仪设施；7、感染性疾病核心设施；8、台湾人体生物资料库。新兴传染病专题中心的任务，在整合中研院具传染病研发专长之各领域专家，建立传染病防治研究之各项技术平台、动物模式，及建制国家级 P2、P3 实验室。智慧医学专题中心任务在建制医疗影像、多体学与 AI 大数据分析基础设施，建立预防或早期治疗以及精准医疗的资讯平台。国家生技研究园区另设置创福育成中心 BioHub Taiwan， 由创福育成专题中心营运，主要任务在打造园区生态系，孕育国内生技医药的新创团队及企业，并链接国际生医加速器计划以及国家生技研究园区学院的人才培育。 国家生技研究园区，加速建构我国尖端生技产业之基础及动力。除了造福国人的健康与福祉外，并要以生技制药带动台湾新经济的起飞。
So this session is short seminar, and it will be introduced by Dr. Shi Xiuming, Research Fellow and CEO of the Innovation Incubation Center of Biomedical, CEO, Translation Centers, and Academia Sinica. We're pleased to have Assistant Professor Dr. Novalia Pishesha from Boston Children's Hospital and Harvard Medical School as the speaker for this session. 好，我们这边呢就把时间交给我们的 Dr. 施，热烈掌声欢迎他。
Thanks a lot for stay after lunch. And it's my really great honor to introduce the new, really the young talent scientists. Okay. So for those who are not familiar with the Novalia Pishesha, and her original from Indonesia and earned her PhD of biomedical engineering from MIT and in 2018. Okay, that under the mentorship of the Dr. Harvey Lodish, and where her research focused on the engineering of the red blood cell for the treatment of the autoimmune disease, hyperlipidemia, and the development of the bio-defense strategies against the lethal bioweapons. And follow her graduation, Nova has been elected as a junior fellow at the Harvard Society of the Fellows and continue her research. And her work has revolved around this so-called alpha-PECA-derived single domain antibody fragment, which is, the nanobody. And this platform created a novel therapeutic for immune modulation, especially for treatment of various autoimmune disease and enhance the vaccine efficacy. I think she is really brilliant and brave that in 2020, she co-founded and served as the CEO of the Cerberus Therapeutics, a biotech company based on this technology. And in this year, the beginning of this year, Nova initiated her own lab at the Boston Children's Hospital and Harvard Medical School. And so where she served as an assistant professor, still ongoing doing the research in immune engineering and to combat the pathogenic immunity. I think today she will share with us her journey, how from the lab to the this biotech company. I think the journey I believe is a lot of challenge. This is the way we should learn from her. Let's give applause to welcome Novalia Pishesha.
Oh, okay. Oops. So yeah, thank you so much for coming here today, and thank you for the organizer to give me the opportunity to share my experience to date. So I'm Nova. I think there is a quite nice introduction done, so I think I can skip a few things. So I am currently an assistant professor at Children's Hospital and Harvard Medical School, and as mentioned, I'm co-founder, and I'm still staying at the board and the scientific advisory board of the company I co-founded 2 years ago. So I guess, as mentioned, I'm originally from Indonesia, and the reason why I want to start saying about the journey, I think I want to highlight how a lot of young scientists like myself in Boston have really an opportunity and actually a privilege to stand on the shoulders of all of the giants whose work you have heard in the past 2 days. Andrew, Harvey, Lauren, they are all representing the different aspect of biotechnology environment and how we truly benefit from there. And I guess I'm an example of it. And hopefully my experience will be useful. So as you see, I'm originally from Indonesia. I completed my high school there. And then I came to the United States for college. I trained completely in the science part, so as a bioengineer, and at Berkeley, and then I then started my PhD, and I have the privilege to be co-advised between Professor Harvey Lodish and Professor W. So I did that from 2012 to 2018. I mentioned the year because it's rather important. The reason being is that I had a quick discussion with Lauren during lunch how when you look at Kendall Square right now, it's 300 plus companies and so on. But when I came to Boston in 2012, there was a lot of company, but it was maybe 100 at most or less than that. So as you can see, you know, in only the past 10 years that things really boom and was so lucky that a lot of the young scientists, engineers like myself were in the midst of it, and you can see what's going on, because when I started as a PhD student in 2012, I was in the MIT Biological Engineering department. So when we were in the orientation, they provide us with this pie chart that 50% of the students who graduated that year in 2012, 50% goes to the academic route, meaning they became a postdoc and eventually become an academic faculty members, and then 50% will go to industry at different areas. However, fast forward 6 years later, when most of my cohort graduated, you see that the pie chart really changed a lot. So including myself, only 3 out of 24 actually in the academic route. And worry not, we actually get really good faculty positions, one at Harvard like myself, one at Columbia and Dartmouth. So it's not that there is no good faculty positions out there, but there are so many other opportunities that actually gonna go back feeding into the ecosystem of biotech that the students just jump right into after graduation. So you can see the industry, not only just big pharma now, a lot of them actually started their own company right after PhD, but also a big part is actually biotech venture capital. And this is important when you see later on during my talk. Healthcare consulting is also policy. So you see that the students with the PhD have the being at the Kendall Square area, I actually noticed that there are so much other opportunities that are out there beyond just the standard academic and industry. And you know, I think you've seen this map maybe the 3rd or 4th time during this demos day, but this is the reality that, you know, there is, you know, New York state of mind, but I guess we have Cambridge, Boston state of mind, that MIT being surrounded by all of this venture capital, pharma, like all of the biotechs, the incubators, and I don't have it here, but there is also, I don't know, like 10 plus hospitals, including Boston Children's. So, you know, if you think about it, is that even though you are trying to ignore it, you can't, because you go to have lunch, you know, like you just sit somewhere, people literally talk to you about, so what do you think about Moderna vaccine? Is it better than Pfizer? Like, you know, and if you just take an Uber from one place to another, even the Uber driver will ask you, is RNA vaccine better than protein-based vaccine? So that's like the degree of like permeation of biotech in the daily life, which, you know, as a budding scientist, you just can't help it. And you know, the good news is that because of that, all of this exposure, students, even at the, you know, young scientists, like being exposed to this, then they can have a much, you know, better decision about what kind of career they're gonna pursue. So that's really important. So I guess going back, like, there are a lot of different unique ways for someone to end up in the biotech industry. So I'm going to share my personal experience, of course, here. And once again, I mentioned my PhD was the engineered blood cells and their applications. So yeah, I actually dig this. This was my poster for my PhD thesis in 2018. And because Taiwan like cute things, so I guess that really fit. So, you know, what's really cool is that as a PhD student, I was working developing this engineered blood cell platform with other postdocs in the lab at the Whitehead Institute, co-advised between Harvey and Hida. We were actually funded by DARPA, so the funding to develop this technology from governmental funding. And what happened is that we make the technology work, and I still remember, it's really cool, Harvey was presenting my data. I was a first-year PhD student at that time in a, I forgot what forum, but then Nobar Afeyan, who is the flagship pioneering partner or co-founder, in fact, saw Harvey's data, and then he just talked to Harvey, said, Harvey, I think we have a company here. So then he co-founded the company with Harvey and Hida as the scientific co-founder. So Rubius Therapeutics came along, and my role was, I was one of the inventors of the technology that were licensed and became the foundation Rubius Therapeutics. So that was my first exposure to biotech, that things that I did in the lab literally last weekend actually can be a strong foundation for a biotech startup company, and actually it grew and we went IPO in 2018. So I think this is one example, and I think the first exposure that pretty much whet my appetite that things that we do in the lab can truly become a company and grow and so on. So that was my first flavor or like journey to Rubius Therapeutics, even though I wasn't co-founder or anything, but I was learning by osmosis because I serve as consultant in the early stage of the company, and being exposed to how fundraising works, how they had a business plan, how they got things together and so on. And so that was a really great research learning experience, just even being observing and being in the sideline. So when I graduated then, I was thinking about what I'm gonna do, but then I got elected to the Society of Fellow as a junior fellow, which is a semi-independent postdoctoral positions at Harvard. And the nice thing about this is that it really gives you a lot of freedom to pursue independent research. And so I decided to take it, and I expand my advisory kind of committee, you may say, to include Professor Harvey F and Sangeeta Bhatia, as well as extra mentors, who was the chairman of the Society of Fellow, Wally Gilbert, and who is a Nobel laureate as well. So what really, if you see this list of mentors, they have one thing in common. They all have started multiple companies and serve in multiple scientific advisory board or other board, being board member, a lot of different things. So, that's actually another example how truly standing at the shoulder of a giant is an extreme privilege that allow me to some degree, jumpstart a career in biotech very early on. So as a junior fellow, my focus has always been autoimmune diseases. So I'll talk about my research and how that became the next company that I've been focusing on, called Cerberus Therapeutics. So I've been interested in autoimmune diseases since I was younger because I grew up in Indonesia, and well, unfortunately, autoimmune diseases is everywhere, whether it's developing country or developed countries. And of course, treatment in a place like Indonesia is very limited. Actually, a lot of my friends and family members had autoimmune diseases and they couldn't really survive long. So as you see, there are about 10% of adults are affected, women are overrepresented, there is a rapid rising prevalence, so it's a really important diseases. And as you see, there are multiple different kind of diseases that can affect different organs. But current therapies are usually immunosuppressive regimen that shut down the entire immune response, which is bad because it exposes you to opportunistic infection, especially right now that COVID is still lingering around. So the kind of treatment I would like to develop is a treatment in which we can, let's say, take care the case of multiple sclerosis, which is the autoimmune disease in the central nervous system. So as you can see, there is like myelin-specific T cell that can attack your neuron demyelination of the neuron that cause paralysis and so on. So what I would like to develop is a treatment in which we only eliminate, instead of the entirety of the immune response, the specific immune response that target the central nervous system inflammation, so the myelin-specific T cells, what we call antigen-specific tolerance. So once again, when I started the journey as a junior fellow, I knew I would like to develop something that is beneficial for autoimmune disease. And honestly, I wasn't planning to start a company. I was just like, you know, can we develop something that is useful for both people, patients in developed and developing country? So because Indonesia, as you can see, it's a huge country and huge need of medical intervention, but it's logistically challenging and it has very limited biotech capacity. So what kind of treatment that, even though it can induce antigen-specific tolerance, at the same time it has to have a product profile as follows: something that is easy to scale up, hopefully inexpensive, hopefully a single dose can also provide lasting protection. Can we, you know, as an engineer, trained as an engineer, I also have an expectation whether we can develop something that's highly modular so it can be applicable across multiple diseases. And, you know, can we also, including some of this nitty detail, the exact epitope is not necessary, and also work across diverse genetic backgrounds. So this is kind of like my product profile interest. So then, instead of red blood cells, I work with new set of collaborators, the alpacas. And this is actually in the farm that we do the immunization. So why are alpacas special? So as you see that the standard traditional antibodies usually Y-shaped protein, in which the part that actually bind to a target is comprised of two domains, the heavy and the light chain, as you can see in the yellow and orange. However, alpacas and their camelid friends, as well as sharks, they have heavy chain only antibody on top of this more traditional monoclonal antibody, So because they only have this heavy chain only antibody, as you can see, the binding domain comprises one single domain, so you can derivatize it as single domain antibody fragments. And because it is single domain, so it is only 10 to 15 kilodalton, 1/10 the size of the traditional antibody. However, they are very similar in terms of their binding affinity as a traditional antibody, yet they have some of the advantage of better solubility and stability, and, you know, better tissue penetration and so on, but more importantly, easily scalable and manufacturable, because that's one point that I truly would like to incorporate into the design. So I guess I don't want to belabor the technology, but here I just want to show you that the anti-MHC class 2 nanobody, so majority complex class 2 is the target of our nanobody that we develop, and to it we create this adducts center on the specific nanobody. We attach, this is specific to antigen or self-peptide. So for example, if you want to induce tolerance against myelin, you attach myelin. If you want to induce tolerance against insulin, in the case of type 1 diabetes, you replace that with insulin. So that's the modular part of our technology. And then you incorporate as well anti-inflammatory drugs such as glucocorticoids or dexamethasone, for example, that create these trimodal adducts. So what happens is that when we inject these trimodal adducts into a circulation, it will bind to all of the MHC class 2 protein on the surface of all of the professional antigen-presenting cells. And this binding leads to uptake and the uptake and processing of the peptides and the drugs inside the antigen-presenting cell. The peptide will be reloaded into the MHC. I don't know whether we have pointer. I think we do. Reloaded into the MHC class 1 or class 2, depending on what you deliver as a peptide. And then the drugs will rewire the antigen-presenting cells to secrete immunosuppressive and inflammatory cytokine signal. So when an autoreactive CD4 T cell or other T cells that have TCR, T cell receptors specific for these complexes, they will be eliminated by being anergic or being deleted or making regulatory T cells, leaving the rest of the immune system intact, so what we call an antigen-specific tolerance. So there are a lot of versatile applications because I mentioned you can change the modular portion, the peptide portion, to the disease of interest. So we have application in autoimmune diseases because what we started with, and this is highlighted in red, is the diseases that you will see the preclinical data on today. But we also know that other pathogenic immunity can be tackled by this method. So for example, rejection against protein replacement therapy is pretty big, or transplant tolerance. Also in the case of gene therapy redosing, because we have AAV rejection. So muting all of this autoreactive unwanted immune response is a big area to address in an antigen-specific manner. Also, allergy is an area that's of interest. So just to I don't want to belabor against that because I know we have very limited amount of time. This is just to show you that we use a mouse model of multiple sclerosis in which we can, induce symptoms mimicking multiple sclerosis in mice. So they do generate immune response against myelin, and then they became paralyzed because of the destruction of the central nervous system. So I'm just showing you that we create a nanobody with the anti-MHC class 2 with the myelin peptide and dexamethasone. I will not go through it, but here how it looks like. So this is the mice, MS-like mice. So they are at clinical score of 3, meaning the mice have complete hin-leg paralysis. This is how they look like a day later with a single dose of injection of our ADAC. And then finally, it's actually lasting protection because 4 days later, they still maintain this. And this is all done with a single dose of injection. And also, of course, it works with one diseases. The idea is that we want to make something modular that is applicable to other diseases. So here, what I did then, we tried a type 1 diabetes mouse model. We just changed the myelin into a type 1 diabetes associated peptide, and we can protect the mice from developing type 1 diabetes, so from developing insulinitis. And finally, we also try in the case of rheumatoid arthritis mouse model, and it works very well because you see here, so in his context, actually, the higher disease score indicate a higher degree of inflammation in the joint, in the toes and paws of the animals, and you see that we can completely stopping this. So it's, just by changing the peptide you deliver, maintaining the rest of the trimodal ADAX composition in a single dose of very low 20 microgram, you actually can protect against development of autoimmune disease. So I just want to show, those data were great. So that's when I started to think, because, as a scientist, the data and the science come first before thinking about, whether we have a company out of it. So once we have all of this data, I start thinking, this is kind of the level of data that we kind of have when we actually start talking about having to start Rubius therapeutics with the engineered blood cells. So then but of course, as a scientist, we file a patent, so I didn't mention it, and also at the same time, we submit this the work into a publication to Nature Biomedical Engineering. And this is where it got interesting. So it was submitted to Nature Biomedical Engineering, and then during review, they actually put it in a research square, which is kind of like a bioarchive that is nature approved. And when this actually up, so the previous version, not the final version was up, a lot of my friends who I met throughout the years as a PhD student or as an undergraduate students, because this is 3 or 4 years, about 3 years after I graduated from my PhD, they are all now principal in venture capital, biotech venture capitals. So all of them were calling me and texting me whether I want to start at a company, which I was thinking about it, but those actually give me another boost of confidence that it is worth pursuing. So, this is also once again going back that because they are all your friends, so you like it or not, you keep up with what your friends do, and because they know me, they know the science and they trust the science, and that's how things naturally grow and put together. Well, I ended up taking money from different sources, but that was a good confirmation. So, I work in Heda's lab at that time. This technology developed there, and during, I've been very lucky that my 2 PhD advisors keep being my mentors forever. It's been 10 years, and they are still not tired of me. So we then, I told them maybe this is another company that, based on some of the work that I did, that we can start together, and they would just jump right to it, so that was cool. And we came up with Cerberus because it is a trimodal adduct, and Cerberus is a 3-headed dog, and also because we each have dogs, so I guess that's how the name was chosen, honestly. Nothing really fancy, and we got funding from this venture as well as a foundation. So that's how we got started, and another nice thing about being in the greater Boston area is that I quickly met Xiao Hong, who is actually Harvey's introduction. She actually married to a co-founder of Harvey's other company, so we keep it in the family. And she has an MBA, so she actually was very good in helping us with a business plan and running the finance aspect of the company. And Thibaut actually is my close collaborators in the lab, who actually I work together until today, and he served as a CTO. And as you see, there are like a lot of business and scientific advisors that you very quickly can find within your circles, because a lot of them have served in multiple other capacity in other company. So, well, I will not go through it, but I think this is great. I think we are working on further and raising the next round of funding, hopefully very soon. So yeah, so I think that just want to go back to this map, that as you see my journey, I was leaning in from the first experience as having a patent that was licensed to a company, and then building a second technology that I started the company on my own then. And I think the next round will be, well, as you know, I went back to academia, meaning that I started my own lab this January, and actually my friends Xiaohong and Thibaut are taking over for the time being, even though I'm still very much involved. So I think the next round for the next invention gonna be my students better build it rather than me. So as you see, this is young scientists and engineers learn by osmosis, because you just cannot help it. But there are a lot of different ways in the past 5 to 8 years, because there are more and more people like myself who started company right after PhD, so it's a founders-led company. I think there are a lot of interest now, because there are enough critical mass of students and postdoc and trainees who are interested. There is a huge Harvard Biotech Club and MIT Biotech Group, and I'm not mentioning the BU also have their own version, and Tufts and all of the university in the area, and they are not just, meeting up just to hang out. Actually, they have really, really big career fair that is sponsored by big pharma and then venture capital every year. They have lecture-based learning, seminar series at bringing in the top people in the field to actually teach students early on what's needed, and a lot of alumni networking that is really amazing. So I think what I would like to tell you is that I have a friend, a very good friend of mine, who ended up staying with my husband and I in our house, and when he was finishing up his thesis at Harvard. And then a few months later, he actually raised some funding for his own company. And then what's really fun, how you see this interaction, which is really natural, is that when we both starting companies and we have similar questions, right? We experience similar to-do lists in a way. Literally what he did, he just yelled downstairs, because he was living upstairs, like, hey Nova, how much did you pay your technician? All of those things that as a biotech founder, especially your first timer, you need to learn, but because your friends are literally doing it next to you, you can get the answer very quickly, and it is an amazing system. And actually, indeed, there are more and more now these programs that are initiated by students, but of course, you have seen a lot of students, of course, take Harvey's and Andrew's class throughout the years, but there is now, you guys take a look at Frequency Bio. A friend of mine actually started this in which they give you like a week-long courses actually about the different aspect of how to start your own company, Petri by Pillar. Yeah, so I think that's what I'm really proud of is that these were started by somebody who's in my class, you know. So it's amazing how, because people are really like-minded, they are trying to help each other to build the biotech capacity even as a youngster. So that's how we hope not only just we step on the shoulder of giants, but hopefully we help the giants as well at the same time. And yeah, also other incubator and Nucleate actually is also started by an MIT alum, a young guy who I know. So all of these are workshop and year-long programs that truly catapulted and helped young people like myself to actually start it. So this didn't exist when I started my company, but now it's much more available. So that's pretty much from me. So happy to answer a question.
Yeah, thanks for Nova's wonderful talk. And due to the time limit, we only have one question from. Okay.
Hello. Thank you for your impressive lectures, and I'm a student from NTU. My name is Brian. I major in life science. Actually, there's no transdisciplinary classes like finance or commercialization for a life science department in NTU. So there's only academic courses related to research. Luckily, there's a program in NTU called Design Your School, which encourages students to design a class with creative curriculum. If we suggest our school to have one, what's the suggestion of the curriculum and how the teacher can help life science students to be equipped with the essential knowledge in commercialization? Thank you.
Can you, what's your question? Like, oh, what kind of curriculum?
Yeah.
Well, I think that Harvey's MIT edX is a good start because that gives you more an overview about the microeconomics because of Andrew's, like the overall finance and so on. But I will say that there are, you know, I think what you will learn from those kind of classes are usually the overall economics and the overall business plan and so on. But I think the nice aspect as well is the, you know, like the frequency bio, like it's kind of more, you know, detail about, you know, specific business plan you should do and kind of more detail oriented stuff. So about curriculum, it's a hard thing to answer. So there are a lot of different aspects that you need to learn. And honestly with you, the way I learn it has been by doing it. So start the company because every company has different challenges. The good curriculum will be, you know, the one in which you can possibly interact with business students who are like yourself, or, you know, engineers and biologists working together, because there are a lot of, and even law students to like came into it, because all of these things are important aspect to build the company. So I think that would be a good start. But with curriculum,
Sure. Yeah, she's drinking. Actually, indeed, you can come to this campus, NBRP. We have the Life Academy. We have a series of the lessons that are able to educate you. So just come, yeah. So we, and also we have the almost 50 residents of this new startup. So you have able to learn exactly what the, you know, from the bench to the commercialization. Yeah.
I think I want to highlight that because, you know, even when we are at MIT, for example, Harvey taught this class, right, with Andrew. I don't think they have that class, for example, in BU and Tufts, but usually the classes are quite welcoming if you just want to come. But I think more importantly as well, I think is, and I want to highlight this, is I think one of the, aside from the classes and the curriculum, is that how much biotech giants, so from venture capitals, IP law experts, other founders that who are ahead by like a few years or 10 years or whatever, they keep coming back to campus. they keep coming back to all of, even when they were in, I gave a talk in the MIT Biotech Club, and the audience were undergraduates, like freshmen. I think there are like a lot, because I think the biotech people in Kendall in particular are extremely friendly, and they are actually really want to help. So actually a lot of them keep coming to give lecture and share their experiences, because when you run a business, at the end, everyone has different answer for your problem, because you will have different problem to solve, and then like how to build your company. So I think that it's a mix. I think the good starting point of like the lecture and the courses that are mixing all of this, and I know that MIT masterclass is like in the next 2 days. That can be a starting point. But go online. We are like very interconnected. You don't need to stay at NTU forever, right? So I think that is an important. You can always like log into your computer, and then Frequency Bio, I think it's like online classes anyway, among other things. But I think more importantly is actually, and I think is the mindset of the biotech leaders, that they keep going back to teach and give seminar and lectures and share their experiences. I think that's very valuable, and I think that's important.
Thank you for sharing.
We need to, due to the time limits, we need to close this seminar. Let's thank Nova again. I think due to the next section is an international section, which is really online. So we will start within a minute. So whoever have the nature call, please, you're able to go to the restroom. But however, we need to keep the program going because it's internet. Okay, thank you. 就是要上洗手间的去，因为时间关系，我们2点40要继续，所以我们就会继续。谢谢。
Okay, so thank Dr. Shi very much. And as he just mentioned, we're going to move on to the next session, which is the International Partners Connection. 我们接下来将进行的是国际生医园区链接。那这边呢，我们会邀请到这些国际伙伴，用线上或者是实体的方式一起加入讨论，并且来探讨台湾生技新创前进欧洲的市场策略还有资源。 So please welcome Dr. Lin, Deputy Director, Biomedical Translation Research Center, to give us the opening remarks. 请帮我们热烈掌声欢迎中央研究院生医转移研究中心的林荣信副主任为我们开场致辞，有请。
Good afternoon, everyone. Starting from almost the end of the COVID-19 pandemic in October of 2022. Actually, we Biotech started to reconnect to our previous partners in Europe, for example, Utrecht Science Park, and also we try to explore new possibilities of some new connections with bioparks in Europe. So also, for example, last year, we visited several prominent life sciences clusters in Europe and signed several MOUs with them as a serious step to deepen the cooperation. So this year, again, we have the International Partners Connection Forum, and this time we invited speakers from 6 top life sciences and biotech clusters in Europe, including first, the Utrecht Science Park in the Netherlands, the second, Liège Life Science Cluster in Belgium, third, the Bavarian Biotech Cluster in southern Germany. The fourth, the Saxony Life Science Cluster in eastern Germany. And the fifth, the Biopol in Lausanne, Switzerland. And the sixth, the Cambridge Enterprise in the United Kingdom to give short presentation online. These speakers will share their perspective on how they leverage their strengths to build thriving, innovative biotechnology ecosystems. Importantly, they will talk about opportunities for industry, academia collaboration, and business partnership with Taiwan, and current trend in the international funding and cooperation, and also resources and strategies for Taiwanese startups looking to enter the European market. In addition, we'll have a banker and financial expert from the Middle East to share with us the current Middle East capital market, and fundraising opportunities. Finally, we hope this forum will expand the horizon and create more opportunities for translational research terms and startups in Taiwan to connect and partners with academia industry in Europe. And we hope they eventually will succeed globally. Yeah, let's start this international connection forum.
All right, thank Dr. Lin for the opening remarks. Oh, 小心，小心，小心，小心，小心，慢慢来，慢慢来，小心，慢慢来。Okay. So let's keep on with the session. So it's our honor to have experts from Netherlands who will talk about BioTrack Academia Sinica and Utrecht Science Park, teaming up for innovation, talent, and business. So first, please welcome Dr. Freek van Muiswinkel, Director, Entrepreneurship and Regional Partnership, Utrecht University. Welcome. Sorry, doctor, because we can't hear you, so we're gonna ask you to speak again later. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. It's better?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, thank you. No, it's a great honor to be invited to this prestigious meeting you have. And Dr. Lin, thank you so much for the invitation to have an opportunity to show to you the possibilities of Utrecht Science Park. Welcome to all, but in particular, of course, the companies that have the ambition to grow their business in Europe. And I would elaborate a little bit how we like to team up. I'm pushing it forward, but it doesn't work. Oh, it happened before. So allow me to maybe share another one. What happened before? Doesn't work.
Are you going to turn to the next page?
Yeah, but it doesn't work, so I will have I try to load it again. It doesn't move forward, you see.
No, we can't see. It's still on the same page. Because the PowerPoint is on your side, so it's kind of hard for us to turn to the next page for you. Okay.
The system is blocking.
Can you share this PowerPoint again, once again, then try to turn to the next page?
I'll try to do this.
Yeah.
Is it working? Shall we try again?
Can you turn to the next page?
It isn't listening. It happened before when we tried to do this. Maybe we switch to Jan Zuidema first.
Yeah, we can see it works. The Netherlands Gateway to Europe.
We'll try one more time and we'll make this okay.
So we can see your PowerPoint now.
We'll make it a slideshow. And now it's working.
Yeah, that works. Thank you.
Well, I will speed up a little bit. Excuse for the inconvenience, but this is just to illustrate to you that the Netherlands is, and Utrecht Science Park is really in the middle of the Netherlands, the most competitive region of Europe, and the Netherlands as such is in the middle of Europe, which is really a broad market for lots of clients and end users and customers of your products. We are well connected to the rest of Europe, so indeed, Utrecht Science Park is a gateway to Europe. So I try to do forward, but it isn't listening again.
Dr. Frick, we can share from our side. You just let me know. You need to go to the next slide. Is that better?
Would you like to do this? Yes, please.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So I will tell you a little bit about our strengths when it comes to the basic research happening in our science park. And that's about the Utrecht Life Science strategic team. Next slide, please. This slide, we highlight a few of our so-called showcases. So if you have a closer look, you will see that we have quite a lot of strengths in academia, at least, on pandemic preparedness, but also artificial kidney, cancer immunotherapy. We work a lot on predictive organoid models, for example, for cystic fibrosis, and also MRI radiotherapy is one of our strengths in the hospital. And then we work on environmental resilience, exposome and real-world data connected to life science and health questions. But also we have a very strong point on regenerative medicine and biofabrication. And we do a lot on animal-free innovation. And as last, we do lots with companies about imaging technology. And all these topics might connect to your businesses, and we like to co-create and work together with you. Next slide, please. And of course, we have a long-standing relation and research collaboration going on with Taiwan. The Baifu Center for Biomolecular Research is a long-standing colleagues of researchers in Taiwan, and we elaborate on this collaboration as well as a basis for new companies to work together and to start new companies. Next slide, please. And we have quite a large graduate school of life sciences. I think it's one of the biggest schools of Europe, and that means that there's lots of talent around. Both master students and graduated PhDs are all there to help your business grow in Europe. Next slide, please. This was then the MOU we signed in October 23, but that was a follow-up of an almost 10-year relationship, and we like to elaborate on this collaboration, of course. Next slide, please. And what we have agreed upon is really to promote the communication and collaboration between our two nations, and Europe and Taiwan. But also more in particular, we like to assist startup teams and resident companies that like to grow their business and have a need to business development in Europe. We like to introduce them to Europe and to connect both ecosystems, both from the Taiwanese side and the Netherlands side. So we are working on this one. Next slide, please. And I will show you some examples how we like to do this. These are just a general picture what we can offer to you as companies. It's both about education, training, and internships, but it is also, of course, about possibilities for housing and land lease opportunities. We like to introduce you to public-private partnerships in the Netherlands or Europe. We offer lots of research facilities and services for you as young companies coming into Europe. And we also can help you with investments, but my colleague later on will explain a little bit more. And of course, we have innovation labs for you available. Next slide, please. As you can see, I'm wearing a red tie. That's really the little person here in this cartoon offering you help to enter our ecosystem. And we like to welcome you, of course, to come to us, and we like you to introduce to Europe. And all the possibilities mentioned here are ready for you to use. Next slide, please. And as I told, we have a long-standing relationship, and I will elaborate a little bit later on that one. But this is just one of the incubator facilities we have available for you as a company. Both labs and office space is available. And around the Utrecht Science Park, there are even more incubators like this. You can have a look at later on, maybe on the website of Utrecht Science Park. Next slide, please. Which will then show some of the introduction to what we have to offer really on infrastructural help and services, because we have a big program running on the park where we like to share all the technology platforms from the hospital, but also from the university, but also for the companies that are already working in the campus. We made a little booklet showing all the facilities you like to use to grow your business, and you are welcome to of course, contact that facilities. Next slide, please. What we have done, we have listed in this little booklet, which is then on the website of Utrecht Science Park, all the facilities, but then organized from really the facilities you need to study things at the molecular level, all the way to the population level. So we have also trial centers and phase 1 units in our campus available in collaboration with the medical center. And of course, this is again an introduction to have a look at it and to come and work with us. Next slide, please. We have learned a lot in the past about how to then connect you to this talent, which is not only the talent in academia and also the students and PhDs, but also we train business people to help you out. And later on, my colleague from the Regional Development Agency will introduce you to the ecosystem. There are many companies you like to work with, maybe in collaboration of co-creation, available and present in our region. Next slide, please. And this is really the last message I would like to give. It's a program we are running already for a couple of years together with Taiwan. It's called the Rapid Health Soft Landing Program, where we have organized, both on the side of Taiwan and in the Netherlands, that there is really a nice interaction going on. So we offered programs in Taiwan together with Taiwanese institutions and the government in Taiwan, really make it a smart takeoff. So we prepare you really as a company, what will be needed to go to Europe and what do you need to prepare for. And then at the end, the soft landing we offer together with the Regional Development Agency to really bring you into contact to our ecosystem, whether this is other companies, financing, or maybe academic collaborations. And this soft landing program is really the way we like to work, in a structured way, so we can offer you the best possibilities in Europe available via the Utrecht Science Park. And the last slide is just to give you my affiliations, so you like to contact us later on. The email is maybe the easiest way. Otherwise, you can always ask the people in Taiwan for my contact details. Very sorry for the inconvenience in the beginning, but I hope the message is clear that we really like to welcome you to come to Europe, either the Netherlands or other countries. And we work a lot together with Taiwanese companies, and we like that, and we love to put forward our collaboration in that respect. And this is my final slide. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Freek. Very wonderful presentation. And here we have some Q&A sessions. So any questions from the audience to see more detail about the Utrecht Science Park? So before the audience have some questions, Freek, I have a question for you. So in one of the slides, you show that you have some focus areas, like, for example, the artificial kidneys, etc. I wonder how do you pick up these kind of topics inside?
Yeah, what we do, we look at, of course, what the academia and the people in academia are really working on, but we also check that on whether there is a good connection with collaborative partners and a good connection maybe to the funding system in the Netherlands. And then we pick up these strong areas, but it starts with academic excellence, but also we have a look whether this is applicable in society. So there is also some business-driven arguments to go for this kind of topics. It's really looking for co-creation on the basis of excellent research and an open mind to business partners.
So this kind of decision was made inside your office, or is in a broader scope?
It's made within the academic community first, but we challenge that with experts from outside, whether this is from venture capital or people who are knowing the business, but also the patient's perspective is taken into account. So then regenerative medicine is really seen as a new industry cluster almost for Europe. So it's also economic arguments that we take into account.
So if someone is interested in the soft landing program you just mentioned, could you expect how much time or how long you take for the procedure?
Well, I think the procedure in Taiwan is a little bit taking a little longer, but it's maybe you have to speak about a month, 2 months preparation. But then we have the experience that people come and visit us for maybe 8 to 10 days, really in Europe, and we bring them to all the places they need for their business in a tailor-made way. And that is then really in the form of a 8 to 10 days travel to Europe. So you're really having boots on the ground in Europe. And then you can decide whether you like to grow your business either in the Netherlands or maybe another European country. And we feel that you have to do whatever is best for your business. So we're not taking you into the program to keep you strict in the Netherlands. It's really to connect you to Europe. And we like to put our effort to make your business a success.
That really sounds great, Frick. So I want to emphasize that we really are very close collaborators with Utrecht Science Park, and we knew Frick for a long time, and we know each other very well. So if any of you are interested in landing in Europe or Utrecht Science Park, please let us know, and we will try to help you to establish the connection. Okay, thanks, Frick, for the very nice session. Let's move on.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Musvinka. Thank you, and thank you for the understanding in the beginning. There are some technical problems. Still, thank you very much. All right, so let's move on to the next topic. So the next topic, we're going to talk about Rome-Utrecht region support for innovative Taiwanese companies looking at the EU market. It's our pleasure to have Mr. Jan W. Zuidema, Project Manager, Rome-Utrecht region. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Yang. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you let me know whether or not you can hear me and whether or not the slideshow is functioning okay?
Well, now the situation is we can hear you. Oh, now we can see you in both your slides. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. So maybe a short explanation about what a ROM is. A ROM is a regional investment and development company. What Frick just mentioned, he is responsible for everything that happens with, let's say, science connections and the soft landing and stuff like that. And from Rome-Utrecht region, we are connected to national government and regional government, and we assist companies physically in, let's say, making the step towards the Netherlands. So it might have something to do with setting up a specific fact-finding schedule, so as we call it, so where you can just do some inventory on what it is that you need to know from the Netherlands and Europe. But it could also mean that we show you what it is in our ecosystem, what would probably be very beneficial to you. I'll go to the next slide. If that works.
No, it's still on the same slide.
Well, it's a beautiful slide, so that's not the biggest issue, but it doesn't really move any further.
Do you need us to control from our side to turn to the next slide?
Yeah, if you could take over and just do the slideshow, that would be very helpful. Okay, well, thank you very much. This is a slide, just a short one about our ambition within Rome-Utrecht region with all of our stakeholders, and university and university medical center are one of the stakeholders and shareholders of the regional development company. What we do is promote healthy economic growth, and we'd like to do that to work with innovative and ambitious entrepreneurs, and we want to connect them. So we don't want to attract any sort of companies or entrepreneurs, but especially those that are very innovative and that can help us reach our national and regional goals. Could I have the next one, please? Next slide, please. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, we are very proud that since its instigation of the Regional Competitive Index by the European Union, we have consequently, as the Utrecht region, been in the top 3 of the most competitive regions in the Netherlands, or sorry, in Europe, and we were number 1 in three occasions. The last one was 2023, and we're still, let's say, the most competitive region in Europe. So that is an index that says something about mobility, about connectivity, about the strength of the science, of the institutions, availability of talent, of funding, and economic growth. Next one, please. Well, we, as a regional development company, we don't work on all sorts of ecosystems. We have 3 that we really pick out to work on. So we work with what is called the New Digital Society, which is for a big part media-oriented, it's IT, and it's about gaming that all contributes to a healthy society. Then obviously life science and health, where the main goal is to work on healthy people, and Earth Valley, which is our sustainability cluster, where we are working on a healthy environment. That all counts to, let's say, the big challenge that we have formulated in the Utrecht region, which is we want to be the beating heart of a healthy society. So healthy people, healthy environment, and a healthy society. That's our big aim. Next one, please. Okay, well, this is something about the New Digital Society. The Media Park, Hilversum is more complicated. This is let's say the anchor place for that. And there's quite a lot of companies in there. Next one, please. This is the Earth Valley, our sustainability cluster, where Amersfoort and Utrecht are connected, which works a lot in the field of sustainable building environment. Next one, please. This one is about life science and health, and obviously this one is the most of interest to the audience here, where there's a lot of companies and institutions that all work together. So you see here there's a lot of faculties. This is actually the workplace of Freek here, with a lot of the knowledge institutions, and the companies are for a big part concentrated here, or let's say in a circle of around 10 kilometers around this campus. So that's where most of the innovative work is being done. Next one, please. Okay, this is the sort of what we call the tube map, because the Netherlands being a small country and we have great connectivity, what we see is the Netherlands being, let's say, one big city, as it were. So it's not only Utrecht, but it's also all the collaborations that are in place with the Utrecht area. So the university has all sorts of connections to other universities like Wageningen, like Eindhoven. There's quite a lot of collaboration going on with other technical universities, with other cities. And yes, I always like to say, you know, in the Netherlands, basically, if you go from east to west, it's probably an hour's travel. And from north to south, it's probably 2.5, 3 hours. So it's really condensed area where you can find a lot of knowledge in a lot of fields. And of course, we have the European Medicine Agency, which is in Amsterdam and is open for consultation as well. Next slide, please. This is about what we want to do. So we want to attract R&D and matchmaking, and we are obviously, the Utrecht Science Park is a big hub for all sorts of new companies setting up in that field. So we want to do R&D, we want to start up new companies, we want to help with matchmaking. This organization is in the lead where you can make use of shared facilities, you can find key opinion leaders, stuff like that. Beyond that, we also want to ensure that you can not only do R&D and find new collaborative partners, but also do your validation and trials. Because validation and trials in every, let's say, continent is obviously different, and you probably need to renew a number of the trials that you've done already. Beyond that, we also support companies in doing business development and strategy consulting. So we don't do that ourselves, but we have a number of instrumentation where you can see, for instance, how it works if you want to validate your products that you've been developing in Taiwan for the European market, what sort of steps you need to do to make to go to that field. So that's basically where we come in. And obviously soft landing, well, Freek said quite a lot about that already, so I'm not going into more detail there. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is about the more complicated one, so I won't go there in much detail. This is basically set up an overview of what we do in the sense of the customer journey. So this is not specifically for companies that come in from abroad. It's accessible for companies that come in from abroad, but this is basically set up on how we as a regional development company with all our supporters, so that's the national government, Europe, but also, let's say, incubators and accelerators like Utrecht Inc., who take up companies and bring them to a higher level. We assist companies, and we've seen what sort of services we can assist companies with in different phases of their development. As I said, this is not specifically for foreign companies, but foreign companies can make use of this as well. So the customer discovery part is normally not something that we see a lot of foreign companies do in the region, because that's, I think, the starting point of a company. And at a certain point in time, you would most likely want to do, let's say, customer validation and customer creation, and then you're going to look for other markets. What we can do there is quite a lot of things. We can help you in collaboration with other organizations to, let's say, find collaborative partners, key opinion leaders to test out and validate your product. Those are the things that we can assist with, obviously in close collaboration with the organization of Freek van Muiswinkel. And once you're, let's say, embedded in the Netherlands, what we can also do is support companies that are located here with our international network. So we can, beyond being in the Netherlands, we also support all sorts of visits, events, trade shows towards different countries in Europe where companies from our region can participate. And then it doesn't matter whether or not they are, let's say, homegrown or maybe companies from abroad. So those are the sort of things that we can do. We can also assist foreign companies with market entry options, which says something about the reimbursement potential of medical products. And we can help by connecting them to the system where you can, let's say, see a sort of roadmap for CE marking for a specific product. So those are the sort of stuff that we can assist with, and I think is very valuable for any sort of foreign company that wants to set up and sell their products ultimately in the European Union. I think I have one more left. That's me. With my contact details, I can tell you that within a few months there will probably be another phase in one of these blocks here, because we are just hiring, let's say, a new colleague to support the business development in life science and health. This is it, and I'm ready to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Jan, for the nice introduction. So are there any questions from the audience? So your office is also inside Utrecht Science Park, am I right?
No, it's 2 bus stops away from that. But this beautiful picture was too nice to not utilize in the background.
So how did you cooperate with Freak? Could you give us some idea about how you are doing different kind of jobs?
Well, you know, a lot of the very practical stuff about companies coming to the Netherlands and, let's say, wanting to have an idea on how does it work if we set up in the Netherlands. So how does it work if we hire staff? How does taxation work in the Netherlands? If I generate IP in the Netherlands, how does that work? Those sort of practical stuff, that is all what we do. We also have, let's say, the overall view where if companies are looking for setting up, let's say, clinical trials, if they want to make use of specific shared facilities that are available at the Utrecht Science Park, if they want to talk to a key opinion leader, we always go through the Utrecht Science Park because they have a lot better insight in who is working on which subjects. So everything that has to do with, let's say, more the content side of the of a question from a company is something that we just go through the organization of Freak to help us find the right persons or the right organizations to visit.
So if I am a new startup company in Taiwan, should I come to you first or could go to Freak first? Which one?
It doesn't really matter. So
okay.
If you end up with Freak, he'll no doubt contact us for, let's say, all the practical matters that are not, let's say, content related. If you end up at our doorstep and you have a content related question, we go back and connect to Freak. So we know pretty well where one job starts and the other one ends, and in the combination, I think we can make a full package for any sort of innovative Taiwanese companies.
Do you also have some BDs inside your component to help the company to grow?
Yes.
Okay, great. So any other questions inside the audience? Okay, if not, thanks Jan again for the wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, Jan.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you. So the next session, we've invited Dr. Amel Tonzi, CEO Bridge to Health, to talk about Bridge to Health connecting the precious resources and skills of the Liège Sciences ecosystem. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Amel. Welcome.
Hi, hello everyone. Good afternoon. As I see, I think it's around 3 p.m. On your side. Here it's 9. So it's good morning for us. Really happy to talk to you about our ecosystem this morning. Maybe next time in live. I've seen some of your colleagues here in Belgium, Wallonia. So happy to see you on screen. So Bridge to Health is actually the gateway to the life science ecosystem of the Liège region. And what we mean by that is that when you do connect to Bridge to Health, when you connect to us, you get access to all the main actors of the life science ecosystem. And what do we mean by that? We mean that we can reach out to the hospitals, to the university, to the infrastructures, to the financing, also as well to the life science companies present in our ecosystem, and also to all the supportive structures present in Belgium. So in terms of financing, but also in terms of soft landing. And of course, what most people forget, but what we think is actually the most important, we can also connect you to the talents. Because of course, if you want to come and settle in Liège, Belgium, you would need to have also talents that will help you, of course, grow your company and also settle your company. And that's also part of the work. How do we work and animate our ecosystem? Because that's also, I don't know, I'm just checking whether you have my third slide on three action pillars. Because we work on 3 main pillars. The first one is that we promote our ecosystem, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here today. Because of course, you need to hear about us and about what we are doing. Because our purpose is really then on second item to welcome you and guide you through our ecosystem. We put ourselves in your shoes and try to make the journey as efficient and as easy as possible. And on the third aspect as well, we work on supporting our ecosystem. We try to make sure that in Liège, in Wallonia, we are still competitive on the things we offer, either in terms of science, in terms of infrastructure, or connections. Some key figure. Wait, up. So I don't know if you see the screen with the map on the key figures. So the key figures around our ecosystem. So you get to see, Belgium is here. We are an hour away from Brussels. In our ecosystem, we do have 143 companies active in the life science sector. That means 4,000 direct jobs, 12,000 indirect jobs related to that. The companies in our portfolio raised 300 million euros in 2021. We do have available now 3,000 square meters of infrastructures dedicated to the life science. And I will show you some extra infrastructure we are planning to develop in order to have and also welcome more companies in our ecosystem. And of course, science and publications are the heart of the innovation here in the region. So as I mentioned, we are very much connected to the university, and I will give you an example of how we can connect you to the universities. Because of course, companies, when they do come settle, they can interact with either the KOLs, the key opinion leaders of the university, and we are connected with them, and they're very they're very used to us coming and connecting them to new companies. There is also the GIGA Institute, which is a center of excellence in life science in Europe, where actually you can get access to technology platform and research centers of interest. And of course, there are some structure that can connect you to all the proof of concept in animal testing, like the FARA and the CER. Those are also structures that are linked to the university. So on top of connecting you to the university, we feel it's also very important that you reach out to the hospital, and especially the research hospital. There is a structure called ATC, and this structure is also the door to any company wishing to organize a clinical trial. So the hospital is actually structured in a way that all the administrative work around a clinical trial is dealt with this company, and they also take out the burden of the medical doctors, which make them, it is an additional incentive for them to make their life easier, and also agree on moving on with clinical trials. I think that's an important asset. So I mentioned the GIGA Institute. There are some here, the 10 thematic research units. So I will cite some of them, but as you will see, it's quite broad. So we have some people working on stem cells, on neuroscience, on cancer. We have excellent KOLs in imaging and genomics. So really, we can, make let's say a very, very specific visit to those research units, as well as the technology platform. Of course, these technology platforms are at the service of the research of the university, but you can also contract research contracts with them, so that it also help you, accelerate your moving and your innovation with the University of Liège. Some growing clusters. So what we mean by that is really, okay, there are here some 4, let's say, dimensions where we are very strong here in Liège, and also where some companies are starting to be even international on those themes, like diagnostic, nuclear medicine, ophthalmology, and cardiology. So it doesn't mean that we don't have more, but those are really the strong clusters here in the region. And I will show you here an example of what our welcome team does when we receive a company. So a few days ago, we received a company that was working in nuclear medicine and was interested, actually a US company that was interested to look at our assets in the nuclear medicine. And in this case, so we met them, and we made sure that in one day they could connect to the companies in Liège working in this field. We made the head of the GIGA CRC, Centre de Recherche of the Cyclotron, be present, and they could speak to him. And we connected these people with the 3 main KOLs of the region in the theme. So this is how deep and how specific the connection can be made through Bridge to Health. And we decided that, actually we feel that, when you enter a new ecosystem, you're just a bit like someone in front of a new metro station line. So there are many stops, and there are many ways to go. And so our role is really to make sure that through all your route of development, through ideation, product design, preclinical, clinical, and commercialization, let's say route, you find all the services, and we make sure that in our ecosystem, and that's what I meant by our support role, we make sure that we have the expertise, in our ecosystem, and if not, in nearby ecosystems, because we also do collaborate with the people from the Netherlands and people from France to make sure that we have everything available and at the service of the companies of our ecosystem. When you reach out to Bridge to Health and you want to move to the region of Liège in Wallonia in Belgium, then there are ways to connect that are quite fast. So I mentioned we are an hour from Brussels, 30 minutes from Maastricht, 1 hour from Germany, and 2 hours 30 from Paris, France. And that's the purpose, really, is really to connect also to more than just our ecosystem. We also make sure to have all the dedicated infrastructure that you need, depending on your level of let's say, of development. Either you are still in innovation, you need to be close to the university, or you are in a commercial phase and you need your own production line. That's also possible. So those are some examples of infrastructures that you can reach out to. So next to the hospital, university, and to the University of Liège, there is a building dedicated to companies that still want to be close to patients, to university. There's also the Legia Park next to it, where you can, and it's also next to a hospital, but it's a bigger building, and there you can settle your own production line, your own GMP production line. That's also a possibility. And we work also with an incubator, the labs by WSL. This incubator is on top of really, giving you space for innovation. There are also some experts that can guide you in the development of your product. And the plan, because as we have the chance actually to see more and more companies interested in our ecosystem and in Belgium, we decided to lead the generation of new tailor-made life science dedicated facilities next as well to the university hospital. And so it will be ready by 2025 and will have 60,000 square meter available. Of course, on top of all the connections to the science and the infrastructure and the connection to the hospital, we can also connect you to the local funds, which is for NOCHAC and Wallonia Entreprendre, but we can also connect you to our portfolio of funds, either in the early stage or later on. So that means most of them are European funds that are used to work with us and with the companies that are in our life science ecosystem. Well, I hope that through this presentation, I convinced you that Liège has actually has everything and has put everything in place to welcome new collaborations and welcome new projects and companies in our ecosystem. Thank you for your attention, and please, I'm ready for any question now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amel. It's great to see you again online. So yeah,
yes,
see you in Charleroi and also
yes,
in Munich. Yeah,
exactly.
So,
yeah.
So it seems that you have already emphasized that nuclear medicine is your strength. So could you elaborate a bit more about how did it happen? Why nuclear medicine become your strength? And what kind of specific area you think you'll be especially suitable if some Chinese company would like to come to your park?
So I'm just moving back to specifically the slide on nuclear medicine. So we are indeed, we do have more and more companies in the nuclear medicine field that are interested to come to our area, because we now have, as well as in the hospital and in the university, we do have 2 cyclotrons that are ready to produce actinium and also beta therapy. And we do have KOLs in the field that have published very strong papers on the nuclear medicine and its application, of course, in cancer treatment. And I think that those collaborations attract more and more companies. And on top of that, we have some companies that are settled in our ecosystem that do offer the whole value chain offer to the companies. So we have companies like Tracis that is known as internationally to provide instruments in dealing with nuclear medicine, isotopes in hospital, and we have people like Elysia that actually also provide on the international market already equipments for the QC analysis of nuclear medicine. So we have also now companies like Absinthe, Telix, Radiomix that are settled also in the imaging of nuclear medicine. So we see now that this cluster is growing. We have, let's say, the whole value chain from the creation of from the isotopes to the KOLs to do the innovation in both really the application in diagnostic and in therapeutics. And on top of that, the region is ready to invest on this topic.
Thank you. That sounds great. So you have very strong value chain and also very tight ecosystem for this area.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's good information for our start companies in Taiwan. And
yes.
You also mentioned some financial opportunities in the
yes.
edge.
Yeah.
Does that mean also from foreign companies, if they want to come to the edge, they can also benefit from this kind of financial solutions?
Yes, any foreign company that, of course, settles in Liège, we connect you to two types of fundings. Of course, the non-dilutive fundings. So we have a strong politics in Belgium in helping companies that do work in innovation. So if you do have, let's say, you can be like you can have a commercial, let's say, company, but if you do have some innovation that you want to elaborate and develop in the region, you can be funded up to 75% of your research money, and that's really non-dilutive. And we, as Bridge to Health, can help you settle the dossier, so the whole file. So we are used to filing those type of requests to the region, and so that, I would say, help you and increase the chance of getting the funding. On top of that, through NOCHAC and Wallonie Entreprendre, which are the local invest, when a company settles and has a plan to develop, because we want to look at the impact on jobs and also on the innovation aspect. If we see that there is this type of impact, then NOCHAC and Wallonie Entreprendre can be the public investors. And if you do bring your private investor, the rule is that we can go up to 1-to-1. So it's one public money for one private money. So I think it's a very, very strong incentive for the companies. Yeah.
Very nice offer. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Amen. So if there is no further question, let's thanks Amen again for the wonderful presentation. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tongzi. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Lin. So the next topic, we're going to talk about exploring Bavaria's biotech cluster, opportunities for collaboration, innovation, and growth. It's our pleasure to have Mr. Max Pullman, Cluster Development Lead, BioM Bavarian Biotech Cluster Development. Please give a warm welcome to Max.
All right, thank you so much for inviting me. I hope you can see my slides. And I want to briefly introduce BioM, which is the cluster management organization of the state of Bavaria. So we're the southernmost state in Germany, one of the biggest states in Germany, and our biotech cluster is more or less the biggest life science and biotech cluster in Germany, and one of the bigger ones in Europe. We set out with the vision to make Bavaria the place of the medicine of the future, and we really try to create an ecosystem and the background for companies to thrive and grow and really accelerate their innovation. We are a non-profit organization, mostly funded by the state of Bavaria, so the Bavarian Ministry of Economic Affairs is our money source, basically, so they provide 70% of our funding. We really try to connect life science players, and we've been in operation since 1997, so 27 years almost to date. And we try to represent Bavaria as one of the stronger economic systems and ecosystems worldwide. One of our main goals is to attract international players, attract international companies, but also investors to Bavaria as one of the leading economic regions in Germany. And we have kind of a split up way to support companies. So a part of my colleagues is working very focused on startups, and the other part is working on small, medium-sized enterprises, so the more established companies that we have already settled here. We have a very broad consulting offer, so a lot of coaching, mainly for founders. So young companies, young teams and founders can come to us, and we try to really help them getting their endeavor and their startup on the track and really accelerate their growth and development. And since this year, we also are very happy to provide a physical incubation space for companies. So we do have our own laboratories now, about 1,200 square meters of lab space and office space and shared space that we can offer to very young pre-seed companies or very early companies to really get their feet wet, develop a prototype that they can then use to talk to investors. This is just a very brief overview of the portfolio and the services that we can provide. So I think one of our strong points is a very extensive database that we can provide to companies. So we try to keep track of everyone we've met so far in the past 27 years, basically. So a lot of companies approach us to get to know potential partners, get to know who's in the ecosystem, and we really try to provide that. Not providing business development services, but really try to use our database to the best, to our best ability to help companies in Bavaria, but then also external companies who want to interact with our network. We have online job markets. We help companies find and look for lab space, because that is a very big issue in Bavaria, or in Munich especially, where we are located, that we are very limited on space. So we really try to support companies there. As I said before, we offer a lot of consultation, and we really try to stay in touch and talk to most of the companies and the biotech community that is located in Bavaria. Also, internationalization is a big point, so we really try to stay connected to world-renowned experts, big companies, global companies, and we try to facilitate an exchange with our network. So we're present at a lot of international conventions. We bring a lot of our companies to events worldwide and really try to be as open as possible for collaboration and integration. Then we report a lot, do a lot of reports about our own ecosystem, have newsletters, annual reporting, daily coverage in our social media, do a lot of press conferences, podcasts, these kind of things. And we also help smaller companies that don't necessarily have the biggest impact yet to really get their marketing on the go. So we use our brand basically as a platform for these small companies to get a bigger audience, generate a little bit of interest from outside. And this is kind of where we see ourselves. It's really at this interface in this web between all these stakeholders and players. Our main point of interaction foremost is the government, because we're funded by the Bavarian state. We do have we are very well connected to the local government. We have a lot of people that we can talk to if there is a question, if there is any issues, problems, challenges. And they are very willing to talk to us and ask us for our opinion, ask where we see the strong points, where we see the weaknesses, where we have to adjust, where we should probably start different programs to support the industry. And we do have a very broad investors network that we talk to regularly. We do a lot of meetings. We also try to get our smaller companies or the young companies with innovative, great ideas in touch with investors. We talk to a lot of startups, big pharma, SMEs, and connecting these is one of my jobs, actually. So a lot of times a big global pharma company has a lot of interest in a small startup that has a great idea, and the startup can actually really benefit from the knowledge and the experience that big pharma can bring in, and also the resources that they have. We also talk to a lot of service providers, really try to make it possible for our companies to have access to the best services worldwide. We talk to and are present in a lot of international clusters, organizations, meetings, these kinds of things. So on EU level, but also global level, we are very well connected to the local academia and clinics side. So I will share it in a second here. This is basically the overview of our network. So you can see the state of Bavaria. Munich is the capital of Bavaria, and we are located in Martinsried, which is a small, used to be a small farming village southwest of Munich. Now it's a biotech mecca, basically, where most of our companies are located. And it all started with our Innovation and Founder Center that you can see here on the left, the IZB. And we are also located in the IZB, and our incubator is also there. We do have a lot of partners, accelerators, and business support agencies in the Bavarian state. And on the right side, you can see all the big universities and research institutes that we have. So we do really have a very tight-knit network of world-renowned institutes and universities that produce top talents for our companies, and everybody who's willing to look at Bavaria as a location can really tap into this talent pool of very good young scientists and researchers that we have available. And then also we use it as a great breeding spot, basically, for good ideas and innovations, technologies. And we really try to work with all these entities to make tech transfer possible, help them develop from a research idea into a company. This is just a short overview of the number of companies. We have around 520 companies that we count towards our ecosystem. A lot of big pharmas. The majority of those companies is actually small, medium-sized biotech companies. A lot of them have been or have developed from local startups to becoming established companies, which is something that we are very proud of. And we do have the surrounding ecosystem, basically. So a lot of CROs, CDMOs, CMOs, and then also all the other supporting entities that are around these. And this is just a short overview of our startup support, because that is such a main point of our services that we provide. We do a lot of coachings, have a mentor circle with a lot of mentors, so very experienced industry stakeholders that help young companies, tell them from their experience and really try to get them forward. We do help companies or startups with their pitch decks, so we really try to provide them with the best tools and knowledge to talk to investors and be as successful as they can be. We have a yearly or bi-yearly boot camp, which is basically kind of a summer school where we really try to prepare companies for their launch. We do a lot of social events, have a BioAngels network, really another source of nice investments for the companies. And I think one of our biggest tools is an award that we hand out. So Germans love awards, so that's always an easy picking for us. M4 award, where we every 2 years we are able to hand out 5 times 500,000 euros to young companies or projects, and really help them with that to just start their company, have the starting funds to actually get going and really take the leap of faith and try to build their idea into a product. And then, as I mentioned, very new this year coming, our Munich Accelerator of Life Sciences and Medicine, which will be our incubation system for these young companies. And yeah, with that, I'd like to end. I think I am kind of in time, so if you're interested in our ecosystem, if you're interested in reaching out to some of our companies to have contacts here, if you're interested to settle in Bavaria, to have business partners, these kinds of things, feel free to just contact us, and we're always very happy to help. We're going to be on most of the international events, so next week Bio convention in San Diego, if you want to visit us, I will be there. And then also Bio Europe, Bio Japan, these kind of events, we try to always be there. So yeah,
thank you very much. Max, thank you very much. So yeah, it's great to know that you will also go to US Bio next week. And I think a lot of our audience will also be there. So you have chance to meet Max again. Yeah. And
great.
Any questions from the audience? Yeah. So thank you very much for the very clear, very nice presentation, and hope to see you soon. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Pullman. Thank you so much. So now we move on to the next session, and we have Ms. Barbara Weigert, Project Manager, Saxony Economic Development Corporation, to talk about Saxony's Life Sciences Cluster, Ecosystem, and Collaboration Opportunities. Please welcome Barbara.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, we can hear you.
I'm just bringing my presentation. Oh, wait.
It's okay, take your time. Hi, Barbara, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Because we can't hear you, so did you turn off the camera? Okay, we can see you now. Do you want us to help you
Yes,
with?
actually that I cannot show my slides right now.
Oh, we can control it from our side.
Okay.
So just make sure when you need us to turn to the next slide, then you say next slide.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, sorry for the mess in the beginning. Thank you for the invitation to this presentation. My name is Barbara Weigert. I'm working for Saxony Trade and Invest, and I'm very happy to show you our life science ecosystem today. And I would like to also show you how you can work with us in Saxony. So let's go to the next slide. First of all, I would like to show you a map so that you are familiar with Saxony. We are right here in the heart of Europe. Saxony has around 4 million people living, and the three major cities in Saxony are Leipzig, Dresden, and Chemnitz. But Leipzig and Dresden are really the cities where our life science cluster is located, and most of the players in research and economy are located. And then we switch to the next slide to get an intro into our life science cluster. Exactly. Here you can see in the last 20 years, we built up our community. Now we have around 300 biotech, pharma, and medtech companies over here, with, of course, also the suppliers and service providers around, so that we can really provide you the whole value chain. And we are very proud of our research institutions, especially the ones who are working in the interdisciplinarity, because this is the field where we are really strong here in Saxony. And that means our key topics over here are diagnostics, especially diagnostics in the field of oncology. And cell and gene therapy came also in the last 2 years, and it has a very good reputation here in Saxony. Radiopharmacy is a big topic, especially in the Dresden area. Smart medical devices, we find a lot of companies and projects around Leipzig. And of course, robotics, AI, and digital health are our future topics. So we can move on. And I also want to show you that we already have some good connections to Taiwan. I wanted to show you some of our Taiwanese investments in the last years. Of course, most important is the one from TSMC. They announced last year that they will build their European semiconductor fab here in Dresden. And from 2027 on, we will have 2,000 high-tech professional jobs through this investment here in Dresden. And because of this announcement, of course, also suppliers and service providers are interested from Taiwan to come into Dresden, into Saxony. And therefore, we are often in your country, and delegations from your country are visiting us. So the relation between our two regions, countries, is already very good. And we are also very proud to have the biotech company from Taiwan here on site. That's Han Biomedical. They opened a subsidiary here in Leipzig. And before, they successfully participated in one of our accelerator programs. And the name is Medical Forge. I will tell you later a little bit more about it. The company is focused on biomaterials, especially for tissue repair and regeneration. This is an overview of our cluster networks and organizations. Most importantly, we are very proud of BioSaxony. They have more than 150 members, not only here in Saxony, also outside. They are very international. And they are the main, let's say, voice or lobby organization for our biotech and medtechs here in the region. Another one is the Saxo Cell. This is what I already mentioned. Cell and gene therapy became big here in Saxony, and experts from the two cities, Leipzig and Dresden, from the university clinics came together and said, we have to find new production methods. We have to make the automation much better for the production of our cell and gene therapies. Then we can go to the next slide. This is the Medical Forge program I already mentioned, where the Han Biomedical took part. It's happening in Leipzig, and it is there to really support hands-on the startups and innovative SMEs to bring their medical products faster into the German healthcare market. As we all know, there is a lot of hurdles to come into this market to bring your product there, especially in terms of regulatory affairs. And this program is really completely focusing on exactly that field. It is also there to have conversations with healthcare insurances about the reimbursement, and what is also very important, to get the clinical implementation. So to get in touch with the clinicians to get a feedback of the medical device is really usable for the day-to-day work in hospitals. And this program is having connection to more than 150 clinics. The program is financed by industry partners as well as by federal grant program. And that means that for you, for the companies who are interested, it's free of charge. And it takes a year to join this program. And there is an application process. Every year we take 8 companies, and this is already the 3rd time we are doing this. So end of the year is application process ends. Then the partners mainly decide who will be part in the program, and in April it starts. And we can move on. But we not only have the Medical Forge as a support to be here on site, especially for companies who are interested in partnering, collaborating, doing R&D work, doing clinical trials with our partners here on site. We have programs to support them. These are our R&D programs, and if it's a small company who applies for it, up to 80% grant is possible here. And on the other side, we also have investment incentives for physical capital or wage costs if the companies are interested to come into Saxony. So then you will see my last slide with my contact data. I would be very happy to answer your questions. Actually, I'm also joining the Bio next week in San Diego, so this could be also a very good opportunity. We are in the German pavilion with my colleague André Hofmann from Bio Saxony, and would be very happy to meet you there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Wonderful talk. So yeah, great to see you also be in San Diego next week.
Yes.
Any questions from the audience? So it looks to me the BioCity in Leipzig has been renamed to Medical Forge. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. And
yes.
I heard from you last year that the space has been enlarged pretty much. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's a big advantage what we have in Leipzig. The ground where the Medical Forge is placed is an old fairground in the middle of the city center. So that's why we have space and we are expanding. We are building new technology centers over there. And that gives a very good starting point for startups and companies who are interested to coming on site.
So you also mentioned in almost the end of your presentation, there's a very nice new angel fund, something like 50%. Could you tell us, is there an upper limit for this angel fund?
This was, I think, the last slide where I was talking about the grants, what we can offer here in Saxony. And one grant is the technology grant. It's for R&D projects, especially if a company is interested in doing R&D together with a partner here on site, for example, or also alone. Companies have to be on site in Saxony to take this program. This is one condition because it's our own regional Saxony funding program. And then, up to 80% is possible. Of course, the rest could be, for example, venture capital or, that could be, for example, a chance. Or it needs to be the capital which the company brings itself.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, so thank you, Barbara, again for the very nice presentation. Thank you. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Dr. Lin. So the next topic, we'll talk about Biopole, a vibrant life sciences ecosystem made in Switzerland. It's our pleasure to have Mr. Olivier Philippe, Director of Business Development and Corporate Relations, Biopole SA. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Olivier.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, sorry everyone. So we're gonna move from Germany to Switzerland now, so not that far. I do not see the sharing option on my interface, but yeah, but I don't see it in the bottom. Could you?
We can share the PowerPoint for you.
Sorry about that, but good. So I had the pleasure to welcome the BioTrack team last year at Biopole. So you can also connect with Professor Wu and the rest of the team. They know about Biopole. So let me give you a brief overview of what we do and who we are. More than just a life sciences campus, it's really about a vibrant ecosystem we have here in the Lausanne area. Next slide, please. So Biopole is one of the largest life sciences campus here in Europe. We're a private company, not for profit, owned by the state of Vaud. So Lausanne is close to Geneva. State of Vaud is the third largest state in Switzerland. As you may know, Switzerland is a small village of 8 million inhabitants. And the Lausanne area, the French-speaking area, is about 2.3 million inhabitants, so quite small, but a big cluster in life sciences, and where Biopole actually plays a pivotal role. Next slide, please. Next, please. Thank you very much. The mission of Biopole is to be one of the leading life sciences ecosystem, at least in Europe. What is very important for us is about innovation. So Biopole is really known as a major hub for innovation in life sciences. And this is, again, to help the development of new technologies for the betterment of healthcare. So that's part of our DNA, to help to create new synergies between different actors and at different scales. Next slide, please. So what do we provide to companies, mainly, or research organization and so on? It's about the infrastructure, because you need the right infrastructure to develop innovation, research, and development. For this, you need, again, lab space and very specific infrastructure for such activity. So all what we do is to bring the best infrastructure and also to bring the right networks. And it's really about supporting our companies, helping them to connect with our networks, bringing a maximum number of opportunities, and help them to, again, expand their research and also their business. Next slide, please. So Biopole is part of different ecosystems. The first one is the innovation ecosystem. And as you may know, Switzerland has been for many years the most innovative country in the world, according to the Global Innovation Index. So there are a lot of research centers, university, top-notch institutes, and this helps to develop innovation. The second ecosystem, which is major in Switzerland, it's about life sciences, and it's a major economic driver. So it contributes to 42% of the Swiss exports. So this is very, very impressive. We are in Lausanne, in the French-speaking part of Switzerland, so we're on the western side, and this is called the Health Valley. The Health Valley is the largest life sciences cluster in Switzerland. It's about 1,000 companies, where, again, Biopole is the heartbeating of this cluster as a campus, hosting companies and research organizations. Next slide, please. So you have about, in this cluster, the Health Valley, 1,000 companies, more than 60 institutions, and research, academic centers, 3 university hospitals, and the Lausanne University Hospital is one of the top 10 best hospitals in the world. There's also EPFL, which is the Swiss Institute of Technology Lausanne. It's one of the leading university in Europe, engineering school. It's about a talent pool of about 4,000 people in life sciences. So a good talent to tap into for scientists, researchers, but also for business angels, entrepreneurs, investors. Next slide, please. So you will see some big names. We are connected to all these big companies, be it global biotech, pharma leaders, medtech leaders like Boston Scientific, Roche, Nestle, Lonza, Merck, and so on. So there are a bunch of big players which are very close to a big network of startups in life sciences. And some of these startups are unicorns, so with a market valuation of more than 1 billion, and we have at least one in Biopol. So next slide, please. So the Health Valley is a very international cluster. Now, to dig a bit more in Biopol, so as a campus, we are growing massively, extending with the construction of new buildings every year. We are right now building 3 new buildings. The total size of Biopol, this is this number of 134,000 square meters of dedicated space to life sciences. This makes us one of the largest in Europe. And it hosts more than 150 companies today, but we're welcoming new companies every month. It's about 2,500 people. Companies have raised more than 2.4 billion of private investment. So when you join Biopol, you join a network of successful entrepreneurs, and you benefit from a high visibility from local but also international investors. Just in the last 2 years, our companies have raised 600 million of private investment. The figure we are very proud of is the 60% of collaboration rates. So our companies have at least 60% of the companies have at least one agreement or collaboration with another research organization on site or another company on site, and we know this is even much more. So this is a reality on site. There are a lot of synergies, but we are also here to build bridges, as we're doing today with you, to showcase and present our ecosystem, to connect the dots and connect countries between together, connect ecosystem and clusters. Next slide, please. Of course, we do a lot of events on site and in the region. And that's the way also you can benefit from this network. So that's the view of the Biopol campus. Let's say on the left side, that's all the research organizations, the university hospital, the Ludwig for Institute for Cancer Research. It's a major research cancer, and they are building right now a major research translational center at Biopol after San Diego and Oxford. So Biopol is really known as a major research hub, especially in oncology, in the field also of immunology and personalized medicine. And the other half on the right side, these are the networks of companies. And here you have all types of companies, because life sciences, this is pretty wide. This is biotech, pharma, but not only. This is medtech, diagnostic, digital health, and we have also service providers in many fields like regulatory affairs, IP, laws, and so on. So it's a quite well-connected ecosystem. And again, this is part of the whole Swiss ecosystem of innovation and life sciences. Next slide, please. So we offer, as I mentioned, a lot of infrastructure, be it for startup and be it for big companies or small and mid-sized enterprises. We don't care about square meters. It's really about science and innovation. For sure, we have big players like Ferring Pharmaceuticals, like the Indian company Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. They have their headquarters in New York, and all the R&D is here in Biopol. Roche is also present on site. CSL Behring, which is a major Australian biotech, but also a bunch, and we can't put all the companies in one slide, a bunch of small SMEs and also startups. We have about 55 startups on the campus in different fields. Some of these startups with Taiwanese management and Taiwanese investors like Pilatus Biosciences, for instance, or Onward Therapeutics. So we already have a connection with Taiwan. Next slide, please. Of course, we are part of, on-site, there are a lot of research groups, more than 25 developing really key innovation and key research in oncology, immunology, and personalized medicine, but we have also very famous institute in public health, in nutrition, and in hematology as well. So next slide, please. A few words about innovation, because what made the reputation and the success of Biopole is all the programs we have developed for startup, and for sure these programs are available for Taiwanese companies, be it small or be it big. Next slide, please. The first one is Start Lab. So Start Lab, it's our biotech and medtech incubator. It's a co-working lab space. We have about 25 startups, and we bring a very plug and play, flexible access to equipments for biotech and medtech companies, from cell culture to prototyping labs and so on. So it's 1,500 square meters of dedicated space as a launch pad for startup spin-offing from a research organization or any new entrepreneur developing a new idea or a new molecule or a new device. Next slide, please. In combination with Start Lab, which is after the next stage is Super Lab. This is more like private labs you can rent. So after 3 years in Start Lab, you are allowed to move to your own space, I would say. But again, this is a fully serviced lab with equipment. But here, this is not the co-working. It's more like private labs. And all in all, with Super Lab and Start Lab, this is 3,000 square meters of dedicated space for biotech medtech. This is unique in Switzerland. And this also is a launch pad for expanding on the campus. So most of the Super Lab companies right now are biotech companies which have raised between 10 to 50 million. So more like A and B round companies. In Start Lab, this is more like early stage companies with some seed funding. Again, we have to have them to connect with the right networks, be it academic, clinical, political, investors, investment networks, and also we are here again to showcase and bring them visibility when we travel abroad. We will be to Bio next week. I will not be personally, but my CEO, Nasrin Haas, will be there on the Swiss pavilion, so feel free to connect with him. Next slide, please. We also have a major hub in digital health that we launched 3 years ago, where we have companies active in AI, in mobile health, electronic health records, so different type of digital health solutions. So they have a dedicated space where they can learn, exchange from each other. Next slide, please. Link to the DH Square, the digital health hub. We have launched again 3 years ago an accelerator program, which is called the Vanguard program, which is dedicated to health tech and digital health solution at a prototype level. And so we have them to connect over a period of 6 months and to validate the business case, to validate the technology with a network of clinics and healthcare providers. This is open to any international companies. So there's an application process. We select between 4 to 8 companies per year in this program. Next slide, please. Last but not least, we have a fund right now, which is more like a grant, but we are now moving to a second stage of this grant, which is going to be a $500,000 Swiss franc fund to come by the end of this year. So we are here also to support and invest in startup. This is also a selection process and a support process that you can have access also on the website. So happy to elaborate a bit more on that if you want to connect with me, either on LinkedIn or you will have my details in my presentation. So next slide, please. This is my last slide. Biopole is maybe we have a slide before. Can you just come back to the last slide, please? Okay, sorry. Sorry, I thought I had another slide. Biopol is also, just to conclude, as I mentioned, is really known as an innovation hub. So for sure we have buildings, nice view on the Geneva Lake. But the most important is about how we can help you to develop your business and your innovation. And for this, we have a corporate partnership program which is dedicated to big multinationals. So we connect the Roche, the Novalis, and all these big players to innovative startup. And this is not restricted to Swiss startups. So whatever technology you develop from Taiwan, don't hesitate to connect with me so that we can help you also to connect with the right potential partners. So thank you very much for your time. I wish you a successful conference today, and feel free to connect with me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Olivier. For a very nice, very clear presentation. We learned a lot also from this presentation. And thank you again for last year hosting us to visit your Biopol. That was a very wonderful experience. And I still remember the lake in your background. That was wonderful.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So as Olivier mentioned, there's already a very famous biotech company, Onward Therapeutics, residing in their Biopol. And we also passed by that lab space last year. So that was really a true example in the Biopol. Okay, any burning questions from the audience? We are actually a bit behind the schedule. So if there's no question, of course, if you have any question, you can contact me or Olivier directly. Okay, thank you very much, Olivier, for a very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. Thank you so much for your sharing. So next, we'd like to invite Dr. Xu Mingshi, Executive Director of Translational Medicine Center at Biomedical Translation Research Center of Academia Sinica to take over as the moderator. 我们这边呢就请到施执行长来担任我们的主持人，来有请。
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank audience that is still here and to learn, how we make this international connection for the NBRP. And I think the following section have, including the UK and UAE. And initially, why we say, well, why UK and Cambridge, right? UK is the home to the world largest biotech and the medtech industry. And as well as that UK, especially the Cambridge ranked as the third technology community in the world, next to the Bay Area and Boston, right? Today morning, we talking about the MIT, Kendall Square as well. So the Cambridge is the third one. It's also quite important to bridge this connection. Next. So why UK again? So I think we spend effort to bridge the Taiwan and UK, especially Cambridge enterprise, is that the biotech strategic partner is involved the government, okay? And last year is in May and also in July, there is some official between two governments to sign the MOU for the health care, health cooperation. Next. So last year we have this demo day. We also invite two from the Cambridge that is quite important, especially one is guys from the British office in Taipei. So that is kind of to promote between the UK and NBRP interaction. And also the CEO of the Cambridge Enterprise currently is a vice president of the Cambridge. And it's also is important connection and also the dialogue between Taiwan and especially this NBRP and Cambridge Enterprise. Next. So today, for this section, we have three speakers. The first one is Christine Martin. Currently, she is the head of the Cambridge Enterprise Venture. And the second one is Catherine Chapin, CEO of the Innovation Cambridge and Director of Science and Entrepreneurship at the Barbara Research Campus. And the third one is the Viken Bensali. And Viken is quite important. It's quite special. Is Currently, he's the CEO of the United Bank for Africa, PIC, which is the Dubai International Financial Center branch. So I think without further ado, let's welcome the first one, the Martin. Yes, the Dr. Martin. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I will just try and share my slides. Hopefully that will work.
Yes, it works.
So thank you very much. And thank you so much for inviting me to speak at your demo day, and hello to everybody in the audience. So it's my pleasure to talk to you today about seed investment funding. So let's see if I can advance that. So the University of Cambridge recruits the best academics in the world and gives them the freedom to be curious. And the result of that academic freedom is that they make discoveries, invent solutions to problems, and create new products. So in Cambridge, they're encouraged to be entrepreneurial and to apply their ideas and the outputs of their academic research to global problems to have a positive impact on society. Often, this is achieved via forming a company. So we can see in our data that in 2021, so a couple of years ago, there was an assessment of the contribution that Cambridge ecosystem companies have. And these companies have a turnover of 8.5 billion. They employed 25,000 people and had been awarded over £2 billion in investment. And of these companies that contribute to the Cambridge ecosystem, over 380 of them originated from the university. So the university has a massive contribution to make to the Cambridge ecosystem. So Cambridge Enterprise provides support for the university. So we are the commercialization business of the University of Cambridge. We're here to support academics in their entrepreneurial ambitions, and we look after licensing of intellectual property, we put in place consultancies, and we get involved in company formation. So Cambridge has also taken a real thought leadership position in the area of spin-out formation. We're part of a group called 10U, which is a group of 10 universities that bring together best practice from across the UK and actually also draw in experience from 3 universities from the United States and 1 from mainland Europe. And they, it's like an ideas melting pot, and they then work out what are the best ways to do commercialization and to start companies, and then share out the conclusions of this thought process widely across the UK universities. So this has led to a guide called Use It, which is an explanation for various stakeholders as to what a spin out from a university might look like, what terms might be anticipated, how might you interact with the home institution, and this can really facilitate the process of starting a company. And more recently, Cambridge has launched a fast-track approach to licensing of academic technologies, again to reduce negotiation times and facilitate that company formation process. So when a company is formed, that's where my team gets involved. So Cambridge Enterprise Ventures invest university money into university companies. So we have a double bottom line mission. So we are here to generate impact as well as make a financial return. So we have a very rigorous process, and we have very strong investor syndicates, and we have a lot of advisors and a network of partners that hopefully give our companies an excellent start and a really good chance of medium to long-term success. So we have been investing since 1995, and over the lifetime of the fund, we've invested £43 million. But actually, our activity has been increasing over the last few years. So of that £43 million, £22 million has been invested in just the last 5 years. And we intend to do at least the same again in the next 5 years. So because our role is to start companies and take a risk in those early stages, when it can be difficult to raise investment capital that is needed, it is really helpful that the university is taking this risk alongside money that comes from other investors. So they're all taking the same risk together, sitting around the same table with a very aligned purpose. So our companies have gone on to raise 3.7 billion of follow-on investment, and our exited multiple is a 3.36 fold, which is excellent for an early stage investor. So we invest across the breadth of the university technologies, so everything from quantum, silicon, artificial intelligence, medtech, and drug discovery, as well as a small number of social ventures. But I realized here today that your focus is really on the biotech sector. So I thought I would pull out just a few examples of our life sciences companies. So of the 160 companies in our current portfolio, a little under half are in the life sciences sectors. And this shows a few of the example companies that we're working with. So the first two are using machine learning or artificial intelligence in the design of molecules for drug discovery. Conca has again a machine learning approach to analyzing multiple inputs and then working out what is the best treatment course for any particular patient with the characteristics of their disease. Upfront Diagnostics and 52 North Health are diagnostic tests, and the three at the bottom are all drug discovery companies. SDS is a rare genetic disease therapeutics company. T Therapeutics is unlocking the power of T cells to treat solid tumors and cancer. Carrick is an anti-cancer drug discovery company, and Sporea is making the next generation of antibody drug conjugates to treat cancer. And all of these companies were started either with academics from the University of Cambridge or with technologies developed at the University of Cambridge, and we have invested in all of them alongside other co-investor syndicate partners. So that is a very brief touch on the work that we do in Cambridge. My name is Christine Martin. Please do stay in touch. It would be my pleasure to share more details with you if you are interested. And I think at this point, I'm handing over to Catherine.
Okay, so after Christine's sharing, next topic, we'll talk about partnership with biotech ecosystem in Cambridge. It's our pleasure to have Dr. Catherine Chapman, CEO of Innovate Cambridge, Director of Science and Entrepreneurship at Barbraham Research Campus. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Catherine. Catherine, please turn on the camera. We can't see you right now.
Oh, my camera is on. So.
We can't see you currently. Okay, now we can see you.
Okay. But that's when I stop doing slideshow. So if I go to slideshow, can you see me now?
No. But
okay.
We can still see the slideshow while you turn your camera on. So maybe it's on your side, you can't see the
So
slideshow.
This is okay for you?
No, we can't see you.
Okay,
but we can see the slideshow.
Okay. I'm not. It seemed to work before. So shall I stop sharing, or what would you like me to do? So can you see my slides now or not?
Yeah, we can see your slide.
Okay, because if I go onto the WebEx, I can see everybody on the screen. So I just take your advice. You advise me what to do.
So we'll share the slides for you. So whenever you need us to turn to the next page, then let us know.
Okay, thank you. So I'll stop sharing then. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. It's good that we have a plan B. A plan B is always good. So thank you very much for inviting me to speak. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. And I thought I would start by telling you how lovely Cambridge is in the winter and the summer. It's absolutely beautiful. It's always snowy in the summer, and it's in the winter, and it's always sunny in the summer, so that you can see our beautiful landscape here. Next slide, please. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Cambridge. You've seen some numbers from Christine, but basically we have a fantastic innovation and technology cluster here in Cambridge with $24 billion businesses and unicorns born in Cambridge, and a 24 billion annual turnover generated by our knowledge-intensive firms. We have over 5,000 knowledge-intensive firms in Cambridge, and nearly 600 of those are in the life sciences. As you probably well know, we have 121 Cambridge affiliates that have been awarded the Nobel Prize in Cambridge. And actually, when you look at the number of patents published per member of the population, we have the most intensive science and technology activity. And I thought it would be useful to show you a map of Cambridge so that you can see the cluster. So the centre of Cambridge is at the top, and then as you move into the south of Cambridge, that's our life science cluster. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the life science cluster now. Next slide, please. So one of the reasons that Cambridge is so successful is because we are able to effectively translate the research from bench to bedside. So we have research that happens at the university in the centre of town, at the Wellcome Trust Sanger Institute, at the Laboratory of Molecular Biology on the Biomedical campus. All over Cambridge, this research is going on day to day, this exciting research. But the amazing thing about Cambridge is that that research is able to be spun out with organisations like Cambridge Enterprise. We have a number of accelerator programmes. And then there is support all over Cambridge for these companies, both in terms of the networks that they can access, but also in terms of the space. So we have got space for companies that are starting out and founders with 1 to 2 people, right up to companies like AstraZeneca, who have their global headquarters here, and every single type of space in between. And the companies are able to do their clinical trials here at the Biomedical campus, and they're able to grow their company. And it's here in the south of Cambridge. There are bigger sites as well for companies to move on to, like Granta Park and Chesterford Park. So this is in the south of Cambridge. The life science cluster is in the south of Cambridge that takes advantage of the whole of Cambridge. Next slide, please. So although academic spin-outs are absolutely at the heart of the cluster, and the university, the research that comes out of the university is fundamental to the success of Cambridge, without a doubt. And you can see here the academic spin-outs, and out of the top 12 academic spin-outs based on the equity that has been invested into those spin-outs, 8 of those are in the life sciences, and the majority of those are based where I am now, which is on the Babraham Research Campus. But what you can also see here is that Cambridge is a really fantastic convergence of both the life sciences and technology as well. And those companies are working together to try and make the most out of both technology and life sciences. And we have other amazing sectors here as well. And the map on the right-hand side just shows where the investment is in Cambridge as well in terms of the science parks and campuses. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take a little bit of time to tell you a little bit about Innovate Cambridge as well. So the other thing that makes Cambridge a really fantastic and successful ecosystem is that it has a coordinated, cluster-wide, collaborative structure for innovation. So this strategy is across the city, and it takes academics, the businesses, and local government all together with the same vision for innovation in Cambridge, and it's funded by each of those organisations as well. So we have an innovation strategy that's convened by Innovate Cambridge, but involves the whole city, including the stakeholders that I've mentioned. But it was made, this innovation strategy was made by talking to over 500 key individuals in the city that have been part of that innovation cluster. And also 200 organisations have signed up to an innovation charter to back the strategy as well. And there are 3 pillars to this strategy in the city. One is that we have an innovation engine that fires on all cylinders. What this means is that there is seamless innovation in the city, as I described, from bench to bedside, and it happens apparently seamlessly within the city. Also, that the innovation that we create within Cambridge has value and impact, both economic impact from a financial perspective, but also societal impact as well in terms of jobs and other things that give back to the community. And then the third part is partnerships and collaboration with other cities in the UK and across the world. We also have really, really ambitious KPIs that we're working towards. So for instance, we would like to create another 15 unicorns by 2035 and have another 20 billion total VC investment. Next slide, please. The other thing to mention is that the UK government is incredibly supportive of Cambridge. The UK government recognises the value of Cambridge, the ambition of Cambridge, and the previous success of Cambridge, and is incredibly supportive of its growth. And now is a fantastic time to collaborate and be involved with Cambridge as we are prepared to double Cambridge in size over the next 30 years. Next slide, please. So I just want to finish with a case study, which is the Babraham Research Campus, to give you an idea of how Cambridge works in practice. There are a number of these campuses and parks throughout Cambridge, again, that collaborate, work together, and have similar structures. So the Babraham Research Campus is a campus that's funded by the UK government to support startups that are based in Cambridge. And it supports startups through acceleration programs, such as Accelerate at Babraham. There are other accelerator programs, such as Start Coder, and it gives infrastructure, talent, skills, all of the things that companies need when they're first starting out to make sure that they get over that initial chasm where it's very, very difficult to get to the next stage of investment. So we know that having a campus and a community like this that reaches into the rest of Cambridge can accelerate the time it takes to raise funds, accelerate the science that's being done, and also increase the companies in size and accelerate the growth of companies as well. So having the right environment for these companies that are coming out of the university and the ideas that are coming from elsewhere in Cambridge is absolutely critically important. So next slide, please. I'd just like to finish by saying that, as Christine said at the end, Cambridge is very open and welcoming and would love to talk to you further about your needs, about what you might be interested in Cambridge. And if you connect with one of us, we will make sure that you are connected to the right person, whether it be space you need, labs you need, investment opportunities, connections, collaborations, research, talent, or skills. And thank you very much for listening today.
Okay, I think before we open for Q&A, I would like to invite Dr. Jiu Zhu. She's the advisor. She's advisor to the director, Dr. Wan Zhong. So she's really engaged, between the collaboration with the Taiwan NBRP and Cambridge Enterprise. So yeah. So we will take question and together. Okay.
Okay. So now, thank you for Dr. Martin, and thank you for Dr. Chapman. Your presentation is marvelous. And right now we have many VIP guests from MIT. So I'm not trying to create a competition here, because we know Cambridge has been working closely with MIT, right? So we have Dr. Lauren Foster from the MIT Tech Licensing Office. So we are talking about the 10U, which Dr. Martin, you just mentioned, the USIT that has been created by 10U. So now you know that we, Taiwan, are very, very serious about connecting to the international expertise and creating opportunity for Taiwan startup company. So I got a question for Dr. Martin. So can you share your secret formula? How to pick up these 2 unicorns out of 4,000 startups? And that's the most famous, and that they will credit you for this very unique ability for valuation and choosing the topic. And the second question is, Taiwan government, we are trying to set up a biotech investment fund. So as an investment expert from Cambridge, do you have any advice for Taiwan government as to how to manage those kind of investment funds, how to support the startup to make them successful? Yeah, Dr. Martin.
Okay, so how to pick a unicorn? Well, there are no secrets. it helps in Cambridge that we have a really fantastic, high-quality research base. But fundamentally, if everyone could just pick the unicorns, then that's where all the money would go. So what we try to do is we try to start lots of really good companies. And hopefully one of them or some of them will become unicorns. So there is no substitute. And you don't just want to invest in everything. You need to invest in good companies. There is no substitute for lots of diligence. Great technology, a great team, the ability to deliver on the objectives, all the usual great stuff that goes into the foundation of really good companies. And you need to make sure that if they deliver on their objectives, and there's always a lot of risk at the beginning, but if they deliver what the promise of the technology shows, that it could be a highly successful company. And of course, from our perspective, we're really looking for impact to be useful and to change lives, to change patients' lives. Many companies that are going to change patients' lives, if it's a diagnostic, for example, it's unlikely to be a unicorn. And for us, that is okay. What we want to do is we want to have a positive impact and benefit society. And it is great if we make loads of money. We need to make a return, but we're not only looking for the unicorn companies. And I think your second question was to provide advice and about setting up an investment fund for biotech startups. And the first thing that I would suggest is you really want to know what it is that you're trying to achieve. So is your objective to start lots of companies, or is and do you want them to have an impact, or are you looking for a return on investment? Now, for us, we're looking for both, and that makes it a slightly complicated story. But once you know what your objectives are, then you can generate a fund that will be able to meet those objectives. So how your fund looks it is really dictated by what you're trying to achieve. I would strongly suggest that even the best, most amazing ideas take a lot of time. So having patience and a strategy which means that you can help companies over a number of rounds of investment through a series of inflection points to try and help them get to meet the objectives of the company and not to need to bring cash out too early is really helpful. If you have to bring cash out of a company early, it can completely disrupt the journey of a company. But I would encourage, provide lots of support as well as capital. So what Cambridge Enterprise does isn't just provide money and see what happens. We've got a huge network of experts and advisors. The whole Cambridge ecosystem, of course, is a fantastic place to find people to provide advice and expertise. When we start a new company in a certain area, we will look around the ecosystem and identify a company that's 2 steps ahead, or a company that has a similar product but in a different marketplace who can come back and give advice. And in Cambridge, Catherine showed a map. Cambridge is a relatively small place. Everybody sort of knows everybody else, but people are really, really enthusiastic about helping the next generation of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship in Cambridge isn't unusual or something that only a few people do. It is totally encouraged, and it's encouraged by the exited entrepreneurs, and they want to help the early entrepreneurs. So I would strongly encourage having a whole network of additional things and value that you can add, not just the money. Because although the money is crucial, especially in the early days when it's hard to get venture capitalists involved in really early technology, actually the money is not enough. So if you want an ecosystem that's going to thrive, bring lots of things together.
That's marvelous. We cannot wait to go to Cambridge. And thank you for your introduction. And now for Dr. Chapman, can you just give us a little bit of a hint that how a Cambridge ecosystem can help Taiwanese government because we have a plan to set up an overseas science park. Will Cambridge be a good destination for Taiwan? And how Taiwanese startup investor industry can benefit from enter Cambridge ecosystem and soft landing UK and Europe market? Dr. Chapman, please.
Yeah, I think Christine has answered a little bit of what a startup can access when they come into the Cambridge ecosystem. And I hope that I covered some of that in the presentation. So for sure, there is access to expertise. There are networks, not just in Cambridge, but the Golden Triangle and beyond into Europe as well. And also capital within Cambridge, because investors come to Cambridge to invest. So I think that it's a really fantastic place for a startup. At the start of their journey, in the middle of their journey as well. So it is a fantastic place. And I think your question about an overseas science park, of course, Cambridge is the best place to come in the world. And I think the most important thing to think about here is timing. So I mentioned the UK government support for Cambridge. There is about to be a big investment into Cambridge and talent and skills and infrastructure and transport and housing and everything that you need to set up a science park, as well as what you need for the people that are going to work there as well. So I would say actually the timing is incredibly important, and the timing is right now. But absolutely, as Christine mentioned, the Cambridge ecosystem is one of the most welcoming ecosystems in the world, and you will just feel like a part of it by having feet on the ground and being here in person.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Shi, and thank you for Dr. Chapman, Dr. Martin. So let's give them a round of big applause for their Cambridge presentation. We hope to see you soon in Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think due to the time that we need to move to the next one. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you both. And next, please welcome Mr. Vikram Bhansali, banker and Middle East expert, former chief representative, Dubai International Finance Center, consultant, IFC World Bank, to talk about opportunity for Taiwan startup and investors in UAE. Please welcome Vikram.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible and visible. Am I? Hello?
Oh, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, great. So good afternoon, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here and to be sharing the virtual stage with such other eminent speakers. Interestingly, I think the day is moving from US, Europe, closer east. So I represent the Middle East, closer to home, I guess, in some ways. And I'm here to talk a little bit about what the Middle East is doing in this particular field of biotech, healthcare, research, and also bring in some of the unique aspects that we offer over here. Maybe I'll start sharing my presentation if that's okay with everybody. And the approach we take here, generally speaking, is obviously we want competition, but more importantly, we want collaboration. I think that's the broad strategy that the Middle East tends to follow, and which is to make sure that there are collaborative forces, because nobody can do anything by themselves. We are in a largely connected world. So as you see on my slide, I've put a little red circle for those of us who may not be that familiar with where we are geographically located. We are in the Middle East in that red circle, which puts us very close to Europe, very close to Africa, and Southeast Asia as well. So roughly around, I think it said about 2/3 of the world's population is within 6 to 8 hours of flying distance from where we are. So I'm going to, oops, the slide's not moving. Yeah. I think there's a slight delay, but has the slide moved to the next slide? Somebody could just.
Yes, we turn to the next slide. We can see.
You can see the next.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So, the global healthcare spending is quite significant. It's about $8.5 trillion. It's data that you all know. But coming from the emerging markets, what's particularly interesting for us is that around 85% of the world's population lives in emerging markets, but the healthcare spend in emerging markets is only about 20-25%. So bulk of the healthcare spend is being done in developed markets, which represents a much smaller population. So what UAE and the Middle East, UAE stands for United Arab Emirates. So what we're trying to do here is to use this diversity that we see in our country to try and support the development of the healthcare genome research, both locally and internationally. So we have a unique proposition. We have over 200 nationalities that work and live in UAE, just one country. This is not the entire Middle East. And that represents roughly 88% of the total population. So it's a very unique thing where a large part of a country's population, close to 90%, is made up of expatriates with a very diverse gene pool. And you'll see why I'm bringing this point up as we scroll further in the presentation. So we've had our own share of initiatives. There is the healthcare strategy that was set up in 2021. There are biopharm tech research centers, parks, healthcare free zones across Dubai and Abu Dhabi. There is sort of collaboration with academia that's there as well. So that's within United Arab Emirates, but also in the broader Middle East, you would see that there is the stuff being done in Saudi Arabia. They have a 2030 plan, which is again focused on biotech and healthcare transformation. Another neighboring country, Qatar, very rich in oil and gas, both Saudi and Qatar, they have their own focus on research on cancer, diabetes, neurological disorders, etc. So I think the theme that we're trying to build here is that the Middle East is creating the ecosystem and has the passion to support this global initiative when it comes to healthcare research and development. So Abu Dhabi has its own genome park and has budgeted close to $816 million, let's call it $850 million, that they want to spend to support genome research. And this is where my earlier point of 200 nationalities tie in. So on one hand, the UAE has a small population, just about 10 million people. So it's not sizable from a population perspective. But at the other hand, we have 200 nationalities living here. So look at the amount of genetic data that is available here. So if you see the second bullet point under scope, that's what we want to focus on. We want to make sure that we create one of the largest genomic database in the world. We have that diversity over here, and we are working on that already. The government is working on that with academia. So that provides a very unique proposition. And I think, we can start seeing that the Middle East is not just a place where you come for funding, but there's a place and an opportunity here to do research, given the diversity and the ecosystem and the platform that we provide. So I think that's the point that I wanted to make on this slide. We also have, collaboration with the universities, and it's being done across Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and the broader Middle East, as we just spoke about. So I'm just going to wait for my slide to scroll. Yeah, so it has. Why genome research? And this is just one of the topics. So we are also looking and addressing the broader healthcare initiative. But why are we talking about this is largely because, we want to personalize medicine, and we want to focus on prevention. So whilst there is obviously a need and a focus on creating, good quality healthcare, fast response, good doctors, equally, we want to actually find a way if we can actually prevent people from having the need to go to hospital. So early detection, prevention is again a key theme that we want to focus on, and we're looking at economic diversification as well to be achieved through the whole healthcare space. Now, since I think we also wanted to hear a little bit about, or the audience, I believe, wanted to hear a little bit about the funding and the VC landscape over here, I think just wanted to bring out a few high-level points. There are over 150 VC deals that have happened in 2022. That number has come down a little bit in line with what the global trends of what we see in the PE VC space. But a couple of things that leap out is that in the entire Middle East spending, UAE, United Arab Emirates, which is where I'm sitting right now, tends to dominate the fund flow. And interestingly, on the top right, if you see, there are over 200 active investors, and of the entire pool of money that is invested, very interestingly, roughly half of it comes from international investors. So now if you try and triangulate, what you see is you have a large interest from international investors, you have this diversity of population, and you have significant funding available over here, which creates a very interesting combination. And on the bottom of the slide, I've listed some of the unicorns that we've had from United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, both of which are very large economies in the Middle East. At a high level, just so that those interested in setting up a fund or wanting to explore the Middle East, there are a few things which are quite unique about the Middle East, and I just wanted to very quickly touch upon that. So it's a very oil-rich area, obviously. It has a sovereign wealth fund, which is very active, and the assets of the sovereign wealth funds in the Middle East are more than $10 trillion. Interestingly, if you list the top 10 sovereign wealth funds in the world, barring the first one, which is the one in Norway, the other 9 are either in Middle East or Asia. So it's a very affluent, rich sort of grouping of countries. The second thing, which is very interesting from an investor participation point, is that the currency generally is pegged to the US dollar. So you can almost think of it as a fixed peg to the dollar. So you don't have those issues of devaluation and eroding your returns as you may have in some other emerging market countries. So I think that's quite a draw. So the United Arab Emirates, UAE dirham, the local currency, is fixed pegged to the dollar. $1 equals 3.6730 dirhams. So that's quite an interesting proposition. I think the other things that have been a draw are that there are very low corporate taxes. We've just introduced a corporate tax of 9%. And even in that, there are plenty of exemptions based on who your client base is and where you're doing stuff. There are no capital controls, so money can flow in and out freely. There are no issues that you may have in terms of capital control or requirements to apply for approvals from central banks, etc., that you may have in some emerging markets, obviously not in Europe and the US, but we are very aligned in that sense. We've talked ad nauseum about the expat population, ease of doing business. So it's a very welcoming environment, lots of free zones. The government is very proactive. The government's very keen to support new industries, new entrepreneurs, be it fintech, biotech, digital currency, cryptos, or whatever it is. They are always at the forefront of development, and it's a very safe society. It's great infrastructure, great connectivity. We already talked about the location, and generally the credit quality of the governments, the banks tend to be fairly high in this part of the world, which is kind of a reflection of the affluent, sort of the affluent government that we are blessed with. So I think that's broadly the key stuff the key messages that I wanted to share today. And I want to yield the floor back and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. Thank you for spending the time, because Vic always travel in private jet. So today we have the very privilege to having you share your experience with Taiwan audience. And also we would like to connect with you later on because you are closely connected with the Sovereign Fund from Middle East. And currently that there are 3 billion US has been invested in Euro startup this year, and more than 24,000 startup has been funded in Dubai. So later, thank you, Vikram, and thank you for your sharing due to the time constraint today. So we'll skip the Q&A today, but we definitely will get in touch with you. And thank you so much for today, your sharing. It's marvelous. It's a great lesson for us. Thank you. We'll go to Dubai. Thank you. So let's give a round of applause for Vikram. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. Thank you very much. So next is the award ceremony for pitch competition. We'd like to welcome Dr. Wu Hanzhong to give us some remarks. 请帮我们热烈掌声欢迎吴主任上台。接下来呢，我们要进入到 pitch 擂台的颁奖典礼了。
Okay, dear distinguished speaker and all of our honorable guests, I think 2024 NBRP has come to the conclusion. So here I would like to express my gratitude to thank our distinguished speaker, Professor Harvey Lodish, Professor Andrew W, Professor Dr. Lauren Foster, and Dr. Novalia Pishesha. Thank you for their shares, their insightful speech, as well as his successful experience. So please join me, give us a big hand for them. I also would like to thank our modulator and the panelists. They also share many expertise and opinion and the perspective. So I think our talents has learned a lot of from them. Finally, I would like to thank our co-organizer and our sponsor, partner, as well as all of our colleagues from the BioTrack for your fully support and your effort. Let's also give a big hand to them. I think the end of the section, we have will announce the pitching competition award. Here I would like to thank all of the advisor and the participant for their effort and and their excellent work. Okay. So I thank all for your coming to NBRP, and we have joined us this such a wonderful gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wu. I need you to remain on the stage because before we announce the winners for pitch competition, we like to present certificates of appreciation to 4 distinguished guests. So Professor Harvey F. Lodish and Professor Andrew W. Low, please come up to the stage. And also I'll need Associate Director Lawrence C. Foster and Assistant Professor Novalia Pishesha. So I need 4 distinguished guests to come up to the stage, and I'd like Dr. Wu to present certificates of appreciation to you. Wow, what a lovely moment. 好，我们来颁发感谢状。好，特别感谢4位在本次活动的付出。Thank you very much. A round of applause. So I like Dr. Wu to stand in the middle and let's take a photo together. Everybody get closer. Show your certificate of appreciation. To your left, to your left. Okay, 这样可以吗？ 好 ，Look at our photographer waving his hand. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. And I need Harvey to stay on the stage, and other please be seated. Harvey, please give us some thoughts on this event.
My thoughts are really one of appreciation to everyone here, the organizers, for 2 phenomenal days of really showing off what Taiwan can do in developing therapies. The talks we heard this morning from 11 companies, they were all very exciting and held real promise for real therapeutics that can help not just Taiwan, but affected people throughout the world. So it's been a wonderful 2 days. I've personally learned a lot and met many of you who are making remarkable strides in both the science and the business of biotechnology. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Thank you for a compliment. And please go to the middle of our stage because we're going to need you to announce the winner for pitch competition. And the first award is the Investment Award. So the Investment Award winner goes to?
Oh, thank you. Ruby Chen's lab at the Academia Sinica. Ruby, come on.
Congratulations, and the winner can receive one-on-one consultation with MIT Professor Lodish, 30 minutes, 2 consultations with PwC Financial Business Advisor. How about we hold the board and take some photos together? Look at our photographer. 3, 2, 1. 好，恭喜获得投资青睐奖，谢谢。好，我们到舞台侧边稍等一下 ，Please wait aside the stage。帮我们引导一下和工作人员，谢谢。好，接下来呢，我们要来宣布的是潜力新秀奖，我们要请到资诚联合会计师事务所的代表到台上来。So we're going to announce the winner for the Rising Star Award. 好，那刚刚因为奖项还有很多哈，我只唱了其中2个，这个后续大家应该都知道。好，那我们请我们代表 ，Please announce the winner for the Rising Star Award.
延伸生医 at Academician Biomedical.
Congratulations. 好，那他一样可以获得我刚刚讲的2个奖项哦。那同时呢 ，so the award winner can also receive Taiwan Bio Asia Taiwan Full Pass and International Marketing Promotion at USA Bio 2024. Including the 2 gifts I just mentioned, one-on-one consultation with MIT Professor Lodish, 30 minutes, and 2 consultations with PwC Financial Business Advisor, total of 2 hours. All right, congratulations, and please wait aside. 到旁边稍等一下。好，接下来呢，我们要颁发的是技术创新奖。我们请到台湾生物产业发展协会的代表到台前来 ，Welcome the representative from Taiwan Bio Industry Organization to announce the winner for the Technology Innovation Award. 好，我们这边即将宣布这个技术创新奖得主。
亚大基因，恭喜！
恭喜亚大基因，请代表到台前来。So the award winner for the Technology Innovation Award can win a one-on-one consultation with MIT Professor Lodish, 30 minutes, 2 consultations with PwC Financial Business Advisors, total of 2 hours, and Taiwan Bio Asia, Taiwan one-on-one partnering, and also they'll get international marketing promotion at USA Bio 2024. Okay, so please remain on stage, and I like the previous award presenters and award winners to come back to the stage. 我们大家要一起大合照，好不好？我们前面3组一起大合照。Please come back to the stage, everybody. Come back to the middle and let's take some photos. 同时，我们要邀请到几位嘉宾哦，我们的吴主任、李副主任，还有施执行长到台上来一起加入合照。好，我们请工作人员引导一下站位。And we like Andrew to come up to the stage too to join us for the group photo. And we'll have our staff assist you for the position you stand. 好，everybody to your left, one step to your left， 一步，好，可以了吗？Lauren and Nova, please come up to the stage too. 好，我们林副主任也到台上来。来，这个阶段大家一起合照一张 ，Let's take a group photo。好，摄影师。这样可以吗？好 ，Let's take some photos. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. 谢谢大家，谢谢 ，Thank you. Please be seated. 后面还有大合照时间，所以大家不用担心，还有更多的合照。There are more photos later. So, let's keep on with the award winners. 接着下来，我们继续来宣布一下哈，我们请施执行长帮我们颁发国际市场奖。施执行长帮我留步在舞台中，上台到舞台中间，然后我们来宣布这个国际市场奖 ，The International Marketing Award。好，我们信封国际市场奖，那他们可以获得这个奖项。So for the award winner of the International Marketing Award, we'll get AstraZeneca International Industry Expert Matching, 2 courses at PwC Future Leaders Academy. And also they'll get International Marketing Promotion at USA Bio 2024.
Okay, they have the 6 new startup company received the award. The first one is 延伸生医. The second one is 裕民生医生物科技. The third one is 家政 Honey Bear. The fourth one is from the Ruby lab. So come up again. The fifth one is 亚大基因。我们请代表到台上。亚大基因。The sixth one is 奇迹生命科技公司 Blascan Biotech. Congratulations. Yeah.
Congratulations for winning the International Marketing Award. 好，我们大家一起合照一张 ，Let's take a photo together. 摄影师 ，3, 2, 1. Thank you and congratulations. Please go back to your seat. 谢谢。So last but not least, we have the Clinical Validation Award. 我们请林副主任到台上来颁发这个奖项——临床验证奖。The award winner will get one-on-one consultation, 30 minutes, and market entry strategy with medical industry experts from the Taipei Medical University System, 2 courses at PwC Future Leaders Academy, and International Marketing Promotion at USA Bio 2024.
Okay, the first one goes to AT Genomics 亚大基因科技股份有限公司。And the second one goes to the Blascan Biotech 奇迹生命科技股份有限公司。And the third one goes to Dental Corporation, 台湾牙易通股份有限公司。And the fourth one go to Super Genius AI Tech, 捷精灵资讯科技股份有限公司。
好，那我们请颁奖人站在中间好吗？来，颁奖人站在蓝色那个点，中心点，蓝色的点，对对对，然后大家往他身边靠拢。好，看一下我们前方摄影师 ，Let's look at photographer. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations for winning the Clinical Validation Award. 恭喜你们，谢谢，谢谢，请回座。Thank you very much, and please be seated. So next, we'd like to present certificates of appreciation to our co-organizers of pitch competition. 我们要来颁发奖状给新创 pitch 擂台的协办单位。好，这边呢，我们先请协办单位到台上来，请我们的 PwC 资诚联合会计师事务所代表，还有 BIA 台湾生物产业发展协会的代表，以及台北医学大学代表，帮我到台上来。那我们有不客前来的单位哦，是我们 AZ 台湾阿斯特捷利康股份有限公司。那因为他们代表今天不客前来，所以我们只用唱名表达感谢。那同时呢，我们请李副主任到台上来，帮我们来颁发感谢状。好，我们请协办单位的代表帮我们到台前来一起领奖。So we'd like to show our greatest gratitude to our co-organizers of pitch competition. 好，我们请李副主任站中间，好吗？来 ，OK， 一起合照一张，看一下我们的摄影师。3, 2, 1。OK， 谢谢。我们舞台旁稍等一下好吗？我们4位舞台旁稍等一下。好，来，接下来呢，我们要来继续颁发感谢状给 Demo Day 的协办单位。So we like to present certificates of appreciation to the co-organizers of Demo Day. 好，我们请财团法人国家实验研究院国家实验动物中心代表到台前来。还有财团法人生物技术开发中心代表，以及莫德纳台湾股份有限公司代表，请帮我们到台上来。好，那同时呢，我们也要感谢2个单位哦，但是他们代表不客前来，好，分别是卫生福利部食品药物管理署以及财团法人台北市林荣耀教授学术教育基金会，特别感谢他们。好，那我们请颁奖人吴主任到台上来。好，那我们这个阶段呢是要来感谢我们 Demo Day 这2天辛苦的协办单位。We sincerely thank our co-organizers for Demo Day. 来，我们请颁奖人站在中间。好，大家一起合照一张。3, 2, 1。好，我们留步在舞台上哈，留步。我们请刚刚协办单位也在一起回来哈 ，Pitch Competition 的协办单位，我们所有协办单位跟颁奖人一起来一张合照，好吗？好的，来，让我们看一下今天的摄影师。It's a gathering of all co-organizers. 好，我们也邀请几位贵宾一起到台上来哈。林副主任，还有我们执行长，来看一下台前。3, 2, 1。Thank you very much， 谢谢。那我们最后要一个大合照吗？来，我们留步在台上好不好？大家一样不要走开哈。So we'd like to invite our 4 distinguished guests from MIT to come up to the stage, and our officials, please come up to the stage and join the last group photo. Thank you. Yes, last group photo. Hope this is an unforgettable memory for you. 好，请问一下，这样站位可以吗？后面看不到是不是？后面看不太到呢，要帮我们稍微往前好吗？站开一点，站开一点。好，请侧身，稍微侧身一点，好好好。这样可以吗？好，看一下我们挥手的摄影师 ，Look at photographer, 3, 2, 1。来，一起，教授一起，高教授也一起来，好不好？好，今天难忘的活动，我们即将在这里画下美好的句点。我们也希望呢，全场的嘉宾可以一起来共襄盛举。来，一起。来看一下我们前方的摄影师。3, 2, 1. All right, now everyone please thumbs up. Demo day. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. 大家辛苦了，谢谢。This year's Demo Day event is drawing to a close, and we hope our activities over the past 2 days have been highly rewarding for everyone. And we also hope that through the collective efforts, we can create more development opportunities for Taiwan's biotech ecosystem. 好，今年我们的 Demo Day 已经圆满落幕了。这为期2天的活动，希望呢是让在座的各位收获满满。那也期待呢，在各位的努力之下，我们可以一起为台湾生技生态圈创造出更多发展的可能性。So we'd like to remind you that the MIT Masterclass will take place at the same location over the next 2 days. The MIT Masterclass will take place at the same location on the next 2 days. For those who have registered, please take note of the event schedule. 有报名 MIT Masterclass 朋友，请大家记得。后面2天呢，在这个同样的地点，好，有报名的贵宾要帮我们特别注意一下。后面2天就在同一个地点来进行 MIT Masterclass 活动。Please remember to bring all your belongings with you as you leave, and we look forward to seeing you next time. 非常感谢大家的莅临，那大家离开前不要忘记自己的随身物品，期待下次见，拜拜。